everyone, welcome to the Goodwood Festival of Speed and to the Forest Rally stage. I'm Bex Williams, ready to talk you through the action today, and we have a beautiful day set for rallying. And I'm delighted to say that alongside me in commentary, I have two gentlemen who have a wealth of knowledge between them. And I'd firstly like to introduce Tony Jardine, who has a wealth of knowledge of rallying, Formula One, in rallying behind the wheel in Formula One as team manager. Tony, you've done a bit of absolutely everything in your life, so I'm looking forward to your amazing insights today.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a mess, really, aren't I? It's been all over the place. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And thank you for that lovely introduction.
Ah, you're very welcome. And next to Tony, we have Zav McCartan, who has an encyclopedic knowledge of rallying, and especially our Forest Rally stage today. What he doesn't know about the cars that are about to take to the stage is not worth knowing, ladies and gentlemen. Zav, you looking forward to this?
Every year. This is an amazing place full of amazing people, amazing cars, and we're in for 4 days, weather permitting, of some really great action.
Well, we have some beautiful weather conditions today. Let's hope that that holds for our Forest Rally stage. Now, it is a great stage, and it has been running since 2005. It was designed by former world champion Hannu Mikkola, one of the original flying Finns. It has got a bit of everything in this stage, as you can see from the graphic here. What you can't see is the amazing flying Finn jump we also have, which just comes towards the end of the course. We're looking forward to seeing what the cars can do this year. And for the regular runners and riders who compete every year here, there are a couple of changes to the course this year. Zav, minimal, but some changes.
Yeah, it gets tweaked every year. We have a different start position this year, further down than it used to be. The finish is now, as you can see from the pictures on screen, different start location. This is now the finish coming out from under the trees. That is just designed to give the cars a better route back into the paddock.
Tony, what can we expect from this? You know, you've been here many times. You've seen many cars do incredible things on this stage, as well as make mistakes out there. Is it going to be a tough course this time?
I think it's going to be very tough. If we do get the rain that's possibly going to come on Friday, we'll mix it up with this very chalky surface. Make no mistake about it, this is a great WRC short, stingy replica stage, and anybody who thinks, aha, I've done a sighting lap, it's absolutely fine, no problem, it's okay, think again, because even the great Sebastian Ogier has had offs here, Chris Meek, they've been up the banks, so it does bite.
It can catch the drivers out then. Hopefully not today in these good conditions, but maybe a little bit of rain is forecast. Now, when this stage was run last year, it was a very close shootout when it came towards the end of the weekend. Let's remind ourselves of all the action that we saw back in 2023.
The Forest Rally stage at the Festival of Speed is a challenging, edge-of-your-seat, exciting must-see. This year featured a straight shootout, with the winner claiming the fastest aggregate time over the weekend. On Friday, Roger Duckworth clocked the fastest time in his Subaru Impreza. And with improved conditions on Sunday, the final day was a thriller.
Now we are well and truly into crunch time.
And now Elliot Payne sets off. What can he do? And we're going to have to look at those combined times now. Nice jump. Elliot is going for it. He has to go for it. The man who's just won the Nicky Griff stages recently. He was third on the Kielder stages, and his right rear goes into the big straw bales there, and he comes out at the finish line.
And he's gone fastest. But what can this man do? Esa-Pekka Lappi, the WRC racer in the Hyundai N20 Rally 1 car. We're expecting big things here, but he didn't do the barrel down at Delta. He carried straight on, so it doesn't matter, it's Esa-Pekka Lappi.
Wow.
But does it matter? Look at that. Look at the entertainment. Oh, my God.
Carrying some speed everywhere.
Fantastic. John Saunders in the MG Metro goes fastest overall. For overall honours then, Can Duckworth do it?
Alongside Roger Duckworth is Mark Broomfield, and Mark Broomfield is his long-time co-driver.
You think of rally and you imagine a Subaru in blue ringing its way around the tight and twisty forests. Over the flying fin jump then for Duckworth. Crashes back down nicely, does it, little bit of airtime, but carries the speed forward. Just a couple of more corners then for Roger Duckworth. Can he do it? This, the shootout on the final day. Duckworth was fastest on Friday's shootout. We combine the times. A few more meters to go for Roger Duckworth in the Subaru Impreza. What's it going to be? It is fastest overall. Roger Duckworth in the Subaru Impreza WRC with the combined times takes it ahead of John Saunders in the MG Metro 6R4 and George Lepley in the Mitsubishi Galant VR4.
Well, there we go. That was 2023 and a thrilling shootout at the end, guys. Tony, I could hear the excitement in your voice there.
Yeah, it was tremendous. And the big thing for me was John Saunders coming through in the Metro 6R4, which is one of my favourites anyway, having worked with Austin Rover in the day. But it was just such a great contest. And then Lappy there getting it all wrong. And to remind everyone today, when they get down to Delta, there's a big bollard there and they've got to go round it clockwise. If they don't, it's a 10-second penalty.
That's a harsh penalty if you miss that, donut. Zav, what was your best memory from last year and over the years? You've done this many times now.
It's the competition that allegedly doesn't exist between the likes of Neville, Lappy, Jari-Matti Latvala. You know, they say they're coming for demonstration runs, but you see when that green light goes, I can tell you that they would cut one another to get 0.1 of a second up. And it makes for great spectating for people who are in the forest and in the grandstands here. Great battle between all the drivers.
I love that element of it. You know, everyone says, and you mentioned it in the look back there, you know, it's entertainment. We want to be entertained out there. Everyone who's in the forest wants to be entertained, and they will be. But as soon as the drivers put their helmets on, that kind of, we're here for a lovely day out in the sunshine, that escapes. Now, gentlemen, can we talk about the car that we can see here on the stage? It is the Alpine. And I have to say, I've had a little look around the service park here, and the Alpine for me is always a little bit of a personal favourite. This and the Metro 6R4 have a special place in my heart. This is a very special car we see here.
It absolutely is, and I'm with you totally on that, because Steve Ward, this is his car. It's a very, very precious car to him. It's an original car from Jean-Pierre Nicolas and Jean Todt, who was the former FIA president, who was a great rally co-driver in his time and just, in fact, lost the World Championship in the Talbot Sunbeam, if you may remember. But this has been painstakingly prepared. It has a very special crown, wheel and pinion, and Steve had to find a special manufacturer just to make that. Last year he arrived with that just intact. But don't be fooled, because this is 3 times world manufacturer's trophy winning car. And the team itself, Alpine, were on their own. Renault kept trying to buy them.
That's
but
right.
This, as you remember, light 1800cc, it's still a fabulous looking car, isn't it?
It is, and Alpine had won many, many rallies before Renault eventually came in and acquired them in 1973. And then that was the first year, WRC. And who was the manufacturer's champion? Alpine Renault. So it has got quite a history, but on its own, as a standalone, Alpine was right up there, Zav.
Oh, no, it was. And it was what heralded the progression of rallying from, production-based cars. Cars you could see on a forest stage in 1972, 1973. You could go to your Renault dealer, and if you had a few bob, you could buy one. But that was the whole essence of rallying back then. Rally it on Sunday, you could buy it on Monday. Yeah. And it was so production-based. And, so early on in those times, manufacturers used the likes of rallying to promote how well built their cars were.
Okay, here we go then. Our first car into the Forest Rally stage for 2024. It is the Alpine, driven by Steve Ward. He's the first now to get a sighting of what it's like out there. And the same for ourselves. How much does it clean out there, this stage?
Well, because it's dry today, Max, they're going to get what we would call a sort of dry line. They're going to get down to some of the gritty stuff, and it should get a little bit grippy. But as Av was saying earlier, underneath the trees and where the sun don't shine, that stuff is still very, very slippy indeed. And sighting laps are what they should be, especially if you're in a very precious car. I mean, Steve, we were running in the same team a couple of years ago and on the Woodpecker Rally, and he just had his Mark 1 Escort finished, very, very precious historic car. And on the first stage, he barrel rolled the thing. And he was very, very upset, and that's still, deep in his mind, especially when he comes to somewhere like this, to Goodwood Festival of Speed rally stage, which is so exacting and tight. He'll be taking that care out there, and as you say, he'll be just finding where the grip is.
And I think, a lot has to be said. These cars, you mentioned it, are so beautifully prepared. It's time, care, passion goes into restoring these machines, and no one wants to A, get it wrong, or B, do any damage to them. So Zav, it's a fine balancing act between wanting to set a good time here but also looking after the machinery.
It is, but I think some of the time we forget not only how valuable they are, but the history they have within the cars themselves. And the fact that the owners and drivers, we're looking at Paul Howarth there. Paul Howarth's name synonymous with the Subaru World Rally team based up at Banbury, but it's the historical importance and of course the cost. And we're going to see cars from the early 70s right up to 2024 as Paul leaves the start line. As we said earlier, slightly changed for this year, a longer run into the first right-hander and down under the trees. Of course, the bends and corners here on the stage you'll get to know, like Clark, Hopkirk, Torini, Mackinnon, all named after people and synonymous names with rallying.
No, and you mentioned one there, obviously, Paul Howarth, who has such a strong history with the Subaru World Rally team, who has painstakingly himself restored this car. Like we said, it is an absolute love of what you're doing, and then to bring it here to Goodwood is the absolute cherry on the top of the cake.
Yeah, he's a big name from ProDrive and all the manufacturers' teams that they've run, even through to VW in China and their Chinese teams. So Paul Howarth really knows what he's doing, but it was like 36 years ago that he actually joined ProDrive, and he's worked on a lot of the programs, even Mark Dewars' M3 programs as well across the tarmac, as we see Steve Ward now in the beautiful Alpine Renault, the A110. The Berlinetta. And one of the things he says about driving this car as compared to all the others is very, very neutral. You can just steer it, it'll do what you want it to do.
Point and shoot.
It's point and shoot. And the other thing, Bex, is you look at it, you think, oh, it looks pretty delicate, looks pretty fragile. Not a bit of it, because this was a tough car, Acropolis rallies, Portuguese rallies where it won, and there were boulders being fired at its underside, but it came out the other end as a winner.
And there was a very good clip there just as he was coming down into Stratos, where you could see that the surface was still wet, very, very slippy from the rain we had here Tuesday night. Today's Thursday, and you can see from that it hasn't dried under the trees, which is what we were saying earlier. But Beck's another good example there of a production-based car that made its way into rallying. Fiat 131, and of course then it went to be synonymous with the cars built in Turin, the Alitalia sponsorship. We have a couple of them to come later in the day.
I think, people will look at the 131 here. It's the Mirafiori that you're looking at. We also have the Abarth as well, which is included this weekend. We have some incredibly beautiful examples of cars that, in their absolute heyday were right up there in competition.
Yeah, and this car started on the Motoring News night events, what they call the road rallying with John Bloxham. John Bloxham was the champion over many years, and Neil Yates has now bought this car and proudly acquired it, as he will tell you. But a very, very good basis of a car. And then when you look through Fiat, how they went through 131, and then as part of the group Lancia and so on, you can see the genesis of these fantastic cars. Very, very tough car as well. Great handling. There's Paul Howarth just going over the flying fin in the Opel Ascona, and Opel Ascona was a great rally car in its day. Walter Rall loved his car, and Henry Toivonen drove in a Ascona as well, and the Ascona 400, the Group B car. I don't know whether he's fishtailing like that because he's just checking out the surface. Possibly knowing Paul, he's just checking it out up by the flying finish there, and the actual finish line is under the trees to avoid the big divots that Zav and I remember from last year, which was cutting up over the flying finish.
Yeah, and back to the start line now, and we have Florian Treats and Michel Muller in the Ford Escort Cosworth, and of course the synonymous with Group A, and of course in the early Ford Motorsport colours. And this looks like someone who's maybe going to give it a go.
I was just about to say, it looks like we could see something here.
Experience tells us that sometimes people who want to really give it a whack could end up coming unstuck because it is very slippy, and under the trees it hasn't dried out.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rain, hasn't there? The weekend, it was pretty miserable conditions here. We're really lucky today. In the past 2 days, it's been quite sunny. There's been a bit of a breeze as well, so it has dried it out in sections. But as the boys are saying, under the trees, you can just stumble across a damp section, get one wheel onto it, and that could be the end of you if you're going at a certain pace out there.
Florian actually had a quick word with him last night, because I was saying to him, look, be careful out there tomorrow because it's been quite wet over the last few days, and he said, I've been here the last 2 years, and he said when it was really, really raining all day last year, he said I was one of only 3 cars that kept going out there. He said I wanted more and more and more, and then in the end he said I got quite a good time, and I was quite pleased. So I said, oh blimey, yeah. And then I remembered, so he stayed out there, it was wet, and he was loving it. So quite an experienced guy, done a lot of rallying, and I would expect to see him up there in the shootout.
Ben Mellors up next in the Toyota RA40. Ben, the son of Chris Mellors, Mellors Elliott Motorsport. Of course, they also run the Proton Iris of brother Ollie Mellors. This was a car that was rebuilt using accurate German drawings from Toyota. So it would be as was built in the heyday of the likes of Per Eklund when he contested the British Rally Championship. But Ben has been here for the last 5 or 6 years, and of course has run the shootout on several occasions for cars of the age.
Well, he certainly has started with purpose and commitment here. Probably the best start out of any of the cars we've seen so far.
Honestly, Bex, I can promise you it'll get hairier than that.
We look forward to that. That is what we're here for. We want to see a bit of action on this Forest Rally stage.
They're a bit like an orchestra, really, aren't they? They're just tuning up. They're just making, the right sort of noises at the moment. And the right sort of noises is what it's all about, because we're just going to have some brilliant, brilliant engine noises from V6 to turbocharged engines to hybrid rally ones. We're going to have a cacophony of sound.
I like that phrase. Nice word. Yeah, we're spanning 6 decades of cars here, each with their own different technical regulations, each with their own individual sounds and speeds. We have a real treat for you throughout the day today, with all of our cars making their way through this stage.
And as you can see there, under the trees where the sun does get through, it does dry it out. But a little bit of whiteness from Florian Treats there, similar to Paul Howarth a couple of runs ago. I can assure you that grass will be well and truly flattened by about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Because they will come up the hill at all sorts of angles. And then the car then makes its way left into the rally paddock, which of course, if you're in the forest, come up and have a look round. All the cars are on display, the teams are on display, and plenty for you to see and do.
Yeah, it is so accessible, which rallying is, absolutely.
I think that's one of the big things, to be very honest, that when I'm talking to people about rallying and saying come and watch or whatever, the other thing about rallying, which we all know, is the rally in one particular country, especially if it's an international rally, it can go to an area where people are, where they can congregate, where they can go up to a special stage and watch. And this we're watching now is the Opel Ascona 400. I think this was Paul Kynaston.
Yeah, Paul Kynaston. I believe it's based on one of the Bull and Catini cars that were oddly enough, run out of East London, very close to West Ham's old football ground. They ran cars for Jimmy McRae, Anders Kulang and a few others when they dipped in and out of the British Rally Championship.
Right, so that is the right way round. Ben Mellors there, clockwise round the bollard, and they've got to remember that for the shootout, because if they go the wrong way or they miss it, it's a 10-second penalty, and that's literally game over in the shootout for you on that particular run. But this car, an exact replica of Bjorn Voldegaard's car, the lovely, affable Swede who joined us in the commentary box here 1 year. Just a fabulous world champion, fabulous bloke, brilliant driver and servant of Toyota. So that's that car, a piece of history there going under the Finnish banner. And then we go into Porsche 911, and it says in there, and it's in the Rothmans colours. And this is evocative of all things European Championship, of Monte Carlo Rally, of Vic Elford, originally winning in a 911 in the Monte Carlo in 1968. And there's the development, and that's Adrian Kermode from the Isle of Man, and also from Liverpool, where he has businesses. That's his business there, Corkills Porsche, and this one has been painstakingly reproduced.
What I love about the Porsche, the sound for one, you can just hear that echoing around the start section here. The Porsche has such a legacy, and continuing on in rallying as well. You know, we're seeing Porsches still very much competing now in the RGT class, right to the highest level in WRC. Saw a beautiful version on the island of Guadeloupe a few weeks ago, piloted by Simon Jean-Joseph. And do you know what? A fantastic car to rally.
Oh, great getting those words out. Well done. Your international pronunciations are brilliant. Excellent.
Oh, let's see if they stand for the whole weekend.
But
Tony.
this one, Bex, we have to say Kermode. You say Kermode. That's how he likes it pronounced that way around. But he's done a lot of rallying on the Isle of Man, as you'd expect. Very, very fast. He did the 3 legs of man. He's got a collection of Mini Cooper S's, Adrian. And he is just one of these incredible enthusiasts. And like us, he's a big 911 fan. And he's had that car painstakingly rebuilt, as I said, as we watch the Skona now. And this is Paul Kynaston. And it looks quite slippy in that section as they're coming back up the hill through Mikkola and Kielder and towards the flying finish when they get there up by Stratos. So there he is, through Stratos, across the flying finish. And look at those stout hay bales, very, very stout. They are anchored by huge stakes. And
they're not moving then.
They are not moving, Bex. That would be like hitting concrete, and people who have done so know you try and avoid them.
Yeah, I can imagine there is going to be a lot of people definitely trying to avoid them today, but finding it difficult. Certainly if they're setting pace out there, we are hearing that it is a pretty slippy stage. We will be updating you with times very shortly as well. As soon as we get some updates, we will give you the times out for our drivers who've already made it through so far.
Right, this is Richard Hogg that we're looking at now, and Bex, you will remember because he lent me his Skoda WRC car for Donegal, and you were working on that particular event where I scared myself to pieces on the first 3 stages. But this is him coming out of his retirement. He wants to do the Roger Albert Clark rally in this car, which is a Tony Pond faithfully reproduced Rover V8, just the Vitesse. Now, Richard was in here last night, and I said, be careful.
Bit wild
be
there with the back end.
And he's already slinging the back end out. I said, Hoggy, I know what you like. You can get a bit of carry away. I said, Tony, no, I won't do that. I won't do that. Look at him.
I've already had multiple messages on social media saying, tell that Richard Hogg to keep it in a straight line. But he's not doing that, is he?
No.
Very entertaining, though.
No, oh, it is entertaining, but we want him to stay and entertain us, not damage the thing. That's what's in place. Yeah, no, I'll just do some sighting laps. Goodness me. But he was one of the few that actually walked the course last night. And you heard the crunching there from Adrian Kermode's Porsche as he landed. Oh, now he's on the bank as well.
He's clipped something with that.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. Well, maybe when he landed, he had some sort of damage earlier on, and it wasn't handling that well. But you could hear the crunch, and you could see a little bit of damage there on the front lower spoiler. Yeah, and that's where the oil cooler sits, isn't it?
Yeah. And this is what I was saying, Bex, about, you know, the bravado takes over,
yes.
Even on sighting laps.
Well, to be honest, when you're in a car such as that, your foot is just begging you to push a little bit harder on the accelerator, isn't it? I don't think anyone could blame him for being just a little bit wild. I love the classic livery on this one.
Yeah, that says everything, doesn't it, about Belgian Rally Championship. And Mark Duez, this is Alan Benjamin who's driving this particular car, the 911 SCs, and in European Championships certainly, and in the Belgian Championships, these cars were de rigueur, and in fact in historic rally they are still the car to beat. A Porsche 911 just finished 4th overall after 37 days of peaking to Paris, and that's a hell of a feat.
37 days.
14,500 kilometers, halfway around the world, across the world's biggest landmass, all the way from China, across Gobi Desert, Kazakhstan, Caspian Sea. Yeah, and a Porsche 911 was 4th overall, which is amazing.
We're just going to take a little replay of the little error we saw here. Just like up onto the bank. I thought he might have clipped something there, but I think he's okay.
What happened, Bex, is he come along the straight at the last bit. It's really soft on the outside, and it sucked the right front out, and he just lost the traction there and had to climb up the bank. And that was after what was a relatively minor landing after the flying fin, but you just heard the crunching from the sump guard.
Good shot of the Rothmans Audi Quattro there, evoking memories of John Bosch, who rallied one to great success. And again, as you can see, slippy conditions, running wide. Tony getting excited.
Well, no, because he hit the bank as well. And I'm thinking, I'm always thinking a bit like a sort of rally driver, although I'm not a very good rally driver. You know, that hurts your shaft, it hurts your rear wheel and your suspension. You give it a good old clout. He's doing it again. Oh, the 037. Oh my goodness.
I think I felt our commentary booth just vibrate a little there.
Yes, if you could see us in the commentary room at the moment, all you listeners and viewers, you would swear blind Tony was driving the cars himself.
he practically is moving the wheel here in the comms box. It's very entertaining, but you know, we're inspired. I think we're all inspired. Now we've got a Lancia onto the stage, and Lancia in rallying, the two go hand in hand. It's just such a beautiful piece of machinery, the 03.
This is Dave Kedward. This is a car that has come out of Africa. It was driven by a privateer, I think it was Andros Kritikos, who owned several hotels in Africa at the time. And of course...
Oh, it's a half spin. It is a half spin. We were just a little bit too hot into that sector there.
It's exactly what we've been talking about. People just getting carried away, just a bit too eager with the right loud pedal. So let's have another look.
Let's just take a look at it again, shall we? Talk us through it, Tony.
Well, this one is clearly just down. It's down past the section through Mexico and up towards McRae. And as you can see, there's a very, very steep banks there, which is why he's having to go backwards and forwards to get it turned around the right way. And that's a section when it gets down to, it's quite hard in terms of the surface, but it's very loose across the top. So it's hard packed with loose across the top. And if you put just too much throttle, it just spins away around there. And I mean, this is just this is a supercar. It's got so much grunt. You touch that throttle a bit too much, boom, you're around.
And of course, it's in the Martini test colours. Those were colours that would have seen the 037 and then the Evo 2 version, when the likes of Mickey Biazzi and a few others would have tested them to no end of time before events. So Dave Kedward has that livery, which is great. Johan Frank Dreeks now in the Belga Porsche. Of course, Johann Frank has been here in various Porsches over the last 7 or 8 years, loves Goodwood, and so many of the family and friends come and join him, and he's been a great supporter of the event for the last number of years.
Yeah, he has, but you know, those legendary drivers like Marc Duez and Belgian Rally Championship, he was going around pretty slowly there as well, because you can see the 037 there was catching him up. Now, Peugeot, Zad's giving me the thumbs up. I want to talk. Okay.
No.
Take the floor.
I'm quite happy. This is the Porsche Peugeot 205 T16. This is the Evo 2 version. You can notify that by the bigger rear wing and the little air ducts in the front. This is driven by Frenchman Philippe Tolmer. It's an ex-Matti Alamaki Rallycross Peugeot 205, and of course whatever Group B was banned, so many of the RS200s, Lancia Delta S4s, and of course the Peugeots made their way into Rallycross, and the likes of Martin Shank spring to mind. But wonderful to see something like this on the stage. It really is. This is what I was saying about, you know, owners bringing the cars out.
Now the Audi Quattro. I think when anyone ever thinks of rallying, it's going to be this car that potentially pops into mind. For me personally, it is. It has such a wealth of history. And, you know, you look at it, you listen to it, which we will do in a couple of moments when it goes off the start. Tony, when you look back across Audi's, you know, successes at the highest level in rallying, it was an incredible time to be rallying with the Audi Quattro. Incredible
time, and an incredible signature tune to go with it. You know, 5 cylinders, 2.1, and it was absolutely a magical time, as we see.
The Lancia, yeah, just heading over towards the start now.
There you go.
Like the finish, rather.
There's that fantastic noise, and that is the note that all the Quattro, the Audi fans, loved. So from the A1, which the Group 4 car was before it got the wide arches and all the modifications, this is where, from, you know, the early 80s, where you had Hannu Mikkola, for example, drove it as a course car in the Algarve Rally early on, and people actually said, and people like Walter Rall, for example, said, it's big, it's heavy, it understeers too much, it'll never make it. And actually the rally world disregarded it. But yet, it was, if they took the times when he drove on the course car in 81, he would have won that rally by 24 minutes. Wow. That was it. And what that actually signaled was, as you know, Bex, was a complete change of the era. Because what Audi very cleverly did, Freddie Kotulinski drove a very innocent Audi 80 in some of the rallies. But what they were developing secretly was the four-wheel drive train, the Ferguson four-wheel drive train. And Audi were then taken over, and they made this military vehicle. And they then used the four-wheel drive system, put it in the Audi, and eventually it became the rally car. And the chief engineer from Audi, sat on the FIA commission. He went and he said, because four-wheel drive was banned, he said, does anyone object if we, you know, take away the rule for four-wheel drive and you can let us come back? And everyone was, yeah, of course. What happened? They then dominated.
Changed the face of rallying, because it moved forward, go that way, it moved Lancia. And I mean, Lancia were just ready to bring out the 037 Evo 2. Ford, of course, were developing the RS 1700T, which didn't last very long at all. Stuart Turner cancelled it fairly quickly afterwards.
Just keep it quiet here so we can hear the sound of yet another incredible Porsche.
And of course, that sounds synonymous with ProDrive as well. They ran the likes of Bernard Beguin and Billy Coleman in Porsche 911s, and of course, evokes memories of Henry Toivonen when they ran in the European and some world events. But whenever you hear that on a stage, it's an amazing sound whenever the car is at full chat. Of course, Bjorn Voldegaard's name also synonymous with Porsche. In fact, you could nearly say every driver's been through Porsche at some stage.
Yeah, I think you could. And, you know, why not? You look back at the history of how many of the top flight drivers, you know, chopped and changed and experimented behind the wheel of so many different cars.
And of course, if you look closely at the Porsche, you'll see Almiras racing, and of course that was the famous Almiras brothers. not only did they run Porsche in rallying, but they had quite a plethora of cars at Le Mans, did long distance racing. We cut back now as the Audi Quattro makes its way down towards Cooper's, just after the Flying Finn jump. This is one of Adam Marsden's cars. You can see a lovely array of Quattros up here in the rally paddock. And as I said earlier, if you're in the forest, come up and join us. We have lunch between 1 to 1:30, but there is so much for you to see. Trade stands, you can get a bite to eat, but the beauty of it here, Bex, you can go, and you've seen this, yes, you can go and talk to the owners, the drivers.
Absolutely.
They love to talk.
You can find out so much more about the cars. I mean, we're telling you as much as we possibly can up here, but you can go get up close and personal and chat with all of the drivers of the cars.
Yeah, back to the start line now. This is Chris Dakin. Chris is a member of the RAF who has supported Goodwood over many, many years. And of course, if you were with us last year, they brought a road-going Fiesta and attempted to build it into an R2 car in 48 hours as the Porsche makes its way around the barrel down a Delta. Chris has been a great supporter and in the past has helped bring the Typhoon as part of the air display here and works behind the scenes. So looking back now at who Chris has in with him, and Lewis Potter is the lucky passenger. And as I said, if you come up and join us, you may persuade some of the drivers to take you as a passenger. You will have to sign on with the rally officials down below, but you could get a run. So Chris Dakin and Lewis Potter leaving the start line in their RAF-backed. It's kind of a Group N Impreza, but Chris isn't afraid to throw this around with gusto. And as you can see, we're now starting to make our way, and I think I can hear the dulcet tones of the red arrows. It was timed very well for Chris to run, as we normally do here, to coincide with the red arrows going over, so we're in for a treat with them.
Now, Zav, you have promised me that they fly so close that we can practically see into the cockpit.
Yes, they put on an amazing display. And it's quite funny, back home Northern Ireland where I lived, they did an air show in Newton Arts recently, and people said, are you going to go and see the red arrows? And I thought, no, I'm not going to go. I said, I can see them at Goodwood. I get a better show at Goodwood than I do going to Newton Arts. But back to Chris Dakin, Lewis Potter on the stage. Great work by the cameraman. Camera positions are really good. And slowly we will see a line develop. Now this, Bex, this is an interesting car here. This is Alan Weston in the Peugeot 504 pickup. And
yeah, a pickup. Let's just reinforce that, shall we?
Yep.
It is a pickup that we're having a look at right here. Tell me a bit more about it, Zav.
Yeah, it's a recreation of a car that Peugeot used. If you remember the likes of some of the East African rallies and the more longer distance rallies, this allowed Peugeot to run to collect points. You'll see from the camera positions at the back they would carry 2 spare wheels, 4 or 5 jerry cans. This appeared, Alan brought this here to Goodwood about 4 or 5 years ago, and it has proved immensely popular. You can see the longer mud flaps at the front. You can see the 2 lights that were on the wings. Those were designed and used to see the likes of giraffes or tigers in the distance. So Alan Weston's pickup it's proved to be a really big hit because it's different and because people haven't seen it before. And not many people actually know about the history of the pickup in rallying. Hugely popular in some of the long distance events. In the background, you can see the Golden Wonder liveried car. That was the livery used by Andrew Wood in Scotland. And it's an ex-Peter Lloyd Metro as well. Welsh rally legend.
Absolutely.
And there's another one in the commentary box here at the moment, so that's 2 Welsh rally legends.
Oh, not sure about that.
But yeah, I love this because it encapsulates what the rally stage here at Goodwood is about.
That's a huge amount of energy off the line.
And there's that open back that we can see, the toolbox, the jerry cans, a couple of spare wheels that have been jacks, long distance supplies, loads of other stuff as well.
But that's the beauty of today, though. We talked about 6 different decades of rallying being represented here, but also different styles of rallying are represented, like it is with this pickup. Our first shot of the red arrows there.
Well, it was like long distance events like the Ivory Coast, you know, where the sections would have been 12 or 13 or 14 hours. I love going back to some of the old rally results from the 80s because, you know, Hannah Mikkola was winning some rallies by 23 and 24 minutes. You look at results for like the 1982 or 1983 RAC rally, and their stage time was the likes of 58 hours, 23 minutes. I mean, 50, when you actually think about it.
It is quite a contrast, and you don't have to look back too far in detail to see those big gaps. Sometimes an hour lead. It's so very different now, and obviously right at the modern era in WRC, when we're heading to more extreme events like Safari, you know, the cars don't change. We did have snorkels integrated this year, but the cars are exactly the same cars that you would use on European events, on normal gravel events. There is nothing extra special about them as there was back in the day when it was a Safari car.
And it's funny because when I wouldn't call myself a purist, but when I look at how hard the WRC has worked as a promoter to bring the Safari back in, when I compare it 2024 to 1984, it's like night and day. But you know, things progress and things change, and it's brilliant to have the Safari back in the calendar.
It absolutely is, and I think we need to see the more extreme events coming in, and that really is one of the biggest challenges we have.
And you can hear the background there, the dulcet tones of that Metro 6R4. And back on the start line, we have a really unique car that first appeared here a couple of years ago.
The Metro 6R4, although not fantastically competitive in its heyday, let's say, wasn't the most successful of rally cars, but my goodness, is it beloved by the fans. The sound, the look of it, it's got a beautiful brutality about it, looks-wise.
And just the sound, and of course people remember, you know, Tony Pond when he heroically brought the car into 3rd place on the RAC, and that was when the stages were lined with thousands of spectators. But Ken Wood rallied a version of this in the Scottish Championship. Would have been seen on a couple of rounds in the Forest in the British Championship.
A little bit wide there.
And that was one of the things Tony was pointing out earlier about, you know, the corners may look like a right-hander, but if they're off camber, you're carrying momentum and speed and can't necessarily get slowed down quickly enough.
So this incredible pickup then heading towards our flying finish. We've had a number of cars head through now. It's the Peugeot 504 pickup. Group B regulations.
Now on the start line is a particular favourite of mine. It's an Audi A2 Quattro Dakar, and we'll see it off the start line very shortly. Here we go. And this is an awesome car. This one of these first appeared here about a couple of years ago, and it's a replica, but it's a very, very accurate replica of the cars that were used on the likes of the long distance Paris-Dakar. Slightly wider track at the front, a little bit of a longer wheelbase. Fuel tanks, believe it or not, under the driver's seat. And in 1985, they ran on the Paris-Dakar as cars 199, 200 and 201. A 5-cylinder engine, knocks out about 420 horsepower. But this in the forest, the sound of this in the forest, amazing.
I mean, the looks are enough, aren't they? And Audi have had such success over the years with their Dakar projects and coming back to it in the modern day era very recently.
Yeah, and it's good to see. It makes it, it brings, and it also brings more of the manufacturers in as well. the dulcet tones of the RS200 off the start line there. That's going to be coming down, making its way into the forest if you're down there. We have a second RS200 on the lineup. And just looking back, we have coming your way Peugeot 205 GTI driven by Tom Williams. It's the next Richard Burns car, one of the very early cars that Richard drove. And another Audi Quattro, John Saunders in the MG Metro 6R4. So that is all going to be making its way down through the forest.
And it's certainly getting busy up here at the start as people watch the cars off the line. Here to watch the cars off the line, hear the cars off the line. It is something special. Our commentary box overlooks the start and you can just feel the vibrations, hear the sound coming through the door here. It is a fantastic place to be right now.
And of course the weather holding, which makes such a difference. You can see it's starting to get very busy, as Beck says, up in the start here. Beautiful rally paddock laid out, and of course we have Toyota Gazoo Racing represented here with both the hybrid Rally 1 car and the Rally 2 car. They will be seen on the stage at some point during the day. We have James Williams rallying. He's brought his British Championship Hyundai here. And there's also, if you like, an interloper in Kalarov and Perez drift truck. He has his drift car here this weekend. Toyota very, very well represented with nearly all of their drivers here at some point over the weekend.
Yeah, and that's fantastic to see that support. Obviously, we're ahead of our weekend of rallying. Let's just take a little look at a replay here. Oh dear, it's a little bit laboured around the Delta Donut. Oh, it's a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, I mean, they're not exactly designed to be flicked. And
no, unfortunately not.
But there you go, you get an indication over the flying fin jump. The meters, I think the record is somewhere around 55 meters from a couple of years ago.
Wow, who was that?
I think it was Greg McCormick, I think.
Okay.
Just heading down in camera shot there is Tom Williams in the 205 GTI. This is the ex-Richard Burns car. This is the car that he drove when he was rallying for Des O'Dell's Young Lions team. And of course, Richard competed in the Peugeot Challenge, alongside the likes of Johnny Milner, Louise Aitken Walker.
Yeah, with some of the support, you know, the support categories, essentially, the smaller championships, which really put him in good stead for, you know, when he became a world champion later on. But I think you look back in the history of every driver's career who's made it to the top level, and you will find them in those same make series.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because last year they started a Nissan Micro Challenge on the Northern Ireland Rally Championship. And it's now the biggest championship within the Northern Ireland Championship this year. There's about 12 or 14 cars on nearly every round, and it's ultra competitive. Here we go. John Saunders down in.
Yet
Start
another
the stage.
MG Metro 6R4.
John, of
this
course,
and the Alpine, I'm very happy this weekend.
Yeah, John, of course, came across the 6R4 in a casino in America and bought it.
We've got something happening here.
That's the RS200 stopped, hopefully just stopped, and has a technical rather than an accident. But yeah, it's going. Yeah, on the move again. So maybe something just stopped, or it cut out. And James Avis is going back. That is probably the Metro just
missing some bits
to wait, unless he had a spin.
I think he's had a little bit of an altercation with a bale here. You can see the rear wheel arch is dragging behind, unfortunately.
It's all happening, isn't it?
It is. Since you've rejoined us, Tony, it's all happening.
Oh,
you brought the drama.
Oh,
it's a little bit of a crunch, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to need some tape on that, I think.
Yes, really are. Let's see what happened to the RS200, if it just stopped or he had a little bit of a... No, that...
He did just stop, apparently, so for whatever reason.
And that was Terry Maynard, but yes, I'd just been outside with the camera to try and pick up some interviews out there.
Anyone saying anything interesting?
Well, Andy Traynor was talking about how slippy it was and how difficult it was, and he was in the Quattro, the A1 Quattro Group B car. But what I notice is they're all chomping at the bit, trying to get in line and to get out there on the stage. And there's so many cars waiting to go, as we have an A2 Quattro now off the line, that turbocharged 5-cylinder car in the Works Audi colours. And that's Adam Marsden in that particular car. So whether it's Dick Blomqvist, Hannu Mikkola, Michelle Mouton, of course, nearly won the World Championship. What a great performance she was.
Yeah, I mean, I had such a great chat with her last year about her time with Audi, and you know the rallies that she was victorious on, but almost winning the championship and just coming shy of that. But what an incredible career Michelle Mouton has had, and that career is continuing on today in a very different guise as an FIA safety delegate. But she's still very much at the coalface of rallying and giving back to the sport that she gave a lot to and gave a lot to her. It is going to be her last year within the WRC, but what a sensational name, and a little bit more messy, unfortunately, for the Metro.
You see that same place where they're getting sucked in because there's some really quaggy, really deep, muddy sections down there, which are literally when you get out of the ruts in the snow and you get into the deeper snow, it just drags you off. It's the same when you're skiing. If you get into the softer snow, it can pull you to the outside. That's what's happening down there. And then they're climbing the bank on the outside with the right front wheel, getting away with it. But we have to see now if there's any spare Metro 6R4 bodywork anywhere hanging around, or whether it's, as you say, it's like yards and yards of tape.
Now, treat for you on the start line. If you haven't seen one before, prepare to see an Audi Quattro S1 Evo 2. It's quite rare to see these in a stage. Listen to that off the line. This is Peter van der Putten and Eric Minneke. And of course the heavy aero, Tony, downforce, both front and back, was so important.
So important, that short wheelbase, because they dominated 81, 82, and then start of 84, the Group B cars from Peugeot, Lancia started to come in, and Audi had to have an answer to it. And this was it. It was ugly. It was brutish. It was an absolute beast to drive. The power-to-weight ratio on that machine was just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, just look at the size of it, the haunches on it, and all the cooling that it requires. So it's no surprise that later on, when Group B was banned, Walter Röhrl was put in one of the S1s and went up and smashed the record at Pikes Peak, because he had 720 brake horsepower from that machine. That's awesome.
They moved from Group B into the Rallycross specs, like I was saying earlier, but there was Ollie Arneson drove one in European Rallycross, and there was rumours at the time he was getting about 900 horsepower. As Tony is pointing out.
Well, there was a piece of Metro 6R4 bodywork lying in the middle of the road, and it just got crunched further by the Quattro.
Unfortunately, if they wanted to stick that back on, I'm not sure they're going to be able to now.
Tank tape.
Yeah, do you know what?
Fixes everything.
Yeah, tank tape, zip ties and ratchet straps. We would be lost in rallying without all of those three.
That looks like Warren Philliskirk.
Warren Philliskirk, Metro 6R4 on the start line. Warren, who has competed in the likes of the British Championship, BTRDA, the Forest Championship in the UK. Warren thinks, or told me that he's been told, he has competed the most stages in a Metro 6R4 of anyone that has ever driven one.
Wow, okay.
But again, there's a glorious sound from the Metro 6R4. They were in 2.5 litre format later on. Earlier on, yeah, it looked like the door was opening there as well, I think on the passenger side. And their V6, the 3 litre ones, very, very powerful indeed. Something like 420 brake horsepower. And the original car, Williams Engineering helped design it. Patrick Head had a hand in designing this car. But unfortunately, Austin Rover at the time, like Ford with the RS200, were late to the party. They were late to the development of Group B. And the best that they ever did was a 3rd place in Sweden for the RS200 and a 3rd place for Tony Pond on what we called then the RAC Rally.
Yeah,
hey!
A little clip of the bank there.
Come on, Warren. You may have the record for the most 6R4 appearances ever, but you're going with the rest of them there, sliding into the bank at the same place.
Yeah, there's been quite a few drivers who have made the same mistake on this stage. Just take a look at it again. You know, we're obviously carrying a lot of speed down here. We're obviously, momentum is taking you downhill, and under braking, he's just, the back end's gone wide out and clipped the bank. But luckily, it looks like no major damage there.
Yeah, that is fortunate. We don't like to see damage, but we like to see the action now down at Delta. That's where you go onto the tarmac, but don't be fooled by the tarmac out in the sunshine there as well. It's very, very slippy. It's dusty. The more they run over that, there will be a bit of a grip factor around the outside, and as they tail off, they've got to go around that clockwise.
Have we seen any action on this in the wet then, boys? Obviously, you've seen this in many different weather conditions over the years.
And in shootouts when it's been wet and people spinning just at the, on their last run.
Sometimes, Bex, we actually have a stunt bin.
Right.
Or a stunt barrel, because that barrel, I've seen it flattened, I've seen it shortened, I've seen it not repairable at all. So I think we have a couple of stunt barrels that make their place. Car number 50 leaving the start line now, Enzo van der Heijden, part of the Van Heijden family that have brought so many cars here to Goodwood over the last number of years. On the start line is car number 47, which is James Lepley with Lucinda Cockhill in the passenger seat. This is an important car, folks, because it first appeared here last year, and luckily enough for those rallying aficionados, it was a car that was driven and used by Joaquim Santos during his many years contesting the Portuguese Rally Championship. Joaquim was here last year and saw the car, sat in it as we cut back to Warren Philliskirk. And of course, Joaquim sadly passed away a few months ago, but tremendously maintained by the Lepley family, as is all of the cars they have here this weekend. So Warren Philliskirk up over the finish line.
You know, many people will be watching these cars now thinking, fantastic looking cars, but you know, in terms of generations, we are spanning back here. Getting parts for these types of cars, how difficult it is. You know, where are people sourcing parts right now?
If it's a Ford and a Ford Escort, a lot of people are making the parts, the shells, the axles. If it's something rarer, like the Sierra Cosworth, they might have to be specially machined, they might have to be specially ordered, but in most of the cases they've still got the blueprints, they've still got the drawings, so that they can laser from that and then reproduce. But there are so few Cosworths now, like the Sierra Cosworth, especially the two-door, because you're going back to Andy Rouse era as well. The RS 500s, equally, while they were doing this on the stages, they were cleaning up on the tracks, and winning British Touring Car Championships, European Touring Car Championship rounds, and so on. But I think I'm echoing Zav here that this, Carlos Sainz in one of these winning the Spanish Championship, or Jimmy McRae in one of these, and in fact Colin McRae in a Group N version on early RAC rallies. A lot of these drivers cut their teeth, and it was part of Ford a little bit being caught out after the Escort. Yeah. And between the RS 1700T, which didn't work, and so on. But this car became a mainstay across Europe. And then you had the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, the four-door version, which was used a few times as well. But I mean, it's just a fantastic looking car, but very expensive, Bex, because the bits are rare, as they are for the Quattros, as you can imagine.
Yeah, and you're saying about how hard it is to get parts, specs.
Yes.
3 years ago, if you had a Fiat 131 such as James Rimmer has, it was really difficult. But, Rally Sport Developments in the north of England, They're now manufacturing timing covers, blocks, cylinder heads, gearboxes. Adrian Hetherington, for example, who competes in a lot of the historical rallying in England, took delivery of a brand new Fiat 131 Abarth last weekend in Northern Ireland. So the likes of Rally Sport Development, and as Tony said, some other Ford companies, they're keeping it going by manufacturing the bits and parts and pieces themselves, because they're just, you can't get them.
So we're watching with interest now. There's some trepidation amongst some of the drivers who are just going quite slowly and just finding the grip and playing themselves in. There's others going for it straight away, like Richard Hogg in the Rover, which we saw earlier on. And we've seen Warren Philliskirk already having a broadside in the Metro 604. But the areas to watch out for are coming out of Gambles when you're coming up the hill out of Delta and into Mexico and McRae. It's very, very tight through there. It's very, very slippery. And there is a section after the Flying Fin, which we've seen, which is Cooper's, where there is some deep mud on the outside, where we've seen these cars with the right front wheel, including the Metro 604, just getting sucked over to the right-hand side, and then the car climbing the bank on the outside. And most of them have been getting away with it, but there are areas that if the co-driver is making notes, and if they're going to have a regular co-driver rather than guest runs, they'll put it in the notes and say, look, you just better watch out for this. And here's where I mean, there's Cooper's here, and you see all that mud on the outside, and James Lepley avoided that very, very well indeed. And that's actually his first run, but you can see how slippy it is, the tail just getting out, and him just getting that power down there, just enough right foot to get it out. Let's see if he can crunch the... Yeah, go on, hit the 6R4 bodywork again. Bingo.
That thing is going to be a bit of a mess, isn't it? You can really see that section that you mentioned. It's just under the trees. It just hasn't dried out at all under there, which is why it's causing so much drama. And you can see it here just on the cameras. That's that muddy, slippy section, which has caught out quite a few of our runners and riders so far today.
Yeah, you can see there, it still hasn't dried out. And of course, it's going to prove challenging as we cut back to car number 64.
Sjoerd van der Putten is just struggling a little here to get that quattro around the Delta Donut.
So there we go. And makes its way up towards Gambles now, Mexico, as we see Gary Lucado.
What a beautiful sight, the Toyota Celica.
Of course, Gary, who won the inaugural London Rally for Heroes a few years ago, run by Southern Car Club, who are responsible for quite a lot of the management and organisation here, but also coordinate all the teams of marshals who will be here today, tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. And we'll run through some of the names of the motor clubs later as to the marshals they provide. But evoke some memories, of course, Stuart Kangan, Nicky Grist. And you can see that off camber is very, very, very tricky. And as Tony was saying earlier, the trick is to avoid the little hidden tree stumps or stones. We cut back now to Flying Fin. And there is the Audi Quattro. So we have a Skoda Octavia WRC going to be into the forest soon. We're also going to see a Ari Vatanen and ex-Pro Drive Subaru Legacy RS will be down through the forest shortly. And looking back, there's a couple of more Audis. I can see a Pikes Peak Audi about to make its way as the Quattro makes its way up over the finish line. But of course, the Flying Finish itself is just as they come under the trees. The timing beam is just there at the trees. So some great shots from the cameramen here.
Getting up close and personal with the rear of what is, you know, and again, we've talked and we have an amazing array of cars here this weekend. But when you look down the order and you see which cars are here, the history they have, Sav, it is special. And you know, Lancia had some great cars over the years. We've seen a few already. and now the Integrale, which again was a different beast from the rest.
Well, that was you know, when Group B was banned, you know, the Lancia Delta S4 was put to the graveyard, but it actually made its way to Rallycross. But everybody went to Group A, sort of. It was really showroom. And of course, Marco Allen, there's that famous footage of him rolling the Lancia on a hairpin in, I think it was Harewood. But really all it did was make the manufacturers reset and reevaluate what way they were going to go rallying under the rules and guidelines as laid down by the FIA. Gary Lecoudreau through there in 3:08.7. Of course, times this year will be different with an earlier starting point, and the finish line ever so slightly different. But over the course of the next day or so, we'll know what the times are to beat. And of course, we're lucky enough to get some of the WRC drivers up. They would, of course, set some very quick times.
I can imagine. Tony Jardine is out and about right now. Eagle-eyed amongst you would have spotted him on the screen. He's getting some interviews for us, which you'll be hearing from a little bit later on. And we'll update you on all of the times once everyone has done their loops.
Good shot there of the interior of the Lancia. Still very production car based. Utilise the dash and the trip, the fuses, and of course in rally, and if you're not familiar with it, you can actually see where all the information the driver needs: water temperature, oil temperature, with a turbocharger, the boost. And then further across, you'll see where instead of having the relays under the bonnet of a normal road car, you can see there in the corner the relays and the fuses, all totally accessible by the navigator or the driver, so that they can change them very quickly in situ. Unlike a road car, they're hidden behind a black box that you can never get at. All done to simplify rallying and competition, and also for speed, because middle of a stage, your wiper goes, you can change the fuse, change your relay. But of course, mandatory safety seats, roll cage.
Now we still have obviously car number 46 here on the start line. That will be underway very shortly. I think we're just pausing at the moment to letting a few people move across the track, change their positions, and once that is done and everything is safe to run again, we will be underway here at the Forest Rally stage. As Zav has said on multiple occasions, up here in the Rally Service Park paddock, there is plenty to see. All the cars that you're seeing on the rally stage right now, you can get up close and personal with them. Okay, so let's take a look at some times while we wait for the next car to get underway. Gary Lecoudreau is the fastest through so far with a 3:08.7. Ben Mellors just behind in the Celica, 3:09.7. Then John Saunders in the MG Metro 6R4, 3:14.3. Philippe Tolomé is a 3:15.9. Then we've got Marcel Liquid, 3:16.5. That is your top 5 through the stage so far. Just letting it breathe so we can hear that car off the line.
Yep, so there we go. Group A Lancia now down into the long right-hander, in under the trees. So into Acre, make us way to Hopkirk, Clark, then Chirini. Like we said earlier, all the positions and points on the stage, Beck's all named and synonymous with names of rallying that we'll see. And Robert Whitehouse, a long-time supporter of the Goodwood Festival of Speed rally stage.
A lot of the drivers here today are multiple attendees, Zav. You know, you look down the entry list, you check their stats, and they have been coming here year after year after year, sometimes with the same car, sometimes they're changing it up. They're lucky enough to have a different car in the garage at home, but as you said, long-time supporters. I think that's really important.
And the thing about it is that they won't see one another from year to year. They just see it Goodwood, and it's you were saying earlier, what are the specialities of being here? It's just like a family reunion every 12 months. Do you know what it is, you know?
No, it absolutely is. You're right. You're not wrong.
So, looking back into the paddock, we have an Audi Quattro S1. We have a Pikes Peak Audi Quattro. Ford Escort Corso is going to be out on the stage too. Group A Impreza. We have a Mitsubishi Charisma, Subaru Legacy RS, and I can see that Callum Graffin looks like he's going to be making his way out in a Fiesta R5. So plenty to entertain you if you are down in. Steve Rockingham on stage now.
Yeah, the Skoda Octavia, which, you know, had was kind of nicknamed the tank because it really did not break. You could do anything you wanted to that car, put it through anything, put it through its paces, and it was so technically reliable.
But then that's the thing with Skoda, that, you know, forever reliable. I mean, Skoda won its class in the RAC something like 22 years in a row because it was the best at what they do. James Rimmer in the Subaru Legacy RS, one of the many cars run by Ian Gwynn from BGM Sport. And of course, you've had a couple of runs on test sessions in some of the top line cars. So,
yeah,
you know,
I've been very lucky.
It has to, you can, more than anyone can eloquate the experience it is, because it blows your mind.
It does blow your mind. It's something very special, and I would advise, if anyone ever gets the opportunity to jump into any rally car of whatever era it might be, to do it. It's exhilarating. It makes you love life just that little bit more. I've been very lucky in my time to head into to a few cars, the Hyundai WRC, also the Citroën back in the Loeb days, the Citroën C4.
The Audi Quattro S1 off the start line. We did see it earlier, but as Bex was saying earlier, it looks like it's been driven now with a little bit more gusto. But, you know, you do have to be careful. It doesn't look like there's high banks, but they're about a foot high. They don't move. Some have rocks, some have tree stumps.
And that's what you've got to be careful of, I think, is the rocks and the tree stumps that are just hidden into the side there. You know, you clip one of those things, especially with an open wheel, you're breaking your suspension.
Yeah.
And that is the last thing we want to see happen right here.
Some great work by the camera crews with some great locations. And, of course, the hundreds of marshals that we have on stage.
Yeah, Marshall's doing an epic job. Volunteers and around the world, you know, rallying, motorsport in itself does not happen without marshals.
There we go.
Back to Steve Rockingham in the Skoda Octavia WRC.
And of course, the car has a history of works drivers. But they were, as Bex was saying, built so strong. And of course, but Skoda pulled out of rallying in terms of the Octavia. Ollie Marshall in the north of England bought quite a lot of them. We saw the likes of Mark Higgins rally them, and I think our co-commentator Tony Jardine actually drove one of Ollie's cars in Donegal one year. So back onto the start line now. Group A, Escort Cosworth. And behind that, Group A, 555 Impreza. You can just see Bex in the background, all the people with phones, cameras, all wanting to catch it. This is the beauty of Goodwood. You can get up close to see them off the start line, just as you can further down into the stage.
I think it's quite incredible, the sound. I mean, I know we keep talking about it, but we are here hearing it firsthand, as are plenty of spectators who are just congregated around the start. This is a really committed drive so far from Florian.
And of course, Francois Delacour on his time with M Sport, and this car, his name's synonymous with it as well, and Mickey Diazion.
Now, we've already seen Florian do one run of this stage. And again, we're seeing a number of drivers coming back in for a second pass here. First might have been a little bit tentative from some, obviously, you know, just sighting, seeing how it was out there. Second pass with a bit more of a line in sections, and certainly a bit more commitment.
Yeah, look, it was like we were saying earlier on, once the green light goes, you know, that competitive edge takes over. But a 555 Impreza with Repsol sponsorship.
We've had a little bit of an altercation here. seeing a few little mistakes creep in, but it's only natural.
Still, it's nice to see the spoiler in one piece. I would hate to think what a lower front spoiler for one of them would cost.
Any part on this car.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. This is a little bit of a replay then. I think we were just a little bit hot in this section. And again, it's that muddy section which is just catching quite a few people out. It's starting to get really quite churned up now as well.
You see, even with the number of cars over that part of the stage, it hasn't dried out, and you would have thought it would have. So now we have car number 34, George Lebley and Katie Brooks. George, the son of Jason, brother of James. George, a very talented young driver.
And this is, in terms of, you know, history for me, this is quite a fond memory of this car, because it is a 1999 Tommy Mackinnon car. 1999 was my first ever rally that I worked on back in, it would have been the Network Q Rally of Great Britain back then, I think. And seeing these cars, seeing this livery, it evokes a lot of memories for me, but for a lot of people. You know, the Mitsubishi days with Mackinnon and all the success he had at that team, it's quite phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you look back at some of the live events and of that era, Tommy Mackinnon could make that Mitsubishi sing. I mean, the control and everything else with it. I mean, he really, really was top line and top value motorsport driver. Back now, Steve Chamberlain. Steve necessitated a quick car change this week. He was scheduled to drive a Ford Fiesta R5, but somebody offered him bucket loads of money on Tuesday, and that was sold. So he has brought the P16 MRE Mitsubishi. He's had this car here several times, and thoroughly enjoys the time at Goodwood. For him, it's the family event of the year. In the past, he's had a X-Works Hyundai Accent World Rally car here and set some really good times in it. But Steve would know the stage very well.
And you know, a lot of the times this weekend is certainly going to come down to that, Zav, isn't it? You know, the familiarity of this stage for the drivers who've done it year on year. But one thing that could catch them out, as we're seeing already, is the condition.
Yeah.
Not quite knowing where those slippy sections are.
Yeah, and it will. I mean, you can know it over the years. The more you've been here, you'll know that there are those damp patches under the trees that we speak about. And for drivers that are, if you like, pootling around doing a cycle lap, that's fine. But it's when you start to get committed. We'll have a shootout this afternoon. There'll be more commitment. And more commitment means higher speed. Higher speed means a bigger chance of a wee off. But it's lovely.
Bit of drama. We all love a bit of drama, though, don't we?
We do. No more so than Mr. Jardine. He loves lots of drama.
He was getting very excited in here earlier, and it was just the first run. Yeah. First couple of runs, so I can't imagine when we get up to the heady heights of the shootout what it's going to be like.
Now, off the start line there is Kieran Graffin and his son Callum. Callum is running in the Irish and UK Championships in a 208, Peugeot 208, but Kieran himself, KG Motorsport, for those of you who would follow, for example, rally cars for sale, Kieran buys and sells, makes his living buying and selling rally cars, has great contacts within Hyundai, Skoda, Ford. There's very few cars that Kieran hasn't sold. It's a very, very successful business. He is the go-to man, not only in modern machinery, but in period rally cars such as Manta 400s. You'll find a BMW M3, E30. He's a couple of them for sale. So this is what he makes his living at. He's a competitive man himself, very handy. And it has been passed on to Callum. Now, Bexy, this is a really rare car for here. First time we've seen it. This is...
Oh, wow. A debut.
Yep. This is Pierre-Anton Rampon. This is the 797 RSR, as they call it. It's a rally special, and sort of the brainchild of Pierre-Anton and the company. Engines are built by Lortec. It's predominantly an off-road rallying Porsche. but definitely we've seen it running about over the last couple of days. Glorious sound, and I mean, the Goodwood Festival of Speed 1.65 mile stage length is almost perfect for Kalmar and Pierre-Antoine to showcase. Of course, predominant in the paddock here. Of course, Steve Ward on the start line now in the Subaru Legacy RS. Evokes memories of Per Eklund and that Clarion sponsorship that he carried across several cars. It was an ex-ProDrive supply car to Per Eklund, but Steve's had this. And of course, you might remember the name because Steve was also first into the stage this morning.
So we're talking about, with this type of car, 360 brake horsepower?
Yep. I mean, they're still very popular. There's a few of them have made their way back into Ireland. Alan Ring drives an ex-ProDrive car, and Donna Kelly has a couple.
Donna Kelly has an incredible collection, doesn't he, of cars. Let's have a look at this now then. We're down at Delta at the donut again. And I think we're going to go for a double donut. Here we are. You don't get extra marks for it, but you do lose a bit of time, but it is spectacular for everyone to see, and it was nicely executed.
No, very much, and I'll be interested to see if Kieran has a handle on the conditions. I know he walked around it earlier on.
What we really needed with some of these cars was a stage end reporter with some of them that were just a little bit wild to get a reaction from them. But our man Tony Jardine is out and about catching up with the drivers, and you'll be hearing from some of them a little bit later on in the broadcast. So that's
Kieran Graffin with his son Callum up over the finish line and up to under the flag now. As they head up under there, they turn left and back into the rally paddock. And of course, if you are in the forest wondering what to do, come up and join us. There is a tremendous array of rally cars. Very rare car here. This was the Audi Quattro 200. And this is an ex-Volta Roll rally car. This was when, you know, we spoke earlier about the FIA banned Group B, and everybody went Group A, basically production-based. And this was, at the time, the only sort of production-based car Quattro that Audi had. It sort of cemented their end in rallying, really, because it was only ever reliable on long-distance events like the Ivory Coast or in the safari in Africa. It was a heavy car. They couldn't get the weight off it. And just having a look at the Kalmar Porsche,
I was very tentative coming through that sector there.
So it may well be that he found that little left-hander a little bit slippy. We've seen a few drivers like that at the moment.
Yeah, maybe backed off just a little bit as he brings it through the flying finish.
Steve Ward nicely through there in the Legacy RS. Of course, that was a car we saw here last year in the hands of Martin Spurl. And Steve bought the car to add to his collection. And Steve has had this car out regularly on the British National and British Open Rally Championship. Speaking of Martin Spurl, Martin is on the start line now in the Team USA.
Well, we've seen Steve Ward quite a few times through the stage. I believe Tony Jardine has caught up with him.
In his Subaru Legacy at the moment, but he was in that superb Renault Alpine before, the A110, which we saw going down the stage, which we thought was so absolutely beautiful. Steve, we were just saying we saw you in the Alpine earlier this morning, that beautiful, beautiful car. How was it out there?
Slippery, very slippery, and the Alpine, we've just had it all sorted. All the electronics have been changed, and it's quick. But the trouble is, Tony, it keeps over the jump. It's very difficult. There's a lot of deep ruts, and you tend to, it's a very direct drive, but we understeered on one or two other corners, but I think the key is just keeping it slow and learning a little bit more about the stage as it dries out.
Well, you've got to look after that precious, beautiful car, but now you've swapped over to your Subaru Legacy, and this colour makes us think of Per Eklund.
It is. Well, that's exactly right. It is a full Group A Pro Drive. It's been built by Pro Drive engineers, Hewland Diff, Hewland Box. It's a tribute to Per himself. In fact, Jari Latvala came up to me last year and was speaking. He's actually building the car and he wants to know a little bit about finding parts, because the issue with this car, Tony, is obsolescence. Just finding original parts for the car is very, very difficult.
Yeah, we were talking about that original parts. It's a beautiful car. Enjoy yourself. I know you love Goodwood Festival of Speed and the rally stage. Yeah.
Good to see you again, Tony.
Good to see you, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful stuff, and interesting what he was saying there, especially about the stage actually starting to rut up a little. Obviously, we're seeing that in the muddy section now. The car you see in front of you, there's a nice little story behind this. It is a Fiesta Rally 2 car. It's the Iron Dames. It is driven by Sarah Rameau and co-driven by Julie Amblar. Women driven by dreams is what it's got on the bonnet. Now, the Iron Dames program, you will know it from racing. It is coming to rallying as well. These two are competing on the French Tarmac and Gravel Championship this year. They have a number of rallies under their belt. I have to say, that Rally 2 car looks incredible in that livery, but with a commitment straight away from Sarah. This is the first run to the stage, and she's really going for it.
It is really impressive, but I mean, the experience in me having been here tells me that at that kind of commitment and speed, especially with some of the off-camber corners, you can be caught out very quickly, which we've already seen this morning. But like you say, Bex, tremendous commitment. I mean, hats off.
No, absolutely. Oh, a little bit of a mistake here, though, unfortunately. Straight into the hay bales.
That is what I was saying about the off-camber. When you're carrying that speed and weight,
yeah, she quickly reversed out of that, though. Just let's take a little look at it again. Just heading downwards then, and you can see we're just offline here. And the hay bales save them, but as Tony was saying, you really don't want to be clipping them because they don't move very far. They can do a bit of damage, especially we haven't had a complete head-on hit. So hopefully the front of the car is okay and the whole cooling package at the front. It was just a glancing blow on that front corner. And we'll take a look at the car again, but you know, it is a fantastic program that they're part of, and they are learning their trade now in the French Championship. And I think we've talked about it, you know, with any driver, you know, when you do have a program that you're part of that is giving you momentum in rallies, giving you seat time, that's all important for these young drivers to be able to get the amount of kilometers, miles under their belt to learn their trade, take it to the next level, to international level, right up to the top in WRC. But you need to be doing the work down at the grassroots and making sure you're getting time behind the wheel.
And that's the beauty of it. And I mean, I have to say I am impressed. It's not very often you see somebody come in and jump into a car and grab the whole thing by the scruff of the neck. So
oh, well done,
you know,
Sarah.
You know, the last time I saw somebody do that, Tom Williams came here one day when it was Lashmore Rain, first time here in an R2 Fiesta, and he was mightily impressive around the stage. Back now to the start line, and we have another one of the Dakar Quattros that we spoke about.
Just having a look at the Iron Dames, Sarah and Julie over the flying fin jump.
Be interested to see Sarah's time. WR 304.56, 308.
Yeah, she would have lost a bit, obviously, with that little incident. She had to reverse out of that. But had that not been there, that would have been an extremely competitive time. But That's her first run. You know, there's plenty more to go before we get the shootout a little bit later on. But Zav, she's certainly going to be one to watch, I think.
Definitely. Really, really impressive first run. And somebody that we can keep an eye on. I think father and son have swapped spaces now. Car number 12, the KG Motorsport Fiesta's on the line. This time, Callum down as the driver and Dad Kieran in the passenger seat.
Always good to have a bit of a swap round. Share the wealth.
Well, if you've got it, why not? I do like these. I have to be honest. I mean, first was here a couple of years ago and it was mightily impressive. As I say, the fuel tanks under both the passenger and the driver. A car that was slightly wider wheelbase and lengthened for the long distance rallying. Ran car number 199, 200 and 201 on the Paris-Dakar when that was an original Paris-Dakar. And on the start line now, Callum Graffin, a car that originates out of Belgium. KG Motorsport, as I say, buys and sells rally cars, but Callum has been really impressive in both the Irish National Championship this year, some of the Irish tarmac rounds, and of course several rounds that he competed in the British Championship. I saw some really, really good results under his belt. And as going back to what you were saying about youth, it's seat time.
It is seat time. You have to be able to, doesn't matter what rally it is, what length it is, even if it's just a day event, even if it's just an afternoon, getting behind the wheel, understanding the car, the limitations of the car, the limitations of yourself. You know, drivers are, you know, at an early age still learning how much they can push the limits out there, and you can only get that by constantly competing. And we see some of the most successful drivers are the ones who are just bashing it out every weekend. Easier said than done if you've got the budget, isn't it? But well, if you haven't got the budget, it's a little bit tougher.
And of course, a good example of that seat time where he remains competitive no matter what event he's doing is Hayden Patton. You know, Hayden Patton is in rallying in New Zealand that regularly, and of course in the ERC, when you get Hayden out, you know, he's a shoo-in for a top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, even at the highest level, and okay, he's had a huge amount of experience under his belt in his career, Danny Sordo, on partial seasons will come to an event and slam the car on the podium. It's an innate ability to be able to just jump behind the wheel and deliver. And there are special drivers out there like that. Yeah. Adrian Formeau is actually one of them, who does not come from a motorsport background at all. He was training to be a doctor and entered Rally June, which we'll talk about a little bit further on into the broadcast, which is a program in France to select young drivers. He won it, changed his career entirely. That was only back in 2017, and he's on WRC podiums now. So there are people out there with special talent.
Well, Chris Meek's an example. Chris, you know, did spent what, 250 quid to find the Rally Star of the Future, won it. Yeah. And then, you know, ended up
rated 20 euros.
Yeah, but this is the UK.
Everything's more expensive here, Zav.
That was pre-Brexit, Bexy.
So true, so true. So the Forest Rally stage is where the action is at right now. We have seen a number of cars. We are looking at cars through many different eras of motorsport across a 60-year span, different regulations, different power. The sophistication of the technology on these cars varies extensively. But one thing they're all delivering to us right now is superb entertainment. We hope you're enjoying.
And that will continue tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Unless it's extreme weather conditions, we'll be here all day, every day.
Do you know what? Rallying adapts to any condition. I know last year was extreme, and if it is massively extreme, then it doesn't happen. But it's one thing I like about rallying, Zav. Have a little bit of rain out there, you still go. Bit of snow, you still go. And it is adaptability. These drivers, whatever they're behind the wheel of, they have to adapt to the condition that they're in. Right now, it's beautifully sunny. It could rain this afternoon. It's different for every driver at each time through the stage, and I think that's one of the beauties of our sport, is people having to adapt to conditions.
And the stage here is quite unique in that if you're in the forest, it's just, you like loose soil, mud. Here, it's chalk-based. When you drive, you know, dig down in, pardon the pun, it's a chalk-based surface. So when it's dry, you could grip like tarmac. It's amazing grip on it. But when it gets wet, it's like driving on ice. It almost becomes like a silicon paste that is very, very treacherous. Good run from Callum Graffin up over the start line.
Yeah, and the Ford Fiesta R5, we're into kind of section of the more contemporary rally cars. We have many different sectors, as we've talked about already, many different eras of rallying that are on display this evening. This afternoon. God, I'm ahead of myself. I've already got to this evening. We're not there yet. As you can see, the rally service area, the paddock, whatever you want to call it here, is full of cars that you can just go right up to and have a good look at. Ask the questions. The drivers are there. The owners of the cars are there if they're not the drivers themselves. You can go and ask anything you want. Take a lot of pictures. And that's the beauty of the accessibility here.
So Stuart van der Putten with Dean Warham in the Audi Quattro. On the start line is Ollie Mellors and Ian Windrus in the Proton Iris, of course, a car that made its world debut here a couple of years back. And I believe that it's the only R5 car in terms of being homologated into both right-hand drive and left-hand drive. And Ollie has been absolutely spectacular here over the years. Always in the frame and in the hunt at the shootout, as his brother Ben in his period Toyota Celica RA40. It's quite funny because I can hear the cameras and the mics that are in the forest. I can actually pick up the noise, which must be amazing if you're standing down there listening to them.
Yeah, some great spectating spots within the forest stage.
So Tim Clark on the Audi Quattro A2, one of 5 cars, is here under the AM Cars banner. AM Cars run by Adam Marsden. Adam running a couple of the Quattros himself, and of course the other driver is Andy Traynor. So looking back out over the paddock, we probably will have another couple of cars just before lunch. Got a lunch break between 1 to 1:30, allows the marshals to swap around. But as Bex was pointing out, there is a really good rally paddock here. There's a bit of food, have a coffee, and drivers love to talk about the cars. You can get photographs. If you're lucky enough, you can sit and have a photograph taken. It's a real family affair.
It really is. Now, we have the Proton just waiting here. That's because some people were crossing the track. I believe a brass band just crossed the track. Now, that would have been a sight to behold.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I walked around this morning. As you know, we've been here early.
Yeah.
And
yes, we were here at 7 this morning, everyone. Every
now and again, you'd walk around to see what new driver have turned up, and I heard this brass band start up, and I thought, am I hearing things? And I wasn't. There is a British Army stand the far side, and they burst into tune.
Oh, there they are. There they are with their instruments crossing the stage. That's why we had that little delay.
So Ollie Mellors
in with purpose.
Ollie Mellors, this will be good because Ollie does know the stage, he knows the conditions, and he always is spectacular.
It is such a compact little car as well. It's so agile. Now, this looks as if it's shaping up to be a good run. It's efficient. You know, we're using... Oh, just a little wide there. It's a clip of the hay bale for the Proton, and the wheel arch is just cracked and dislodged.
Yeah, but he kept the car going, so the time...
Yeah, absolutely. It's a glancing blow. It's just unfortunate that it has damaged that rear wheel arch.
The time will be good.
Okay, so that was the slide into one of the corners before we head and clip the hay bale. Here we go with the replay. Yeah, it is just a glancing blow, but that wheel arch has just become dislodged. But still intact.
Unlike the Metro one.
Unlike the Metro one, which is battered, unfortunately, after so many cars have driven over it now. So clockwise around the donut. But as I mentioned before, you know, we saw the car off the start and in sections there. It was probably the most efficient in terms of the line that he was taking through the stage.
Off the start line there is Hans Stacey in the second of the Audi Quattro Dakar cars. And Hans isn't afraid to throw it at the scenery in terms of speed. We saw that with him here last year.
And like you said, they do look sensational. I think for a couple of people watching who maybe haven't seen that Dakar version of the car, it's a bit of an eye-opener. It's the Mellors Proton then approaching the final sector of the stage. The flying finish is not too far away. It was a little bit scrappy at the end there. But he's through.
Be interesting to see the time, because it was about, in my calculation, about 20 seconds quicker than I think Sarah Rameau in the Fiesta Rally 2. 2:46.
2:46 is what we're hearing, but she was I think she was just over 3 minutes 10, was it, or a little bit more than that? 3:9, 3:10. But obviously she made a mistake and had to reverse.
She lost 15 seconds easily.
Yeah, she had to reverse there, so precious seconds would have been gone. But you know, this bodes well for our shootout later this afternoon. We've got our eye on quite a few drivers who've really had some serious commitment here at the Forest Rally stage so far. I can hear the low rumble in the background of our next cars to head in.
That's car number 40, which is Florian Treats and Andre Renault.
The Ford Escort. The Cosworth, of course. I think over the years, when you look at Ford's involvement in rallying, right the way through from, yeah, we're looking at the Escort here, even to the Mark 1, Mark 2 Escorts, right the way up through the Ford Focus, which was such a successful car for the brand, to when everything changed to the Fiesta and now to the Ford Puma in Rally 1.
Of course, this is the Escort Cosworth that's driven on here by Florian Treats, but it was a car that was used in the 1993 Network Q Rally, driven by Sebastian Lindholm and Timo Hakala, and of course Darrell Taylor. And again, that right-hander is catching everyone out.
There's a little mistake here. Easily rectified though, but that is where we saw Sarah Rameau make a mistake, as others as well did.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it again. It's just on that turn in there. It is incredibly slippy under braking. You can see the wheels just lock up. But again, you can see in this area, we are under the trees. It is very slippy. There is a rut really starting to form now where people have had to dig themselves out pretty much with acceleration in that area. Tricky conditions, but luckily, right now at least, the sun is still shining. We've got some blue skies here. But we do believe that rain will form part of the weekend somewhere along the line.
Well, hopefully not too much. Paul Howarth down in the Opel Ascona. Paul, like a lot of people here, has been coming over the last number of years. I'm being informed by the timing people that it was actually Ben Mellors was out in the Proton.
Well, Ben, you set a cracking time and you entertained us all, certainly. How much does this stage evolve and change, Zav, with the amount of cars that we get going through? Obviously, we have a lot of demo runs before the shootout. How much does it change? Because we are seeing, obviously, some ruts in sections where we're seeing mud. How much does it evolve?
It really depends on the conditions and on the number of runs. I mean, we've been here in the past where there have been upwards of 250 runs in a day. I think the record is somewhere close to about 300.
Wow.
You know, and it can land when you think we'll have had upwards of maybe 100, 120 since we went live at 11:30. We'll probably do maybe twice that in the afternoon. So when you add that for 4 days, it holds up, you know, fairly well.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it so far. It's just the little muddy sections which we've seen catch people out on. But other than that, it is looking good out there. Another Audi here. We are spoilt by the array of Audis that are delighting us on the stage this weekend.
So, another one of the 5-cylinder beauties off the start line.
Handling the more trickier sections of the stage with ease there. Oh, just a little bit bogged down.
That is the one corner, and to be honest with you, in the past we haven't seen it cause that sort of regular occurrence of just causing people problems. Paul Howarth now into the left-hander at Cooper's. Make his way up towards Stratus. If you remember, he ran wide like that on the last run we saw through.
And if you are just joining us, I'm thinking Paul Howarth, that name sounds familiar. Paul, of course, a huge part of the ProDrive team. Back in the heyday, the Subaru World Rally team, many other projects under his belt as part of ProDrive.
So on the line now is a car that we've seen quite regularly here over the last number of years. Charles Sincock in the McRae Enduro. And Charles, like a lot of our drivers, has been a regular here over the years. And of course a car that was built in 2008, and it was the McRae family designed this to compete in the Dakar Rally. What was supposed to be 4, I think there's only 3 that were built. It's been sort of slightly redesigned, so hence the name the McRae Enduro Evo. Of course, Charles Sincock, synonymous with the Irish Guards, and has run in the past a 3-litre BMW engine out of an X5 with full sequential SADAV gearbox. So if any vehicle's well equipped for the conditions we have here, it'll be the McRae Enduro.
Absolutely. So a rare beast in itself then, if there was only 3 made?
Yeah, from what I believe, it's
taking good use of the bank there. That's
yeah,
sure.
and didn't get caught by that right-hander.
now we have a steady stream of cars ready to head into the stage. Okay, while we wait for some people to cross the track, then let's head back out and catch up with Tony, who's with Julie and Sarah from the Iron Dames.
Julie, welcome back after your run. Iron Dames, this is a great program, and the first program in rallying, is that right?
Yes, this is the first program in rally. They launched it this year. So we are the first one, and we are very happy to represent the Iron Dames in rallying in France.
Fantastic result in Le Mans for Iron Dames, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's good result. I am happy to be here. Is event Goodwood. It's a good day. I am a very great opportunity.
Now also, there was more success last weekend, I think, in Imola, in the 4-hour race for Iron Dames.
Yes, they won the race, so it's very important for them. They had a difficult start of the season due to many things, and finally they have this win, so we are very happy for them and we are very proud of them.
And part of the program for Iron Dames is also equestrian, so show jumping in horses?
Yes, the target of Iron Dame is to support women who are doing a sport where women and men can compete together, because for example, in motorsport, there is no reason why women couldn't compete with men, so they really want to help women to stand up in this kind of sport where male is predominant, but there is no reason why.
So who is your hero? Michel Mouton?
Yeah, it's a legend for me. Yeah, it's my but my objective is very work hard, because my target is a world championship.
Listen, it's great to see you both here. Last word from you. What do you think of the stage here at Goodwood?
Oh, we love the stage because we love gravel stages. This one is very slippery, so we have to be cautious, but it's so much fun here.
Great to see you both. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Fantastic to hear from Sarah and Julie there. Just as our next car is off the line, Zav, you know, everything they talked about there is so true. You know, they're competing alongside men, and the Iron Dames program is to help women compete on the stage alongside the guys out there, and they did a superb job on their first run of their first time at Goodwood.
No, it was really impressive, and I think they'll only get quicker and faster once they've learned where, you know, the little tricky points are. The Audi Quattro S1 back out on the stage now, and we have the Rothman's Audi version, as in the logo of John Bosch, when John on a regular basis contested the European Rally Championship. But as Bex was saying, Audi very well represented here at the Festival of Speed Rally stage. And if you're, I can see a Lancia Integrale is going to join us soon. I can see that Ben Mellors is going to bring out the Toyota RA40 down to the stage shortly, the Fiat 131. And I can see one of the Dakar Quattros also going to come out and appear.
You've got a good view on the world over there, Zab, from your side of the commentary booth. You see it all, and you'll see it all on your screens very shortly as well.
So for those of you who are with us, we have a presentation stage behind the commentary box. And this afternoon, I believe that one of the guests that Gary Champion will be interviewing is Jari-Matti Latvala. And Gary, of course, his own name is synonymous with rally and motorsport, will be at the stage for 3 o'clock. Of course, we hope to run the stage several times on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And we'll update on guests as and when we know.
We were very wide through that tricky sector then, just escaped touching a bale. It was nicely held.
So Andy Trainer and Tanya Short in the Quattro onto the stage. And on the start line is the Group A Lancia Delta Integrale of Enzo van der Heijden and Maria van der Heijden. A family that has been coming to Goodwood for an awfully long time and have brought some terrific cars in the past.
If you were going to bring a car here, Zav, to compete yourself, what would it be?
Somebody else, it's not one of my own.
Yeah, that's fair enough, but what model would it be? What would you be getting behind the wheel of?
To be honest with you,
on the spot now, haven't I?
It's hard to pick one. It's like being asked to name your favourite child. Do you know, if I was a dad with 10 kids, you wouldn't say which is your favourite kid, would you? That wouldn't be fair. That's a very hard question, Bex.
Wow, you could go into politics with the avoidance here of the answer.
What, coming from Northern Ireland? No thanks. No thanks.
I would definitely be behind the wheel of the Metro 6R4. There is absolutely no question. That is I am putting my marker down. That is the car I would pick to put through this stage.
The one to ask that is TJ, because he has driven historic cars, he has driven vintage cars, he has driven the Skoda Octavia World Rally car, he's driven Group B cars, so he has driven all of a lot of the cars that would have been here, so it'll be good to ask him. Because
we will do. When we get him back in, he's still out and about, chatting with people right now.
Ooh, get stopped.
That was a little while there, wasn't it? We were up onto the bank.
Speak of the devil, look at that.
And he appears. Just at the most pertinent time, actually. I was just asking Zav, and he could not...
I'm just going to cancel the search party.
We found him, ladies and gentlemen. He's back with us, Tony Jardine. I just asked Zav what car would he put through its paces on this rally stage, and he couldn't commit.
No, you couldn't commit. I don't believe that. Well, I've just come back from a bit of filming, a few interviews and so on.
Yep.
And I've just been with Mr. Kedwood and the Lancia 037. And he's just told me, oh, blimey, they're all going off down there.
Yeah, this is just a replay of what just happened here.
So, has it been getting a bit slippier down there?
It's been getting slippier, yes. Yeah. And where they're making mistakes, some of them are just... under acceleration, or under braking rather, they're digging out a little bit of a rut as well. So it's slippy and a little rutted in that tricky corner that we've seen a number of drivers make a mistake on right now.
Yeah. But if I had the choice, I would go and get in that Lancia 037.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind how slow I went. And I would look after it. I'm hoping Mr. Kedwood's listening to this. I will look after it, go around, but just the sight, the sounds inside, the feel of that incredible car would be everything to me. Yeah.
Now, Zav said you have been in many cars around here.
Yes.
What would have been your favourite of the ones you've driven?
Well, was the 240Z, which was a Shekhar Mehta car, and that was my favourite because, as you know, Datsun developed that. They literally copied the big Healy 3-litre car, and it was very much an African car, very much an East African safari type car, and it was great. Yvonne Mehta, just before I went off down the line, she said, if you bend this, I will bleep, bleep, bleep you. And
you'll be in big trouble, mister.
Crush them and all the rest of the business. So that was it. But my favourite ride, I got taken down the stage for the opening of the programme by Colin McRae in the Subaru. And it was, and of course, knowing that he's got me alongside him, he's going like crazy. I'm trying to get my words out. Air is getting, sort of coming out of my body, and I can't talk properly, but yeah, it was fantastic.
We were talking about that, having co-drives, and if you ever have the opportunity, just seeing the Fiat 131 here, just a little offline, is just you can see how slippy it is because it is shooting the back end around quite a lot out there. But if you ever get the opportunity to jump in, get a co-drive in any car, no matter whether it's your massive up-to-date Rally 1 car, whether it's a vintage rally car, do it because it's an amazing experience.
It is an amazing experience, absolutely. And that's where a lot of our young talent is coming through, because they can afford to try and be a navigator or a co-driver, and a lot of them start off on night rallying, on the road rallying, and learning their craft that way around. And then quite a few of them, as you know, convert over and they become drivers rather than co-drivers, especially at the lower levels. So yeah, it is quite an experience. And so I think Beck's out there, which is interesting. We were talking to the Iron Dames girls.
Yes, we saw that. You know,
oh, you've seen it, okay.
They had a fantastic run through. Little mistake, which they had to reverse out of. They went off and hit a hay bale on the slippy section, as many others have. But if they hadn't have done that, it would have been an extremely competitive time.
Yeah. And then we've just found Marco Martin, who's out there. We didn't know he was coming, so we've had a chat with him.
He's a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, he's a surprise. And then talking to Ian Gwynn about all the famous cars as he's prepared and some of them that he's going to be driving. Gosh, this is amazing to see them off the line. This is the Hyundai. Oh, this is James Williams.
Yeah, it is James Williams. I spoke with him earlier last week, actually. Well, on the weekend, we were at Rally Estonia. And we had a bit of a FaceTime with James Williams, who's really looking forward to competing out there this weekend. Competing in the British Rally Championship. We've seen him compete many times now at Rally Ceredigion, his home event. Rally Ceredigion coming up later in the end of August, beginning of September, part of the European Rally Championship this year. James is an exciting driver. He's got a lot of pace, a lot of confidence and commitment behind the wheel.
I agree with you, and see how he handled that really slippy part up by McRae and through Mikkeler. He handled that extremely well. So there we are into that old soggy deep mud on the outside, which is sucking them all off, and getting through there okay.
I have to say that 131 had a bit of a jump, didn't it?
Yes.
It was quite a heavy landing. He obviously got a bit of air.
Yeah, no, the flying fin. And as it gets drier, they will get braver, and the throttle will stay on for longer, and we'll get more air under some of those cars. But just James Williams doing the British Asphalt Championship as well, and he's already had a big win on the Manx this year, which was absolutely superb.
And it's a classic event to win, isn't it? You know, it's one of those. I think the Manx is up there with one of those events up at world level, like Finland or Safari. I've won the Manx. That's something that you want to have your staple around. Nicely executed at the donuts. That's how it should be done, huh?
That was absolutely perfect. Yes, it was. And so through the R5s and through with your European Rally Championship experience as well, this formula is really taking off, because like Fiesta Rally 2s, for example, and the Hyundais, and of course the Yaris coming in.
Absolutely. We'll see the Yaris a little bit later, and the one difference the Yaris has over the other Rally 2 cars is a 3-cylinder engine, and it sounds a lot different out there. But there's a lot of manufacturers within Rally 2. You've got Skoda, you've got Fiesta, you've got obviously the Toyota Yaris now. The Volkswagen is still being used heavily as well. There's an array of manufacturers within the Rally 2 category.
Just a little climb up the bank there from James.
It's a little ragged, isn't it, at the end here? And
a bit of fishtailing going on, but no problem. He's controlling it through the throttle absolutely beautifully. One of our up-and-coming stars, as Bex has just said. Really watch out for James Williams.
There we go. It is the fastest time of the day so far from James Williams, at 2:43.2. That's a good run.
And there's the air-cooled noise from the Porsche 911. And this should be Adrian Kemode. He was out earlier on, and he had that little problem, if you remember, over the jump. And then he ran wide. He was the first real one to run wide in the mud after the flying fin at the Coopers. And this is another very, very precious car. And incidentally, as you were talking about this issue of spare parts for some of these cars that are rarer, and some of the drivers and owners that we were talking to just now were saying the same thing. And then having to get these parts specially built. We spoke to Steve Ward, and this has been like 3 years just trying to get his transmission sorted.
Oh,
Ben Mellors.
No.
It's a half spin. It's okay.
It is a half spin, and it's a big car to move around in a narrow section of stage.
It's like wrestling. It's a half Nelson. You can get out of that one, can't you? Yes. Indeed it is, and there is the band. We have our army band. They are down entertaining all our guests who are up here, having their lunch. Down on the other side. Yes, sorry.
Okay, that car's going to take a little while, I think, with the help of some marshals here to... It's unfortunate that it's had a half a spin in quite a narrow section of stage.
Yes,
So
a
it's
very...
need a bit of assistance. Oh!
About to knock over Zav's giant coffee cup there on the inside of Delta.
That was a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, Ben's having to resort to measures of climbing up the bank on the far side and get around. Yeah,
they're just having a little look to see if there's any damage there.
Because the trouble is, you can pick up a little bit of branch, a little bit of tree or whatever, and they get inside and then get stuck inside the brakes and the brake discs. That's Paul Kynaston there. He should have been slowed down before then. He was on at a bit of a pace, was he?
No, he was, yeah.
Well, then he was a bit naughty because he was going a bit quick there.
That's that. Have you tried refereeing at the Euros?
No, but I did speak to the Dutch just now. Right at the end, right at the end of the interview, I said, we won't mention the football. That's all I said.
Did he hit you?
Well,
no, because I was already...
why your eye looked a little bit purple.
Yeah, no, I was already turned and on the run.
Yeah.
Tony, I can't imagine you as a referee anyway. You're too nice. You wouldn't be able to tell anyone off. Zav, however, I can see you as a ref. You would be happily on it.
I am going to ask you that question at 3 o'clock before the shootout on Sunday. Have you changed your opinion of Mr. 1 TJ Jardine?
No, I'll still be the nice guy.
Yeah, okay.
So these are Peter van der Putten, who we spoke to just a little while ago, and he is absolutely loving it. He's been beside himself. The noise, the crowds, the event, he's really, really loving it. And his co-driver too was blown away, because it's not just vibrating and all the noises inside the car with that incredible power, you know, the 500 brake horsepower. It's the thrill of the speed inside this thing, and how quickly it stops, how quickly it changes direction. And when you saw, you know, the quattros on things like San Remo, whereas, you know, you got tarmac stages, then they went on to the loose, and in the old days where the crowds would be right on the edges of the stages, and they're absolutely flat out. Oh my goodness me, those were incredible days, and couldn't be repeated because of safety, obviously. But these were the machines that were flying down the center of the stages, and the Armco barrier, if you like, was human.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everyone is very well aware of those images. We've seen, you know, moving images, pictures of those days where the cars were cutting through huge throngs of spectators out there. And yeah, you know, for a driver to be fully committed back then was very, very difficult. Well, you said you had a chat with him. Shall we have a little listen to that while we wait to get underway? Let's do that.
Right, Peter van der Putten, you've just been out the stage, and Eric and Niekamp. Ninchkamp, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Right, first of all, wonderful to see the Audis all together. Just a beautiful sound.
Nice. I enjoyed every time I've in it. I must do by myself, because the sound and the feeling and the movement in the car and the aggression of the car, yeah, incredible.
What's the feeling like for you sitting alongside, Eric?
Yeah, it is a nice circuit. It's short, but it's very exciting, and yeah, it is. I enjoy it very much.
It's a tough stage, though, isn't it? Short but tough.
Yeah, it's tough because it's slippery. It's the on the ground. It's you cannot predict it. It's slippery, and sometimes I have grip, and the other time I don't have, and then you slide. And it's small, but it's a Mickey Mouse circuit, they say it then. Yeah. But I like it a lot to be here, just to ride with the car, you know, with the historical car, with the legend cars. It's super to drive with it here.
But you have so much power for such a slippy small stage, and there's nowhere to go. You have big banks.
Yeah, you must be careful. So on all the power, you don't need it here, because I have everything full throttle, because the sound and the feeling. I want to have the feeling to, if we But it's too much. It's too much. It's really too much.
The crowd like it, when you do have the sound and the speed. But it's a quite small circuit, so you need to be very careful.
But in the format of the car, the S1 car, you had something like 500 brake horsepower. So you just touch the throttle.
Yeah, at least, and you have the throttle and you have wheel spin. So it's you get a kick in your ass every time you hit the throttle. You get a kick in the ass, and yeah, you must be careful with it but it's just nice to release all the power in the short time here in the short tracks to release the power. It's nice, and you see the people, the crowd. You see the sound of the turbo and the wastegate, and yeah, I enjoy that. Every second.
Well, you've been making the commentary booth shake a little bit as well, but a lot of the Dutch rally people, they love the rallying, they love the Audis and coming over, so there's quite a group of you.
Yeah, there's a big group here, and I think we went with 5 teams here. But if you see here around, it's all Audi teams, because they have a big historic wins have they in the past. So, yeah, it's like to have them here. Yeah.
What we don't do, we talk about rallying, we don't talk about football. We don't talk.
No.
Football. Football?
Yeah, we are quite busy. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, enjoy yourselves. Thanks for bringing the cars over. They're fantastic. Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much, Pete.
Thank you for this.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, I think we're lucky to have you back in the commentary booth after that football comment. Unscathed. Remarkable. You charmed them.
I got away with that, didn't I?
You did get away with that. You really did.
But, well, we love the Dutch. We're all very, very friendly, and we're bonded by motorsport, aren't we? And especially the love of rallying. We're looking at another crew here, Hans Stacey, with the Audi, which is the Dakar Audi. I mean, just look at the ride height on that, how high that is from the ground. What tough set of old boots that one is to do what it has to do in Dakar. Amazing.
Yeah, that can be really put through its paces, and it has to be. But this is what I think, is unique about, a festival such as this. We are seeing so many different cars made for different types of rallying. The more endurance, extreme stuff you're seeing right here, right down to normal stage rallying. I really enjoyed the pickup earlier. It was one of my favourites, I have to say.
Yeah, Alan Weston's very popular. That has been proved that over the years. But I was just downstairs getting some information. We were talking earlier about people coming up to the paddock. The place is buzzing. I've never seen a Thursday here so busy. It's really, really good. On its way is the Dakar Audi, the Rover SD1 of Richard Hogg in the computer vision colours, evoking memories of Tony Pond and Rob Arthur. You'll have a Porsche 911 down in the trees, between the trees even very soon. Dave Kedward's bringing out the Safari Spec Lancia Rally 037, a car that we've seen here over many years. But this time it's been rebuilt and refettled and is in the colours of what Lancia would have used as a test car, in the red martini colours.
We've talked a lot about the technicals behind the cars. Well, one thing you just mentioned, there's liveries. How important liveries are, how important they are at evoking memories for people. And everyone has their favourite livery that is kind of in their era, their time. What would it be for you, Tony Jardine?
From Formula One, it has to be JPS for me, because that black and gold was incredible. And in rallying, I just have to go to Subaru and 555. Because it said everything, didn't it? That livery, as you said, not just your memories. It talks about Subaru, it talks about McRae, and you think, oh, yeah, that's amazing.
Let's have a look at a little bit of a replay here.
So we're at the Flying Fin, and you can see all the measuring boards there. Yeah, getting out of shape and actually landing with the front left on the grass. That's not good, but getting away with that.
Do you know what? It's a tricky little jump because it's a narrow part of the stage. You've got to get your line right on the approach to the jump if you're planning to go flat out and actually jump, because he's just got a wheel onto the grass. He's got away with it there, but sometimes you don't.
No, you don't. Absolutely right. And I think a lighter car might not have done it, but that great big tank of an Audi.
It was always going to land okay, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Oh, here's the Dakar car.
Yeah, making a real deal of the donut.
Yes. a bit of a fist to it, and now has stopped a bit as Richard Hogg goes off the line.
And the Computer Vision logo here as well, you know, again, we talk about livery, Sam, and what these evoke.
For a lot of people, it's the Rothmans Mark II Escort, synonymous with Ari Vatten and Pendy Ricola and Malcolm Wilson. For others, I've seen people on social media point out when Jari Matti Latvala drove the M Sport Fiesta, when it had that black car colour, but all the logos were in silver. That one off, was it the Rally France?
Rally Alsace, Rally de France, a number of years ago.
For a lot of people, that was an iconic colour scheme. And for others, like you just said, Computer Vision Rovers.
Richard Hogg is not moving.
He may have been told to slow down. There may have been some flags to the marshals. I'm not sure if a car ahead stopped, or he does have a technical problem and the car has actually stopped. But what happens here with Michael Weeks and the clerk of the course, so there's the marshal running back, and it may even have been slowed him down because Donkers here in the Hans Stacey it is, sorry, hitting the bank as we see, because he had a problem in Delta and went very, very slowly, and Hogg had already gone off the line. So they might be holding him, he might have a technical problem, but what we do have is utmost safety here on the stage. And as I say, Michael Weeks, who is our clerk of the course, and all his team respond very, very quickly, and we'll quite soon find out what the issue is, whether it's just the rover has stopped.
Okay, let's see what we can see then from a replay here.
Yeah, he's getting sideways like he did absolutely on his first run this morning, but that doesn't seem to be a problem, other than now it potentially has lost power. You can hear it just struggling a bit there and then dying. So when he had that big slide, who knows what could have possibly happened.
Something I think dropped out of the back of the car, or...
You sure that's not rocks?
It's
not good. Goodwood rock. I like eating that,
an interesting shape if it was.
Well, we maybe need a slow-mo, an instant replay slow-mo that we can forensically investigate and come to a conclusion.
Zav is putting on his gloves here, forensic gloves and mask, ready to study the footage.
So in the space of 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen, Bex Williams, the legendary WRC live commentator, has now called me a referee and a professor. I'm going well.
There's the red flag. So Hoggy will be retrieved and hopefully will fight another day.
Yes, that car will be retrieved. So it is James Williams so far with the fastest time here at the Forest Rally stage. 2:43.2 is the time to beat out there. Ben Mellors, who was super committed through the stage, is just behind with a 2:46. Then Roger Duckworth, who was last year's winner, 3 minutes 3.5 seconds. Then it's Steve Chamberlain, Gary Lecadou with a 3:08.7, and then in 6th position overall, Ian Gwynn with a 3:10.7. Now, I believe we are going to hear from the man in 6th position right now. Let's hear from Ian Gwynn.
Right, I'm with Ian Gwynn now from BGM Motorsport, who ran an incredible 17 cars last year on the hill and on the stage. Not quite that bad this year.
No, like you say, we had 10 on the stage, 7 on the hill. We got 1 on the hill and 6 on the stage this year, so much more relaxed for me, that's for sure.
But incredible history, some fantastic cars that you've renovated. A quick word about this car, the Ford Focus.
Yeah, this is an original McRae car. It's been in Steve Rimmer's collection now since 2006, actually. We've run it quite a few times at Goodwood, but we've got Max McRae coming this year. He's going to join us tomorrow. And of course, that's one of his favourite cars, so we had to bring it for him, didn't we?
Well, this is one of our favourite cars because we've got the Subaru Legacy here, and we think of Colin McRae, we think of British Rally Championships, that fantastic boxer engine.
The cars are amazing, and these ran on the bigger restrictors, of course, pre-93 when they went to 34mm. But that was actually a World Championship car, which Colin finished second in Sweden in 92. fabulous car. I've been out in it this morning and I had a big smile. So.
You had a big smile. Ari Vatanen drove one of those.
Ari Vatanen drove that car as well.
Did he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And I remember them on the Arctic Rally. Now, here we have some incredible colours. Alitalia, Fiat 131. Ian, talk us through this one.
So this was an original Marco LN car, and it literally, we found it. It had laid idle in Greece for something like 28 years. And we found the car. It came back, I'm guessing, around 10 years ago, and we fully restored it. And it's actually a car that Steve Rimmer likes to and enjoys to drive around Goodwood, because it's relatively easy just to jump in. He doesn't drive very often, so to have an easy car like that, and it's beautiful, isn't it? It's iconic.
History, originality, Marco Allen, Colin McRae, you just named some of the names, and you've prepared all these cars.
Yeah, and all of these cars are all, you know, they're proper cars. They have proper provenance and proper history. So it's a pleasure for us to be able to do it.
No reproduction for you, eh?
Well, no.
Thank you, Ian.
No problem. Thanks, Tony.
Okay, that is the car of Richard Hogg then being towed away through the stage right now. It's never a nice sight to see, is it? Always a little bit sad when something's being towed or on the back of a trailer.
Yeah, and there's always that hope that they can get it going again. Even if they give it a bit of a ding, you know, they try to fix them and get them back out there. So while we don't like to see damage and we don't like to see them broken down, we want as many of them out there as possible. But you were talking about computer vision, and that sponsor was on the Metro 6R4s as well, on the works teams, and Tony Pond and Rob Arthur, and in fact Malcolm Wilson. He drove one of the cars, the team cars as well. But in that era of the Rovers and the V8 Rovers, you had Tony Pond, who was one of my favourite rally drivers of the time, and Rob Arthur, who was president of the Southern Car Club before me, and a great servant of this club that runs the Goodwood Rally stage here. And that V8 sound of that Rover, we want to hear it again, because that is one of the great sounds of rallying, because you could hear it coming across the valley, couldn't you? If you're in a big Welsh event or something, you hear that V8 growling coming out, and the spectators get all excited and start tingling and so on, and then it comes into view and it goes past, everyone goes, oh my god, you hear that? And that's what it's all about. And you said, Bex, rallying, I always say that it is the motorsport for the people, because it's in cars that they recognise. Yes, British touring cars are, but they're roundy people. This isn't a whole big event that comes to you in your locale. And if you know, like the Roger Albert Clark rally that I drive in, that's now 5 days in Wales, in England and in Scotland. We get more spectators out now, the same levels that they had of RAC Rally. All the tickets, passes for the stages were sold out a month before the rally actually happened. And when we started in Carmarthen, the ceremonial start, for half a mile they were 5 deep. We haven't seen sights like that on the RAC Road. That's motorsport coming to the people, as it will on the Bay Rally at Ceredigion.
Yeah, Ceredigion coming up at the end of August, beginning of September. Tell you what, boys, should we take a look back at some of the highlights from this morning's action already while we wait to get back underway? I think we'll do that. Okay, here we go then. Our first car into the Forest Rally stage for 2024. It is the Alpine. Heyday were right up there in competition. So that was the Alpine that was first off the road for us. It was an absolute delight to see these first cars in and hear all of these noises that you've just been talking so eloquently about, Tony.
Yeah, and there you go. Listen, you can hear the V8 Rover there of Richard Hogg, who's sadly just broken down. The Lancia 037 that I was just talking about. Dave Goodwood having a little bit of a half spin there. The 5-cylinder Audi Quattro and the Metro 6R4 with its V6 3-litre engine.
And of course, back into the 5-cylinder Audis, of which we've had several variants, A1, A2, Dakar Quattros. And this corner caused a lot of issues for quite a lot of drivers. One, Phyllis Gert, the man who has done the most stages in a Metro 6R4 in the UK. and of course the old favourite, the Group A Lancia Delta Integrale, and of course Gary Lecoudot in the Toyota Celica ST.
That's Rob Whitehouse in the Integrale, and that was his first run. But we've had doors flying open. We've had the Quattro S1 climbing up the bank here, and we've had the other big German engine Porsche from the specialists, and we've had the Iron Dames out there. That's the run that I missed, Bex.
My favourite so far, I have to say. They started with huge commitment, small mistake here, which they had to reverse out of, but my goodness, what a run. The Proton was very entertaining as well. Mellors was fully on it. Massive commitment. And I think that's one thing we've seen across the whole morning. You know, drivers have been giving it a bit of a push in there. Some have been a little bit cagey to start, but others have really gone for it. It's been a proper mixture.
That's what we were saying earlier about, you know, when the green light goes or the green flag drops, that competitive edge that kicks in to most people. And of course, we do get some of the drivers that want to make sure that their car lasts to Sunday, but sometimes the competitive edge can be it can get carried away a little bit, Tony, can't it?
Yes, they can, and it is difficult, because I know what the mindset is like, because on a long rally like Roger, stop looking at me like that. You've been there when I've crashed. You're about to say
I'm going to ask you, yeah.
But on a long rally like that, look, I'll play the long game. I'll just take it easy. I'll just go 6/10, 7/10 on this one. So there's the Richard Hogg Rover, which is the tribute car to Tony Pond, and hopefully that gets fixed. But yeah, you start off with that plan, but keeping to it, because when the mist comes down and you get there and you find a bit, and it really does get to you, and it's harder to stay under control and keep it sort of 70 or 80% pace than it is to go for it. And then you end up in the ditch or whatever, and you go, why did I do that? You know, why don't I listen to myself?
Listen to yourself, but also how much do you feel that the co-driver can contribute to calming you down when things are going wrong and you're getting a bit wild, you're getting a bit ragged, and the co-driver just leans over, puts his hand on your leg and says, look, mate, calm it down, breathe. How key is a co-driver in psychologically getting that red mist to disappear?
Absolutely vital. And I'm sorry to go back to Roger Albert Clark, but you both know Terry Harriman, and you both know son of Terry Harriman, Alan Harriman, and he co-drives all over the world, and he's on World Rally Championship, then he's out in the desert doing this, that and the other, and he's like his dad. He's a fantastic co-driver, and he was my co-driver. He's been twice with me on Roger Albert Clark. And on the first Roger Albert Clark, we had a big off. I went over the top and down and whatever. This time around, he was saying, right, stop, do this, don't do that, and he controlled me. He absolutely did. And this is Samuel Thiel now. The stage is back underway, and this is in the 1982 Porsche, the Group 4 911 SC. I had a word with Samuel last night. Very, 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 very keen. And it's a lovely, lovely car, because it is faithfully reproduced absolutely in the colours, and every last nut and bolt as Jean-Luc Terrier drove it. Wow. On the Monte Carlo rally. And Jean-Luc Terrier, although he's no longer with us, sadly, he was brought to see this particular car, and he stood in front of it, according to Sam's dad, Klaus, and he said, he had tears in his eyes, and he said, this for me is my time tunnel. You've reproduced the car so faithfully. I absolutely love it. And there's the 037.
So would you say that's your favourite Lancia that's here today then? Because that's quite a reaction.
It is. Absolutely. It's a racing car. I mean, it's, you know, it's like they built, you know, it's like they built after they'd done the Fulvia, and they went in and did the Stratos. It was purpose-built, the first purpose-built car for rallying. This was the second one. And to see a car which is a sports car on the stages, I always get really, really enthusiastic about sports cars and racing, and that's what it looks like to me. But you know, it's 2-litre, it's supercharged as well. And Marco Allen said at the time, and he had so many wins in that car, he said, all we needed, if it had had four-wheel drive, we'd have hammered everybody. But as it is, on tarmac, it was amazing. It beat a lot of the other Group B cars with four-wheel drive. It was just an incredible piece of engineering from Turin.
it was basically a tarmac racer. I mean, when they went to the Lancia Delta S4, that was then supercharged and turbocharged. Supercharged because, you know, you would get the power input from low down revs driven off the belt, kept the supercharger in, and by the time you reach mid-range, turbocharger would kick in. So the amount of power that the S4 was creating was unreal. But yeah, as you said, Tony, as a tarmac race of the 037, I mean, I remember it came to Ireland in 1983 with Petty Auricola, sponsored by the Evening Herald, and it created such a furore. And the sad thing was, at the time, Desi McCartney had bought a road-going 037, and it kind of took all his bluster away because Volta turned up with an 037 for Auricola.
Can you remember the chassis number?
It began LWIT.
Yeah, and the rest? You can't remember? No.
No, 2 Ys. UR.
Do you remember the registration plates?
Do I need to
yes.
get in between you boys? Are we going to be okay here? Can we continue?
I think you're safe, because if Tony keeps rubbing his left leg anymore, he's going to put a hole in his jeans. But yeah, Jean-Luc Terrier.
That is this beautiful image of what's going on in the commentary booth right now.
Jean-Luc Terrier, an amazing pilot, and this car been driven in almost in his honour, if you like. And as I said earlier, the Almiras brothers out of France, you know, had a fabulous, and still do have a fabulous collection of Porsche, but ran cars in endurance racing, Le Mans, took a few over to America. The Almiras brothers were the go-to people for all things Porsche.
And it's a long line of those Porsches as well from 911, and it's great that Vic Elford and David Stone started that in 1968, because Porsche were only interested in racing. They weren't interested in rallying. And Vic Elford kept saying to him, no, but the 911 is such a well-balanced car. It would make a great rally car. Why don't you help me, whatever. Anyway, they did Tour de Corse, had a quite good result, and Porsche went, oh, hang on a minute, there's something in this. And Porsche got some money from local dealers to put it into the Monte Carlo rally campaign. And Vic Elford went and won it. Now, I can't remember the name of the stage, and nor can I pronounce it, but there was a huge amount of ice on the stage overnight, etc. But the night before, his co-driver David Stone said, no, all that section is flat, this is flat, it'll be fine tomorrow, don't worry about it, whatever. And he was having a massive battle at the time with, I'm just trying to remember which driver it was, it'll come to me, it was one of the French drivers. But he got to this section and it was just black ice, sheet ice. It was about 4 kilometers of it, and he went flat, because the notes had said flat, and that's what he said. And Vic Elford smoked at the time, and he absolutely beat everybody on that particular stage, not just on the rally. But Vic Elford said he got off of that stage and they went for a quick service because he was smoked at the time. He said it took him about half a minute to stop his hand from shaking to light his cigarette. Because he said, I've just realised what I've done, and the average speed that he was going over the stage on the ice. But that was it. That was something Porsche went, that's it. And then he went off literally 2 weeks later and won Daytona. Because Elford could go from a sports car to a Formula One car to a rally car.
Super talent.
You know, like Jack Hicks did, like Mark Duez could from sports cars and touring cars and into rally cars. And I love it when you have that versatility in a driver. And a lot of the rally drivers, and I will say this, they're better than the Formula One drivers because of that versatility. They drive on every surface.
Yeah, absolutely. Every surface, every condition. We talked about adaptability earlier on. And for this car in front of us now, the pickup, adaptability is not too difficult because that can do any terrain now then. Not a problem.
This is definitely out of Africa, isn't it? I mean, look at the big spotlights. I mean, that could be coming through the tundra and along there in Kenya. Absolutely. But then again, you know, rallying in Africa has been very, very different. There's always been a big challenge. But the Peugeots, as the workhorse of Africa as well, always went into East African safari rallies, the African championships and so on. And this Brian Weston's car here is, I think, one of about 5 that had actually survived, and he's put this together over many years, and he comes here faithfully, and everything is reproduced. The big toolkit in the back, the spare wheels, you can see the back of the roll cage behind the cab there, and you can imagine this in Africa, and that's why he always leaves the lights shining on, which they used to use. It hasn't quite got the big bars at the front, you know, for the animals, but that was to warn off locals saying, I'm coming. The animals didn't like those lights glaring at them, because you know, and I was seeing Bex, and you were commentating on stuff on East Africa on the safari, and there were WRC cars flying, and then there was Giraffe over there sort of striding away. It was unbelievable sight.
And I mean, you know, that's the kind of the beauty of the safari event, and we're so delighted to have safari back as part of the WRC, and it's very different to what it was back in the day. And obviously the last time we'd run it was back in 2002, and you had specifically prepared safari cars, whereas now the cars are identical to what you're seeing taking place on European events. One thing we did add this year was the snorkel. It was the optional snorkel, whether they wanted to use it or not. That was good to see on it. And I think the spectators loved that. That harked back to the old days. But, you know, cost-saving measures, it's you can't, the manufacturers can't go out and build specific cars for specific events anymore. You have to use what you've got as your base car.
That's why I wanted to ask you a question about the regulations, because new regulations were meant to come in, which I understood was to make the cars a little bit more simple, a bit more like a Rally 2 car, but beefed up, although still hybrid, of course, because that's very, very important and so on. But they're staying the same for the next 2 years, and I understand that for stability, but we don't have that many teams. And just from me, I'm an outsider to WRC, you're an insider. What is the story now? Because if you had cheaper cars, but still competitive cars, we might get more manufacturers, and you'd get more semi-manufactured teams entering the World Rally Championship, surely.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and you're right. The regulations at the moment are set to stay for the next 2 years with the hybrid power. Initially, at the start of the season, there was chat of the hybrid being taken away, and that was met with unhappiness from the drivers, from the teams, because it's a technology which has only recently come into the championship. A lot of money has been spent on that to develop that, and that wanted to stay. What happens in the future is a very big question, and it means the FIA, the teams, the promoter, all coming together to decide the direction of WRC in the next few years. But certainly for the next 2 years, for stability purposes, hybrid will remain.
But David Richards has been involved with that, and the vice president of the FIA World Championship co-driver.
Robert Reid, yes.
Yeah, Robert Reid. And they were trying to push through the new regulations, but the team said no, essentially.
Yeah, the team said no. They spent a lot of money in the past few years developing the hybrid technology for their cars, and for it to have it taken away, I think was, it felt for the teams at least like a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction to change. So for now, at least for the regulations, we will keep that hybrid technology. We'll see a Rally 1 hybrid car here this weekend. But for the future after those next couple of years, Tony, I think it's all to be decided right now, and people who certainly in a more upper class position than myself will be making those decisions on what the future of the sport is. But it is important to know what it is so that the manufacturers can understand and start to develop cars, because you know that is the key, is having that information, knowing what the regulations are going to be, so we can entice more manufacturers in. We've got great competition in the WRC. It's fantastic. We just need to bring some more manufacturers in.
And you've got countries crying out to have WRC events.
Lining up to host WRC events. And you know, we're seeing at the top level of the sport fantastic competition, but also within the Rally 2 category as well, which every single event, we never know what the 1, 2, 3 is going to be there. It's so incredibly competitive within the WRC2 market, and we see that obviously then continue on into the European Rally Championship as well. There are a huge amount of drivers out there, but not enough seats at the top level right now.
Yeah, some huge talent, and as sadly is often the case in general motorsport, You know, finances are huge, and you know, you need the finance to carry on. It's not like picking up a tennis racket or putting on your, you know, your football boots and using your talent. Your talent is in generally an expensive sport, and that's a shame. But nonetheless, I've been really enjoying the World Rally Championship this year. I thought Poland was remarkable, and the fact that Kalle Rovanperä, who hopefully we will see here on the stages here at Goodwood, had to call 48 hours before because of Ogier's accident on the wreck here. Well, I was absolutely gobsmacked by that the guy's literally drops everything. I understand.
What he was doing? He was changing spark plugs on his jet ski when he got the call to step in.
He was about to go out on the lake, right? And his co-driver, Johnny Halton, having a tattoo.
I mean, it's quite incredible, and it just shows his natural talent. We were talking about this with Zav earlier. Getting seat time for drivers is so important, but you then have those extra special people, and Kalle Rovanperä is certainly one of them. You know, we saw it with Loeb and Ogier. Rovanperä has been driving since he was, you know, he was capable to touch the pedals of a car. Talking about setup when he's 8 years of age, driving through an icy stage at home with his dad, Harry Rovanperä, looking on. He is a special breed, but what he did in Poland was something really spectacular. Not a lot of people, I think, have given him enough kudos for what he did there.
Well, I certainly have, because I just was so impressed by what he did, you know, and taking Ogier's car and, you know, set up, changing things, and just doing what he did was amazing. But the other thing I wanted to say about the World Rally Championship is that, in general terms, if you look at how competitive it is, I think it's refreshing the fact that we've got Thierry Neuville leading the championship at the moment. The fact that Elfyn Evans is not that far off with just 15 points behind him and so on. But I'm just looking at some of these young drivers. We were watching Ollie Mellers just before. He's the kind of guy that you're talking about that can't necessarily get the seat, even though they've had some money from Proton to develop that little car.
Yeah.
You know, and it is very difficult. And then that's another thing we'll talk about it later on. But I do think that, on the start line, car 75. You know, these academies are very, very important. In France, we see it, and you talked about it this morning and told me how good that was, and particularly Ireland. And I know there's a certain gentleman, I've forgotten his name, he puts money into the Irish Academy. John Coyne.
Yeah, so you've got the Motorsport Ireland Academy, and we'll have a driver who represents them. Aoife Raftery will be out on the stage this weekend. And together with John Coyne, they are creating opportunities for young drivers to get opportunities at various championships, be it at home in Ireland, British Rally Championship, European Rally Championship, and the WRC. And it is a huge investment into key drivers' futures, and it's all about getting them seat time. And it's not just events at the highest level, it's local events in different countries. John understands, he's a competitor himself, he's still competing. I'm not going to give you his ripe old age. He celebrated a nice big birthday recently, but he is still behind the wheel. But he understands the importance of funding drivers and the sponsorship involved, and the fact that they do need to get time behind the wheel.
But that's what they did. They changed the regulations for the J1000 in Ireland, and when they did that, the entries doubled. Then, God be good to him, before he passed away, Craig Breen got involved because he was able to pass something down through to the junior drivers. Callum Graffin, who is here with his dad, Kieran, Callum has contested the junior championship in Ireland. It's now a burgeoning championship. And you talk about John Coyne, it was John Coyne and John Campion. God be good to John
Yes,
Campion.
John Campion was a huge supporter of Craig Breen.
Yeah, but between the two of them, you know, they created that background that there was funding available. They got Motorsport Ireland involved, and it really is good. You got Josh McErlane and so many, Aoife Raftery, as you say, but the Irish presence, which includes the North, is in the ERC, the British Championship, the Irish Championship, World Championship, And of course, John Campion funded Craig Breen the year they won the Irish Tarmac Championship.
Yeah, back in 2019, John was, you know, such a huge supporter of what Craig Breen did out there. And actually, Aoife Raftery will be driving the Peugeot that Craig Breen won the Circuit of Ireland in when she appears this weekend.
That was Steve Chamberlain there on a big jump across the flying fin. Quite the longest that I've seen as it gets a little bit drier, especially on that top section and over the jump. And just going back to Callum there as well, you know, he's leading the junior British Rally Championship, and that's a product of what's happening in Ireland and the support that they get. So you're absolutely right. Now we're into Belgian rallying, and as we look at the Belgian 911 in those colours, Jean-Pierre Gabin and Marc Duez, Willy Lux, who is a very famous Belgian co-driver, have been in this car and scored some incredible results. Buccle de Spa, Spa 24 hours of an incredible historic rally, which is on my bucket list. I really want to do that.
You might have done it by now, Buccle de Spa, no?
No, hands up. I know, I've got to sort of
you need to put
up my
work to
game.
one side and concentrate on this rally.
Yes, you're right. Well, I am going back to New Zealand in November to drive in the Silver Fern Rally.
That's a very special event. Any rally, I think, in New Zealand, the gravel stages. We've got a Kiwi here this weekend in the shape of Hayden Padden, who you can wax lyrical to about the Silver Fern Rally. The stages in New Zealand are pretty special. Gravel stages, beautifully fast flowing, a camber which will help out the drivers, and it looks like you're dancing on stages.
Yeah, they described them as gravel motorways.
Yeah, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
So just if you're waiting in the forest wondering what's coming, we have a Toyota Celica ST185. We have the Skoda Octavia of Steve Rockingham, and has also been seen in the hands of Tony Gardemeister. We have the Joaquim Santos Ford CRR Cosworth in the hands of one of the Lepleys. We have the Lancia Delta Integrale of Robert Whitehouse. Steve Ward's Renault A110 is also going to make an appearance. So that's what's coming your way in the forest shortly. And if you are up in the paddock, we have the presentation stage at 3 o'clock. Reliably informed that Jari Matti Latvala will be there for an interview, possibly Calla Rovampera and one or two other surprise guests, hosted by the ever-professional Gary Champion and one of Rick Smith, one of his ideas a couple of years ago that has proved a great addition to everything here at the paddock and up in the service area here at the Forest Rally stage at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Gary Lecado, who would know this stage very well.
I can tell you now, Jari Matti Latvala will be like a kid in a candy shop here this weekend with all these incredible cars. We could just bring him into commentary, guys, and go for lunch, and he would carry this whole thing for hours.
I'd love to get him in here. I'd love to get...
So would I.
You know,
Jari Matti, if you're listening, there's a spot for you up here.
I was telling Hans, the PR guy at Toyota, about... Tony and I were lucky enough a couple of years back to have the late, great Bjorn Voldegard in here. I'll never forget it. Bjorn came in. He was in here about 35 minutes. We asked him 3 questions. 3 questions in 35 minutes. All about rallying in Africa. And he told us how they would go for months on end and test some more, where they built the cars, how they operated out in Nairobi. Bjorn Voldegard was a legend. And I'd say he's probably like Jari Matti Latvala in that aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's great when you get someone who is so passionate about the sport, who can talk and give you all those wonderful memories, as I'm sure Bjorn did. What a great talker he was. Jari Matti is exactly the same in that respect. The stories he has, his vision on everything, and his absolute joy of cars. It doesn't matter what brand they are. Obviously, he's Toyota team principal right now, so very focused on the Toyotas, but he could tell you, I am sure, many things about all of these cars, such as his love of rallying and anything with an engine.
Yeah, no, he's a great ambassador for the sport, but I think that's why just rally fans can sort of dial into him and understand him, because in the nicest possible way, he's an anorak like the rest of us, you know? Facts, figures, chassis numbers, You know, he's great company.
Just up your street.
Yeah.
You could sit there with your little notebook swapping chassis numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get Yari and you in here.
No problem.
Sit in the corner. Registration plates.
Fact about Jari Matti Latvala, though, and I don't know whether you two can match this, but he is an aficionado on 80s music. Ask him anything. It's his favourite era in music, and he knows it all.
Oh, my goodness me.
So, Zav, can you rival that?
Oh, no. He's mopping his brow. I think you've got him.
We'll throw some questions at you later. Be prepared.
We'll certainly try anyway. You know, now if it was the 1940s, you know, big band music, Tony's your man.
Right.
Okay,
yes.
now, our next car on the line is car 46. Now,
Yeah.
Tony, you've been busy in the service area, the paddock, so let's hear from Rob Whitehouse.
Rob Whitehouse, you just had your first run in the Lancia on the special stage. What was it like out there?
Slippery and slippery more.
Now, this is quite a special car because it's the first time I've seen this one. This is the Lancia Delta Integrale.
That's right. As you know, for many years I bought my 037 Group B car, but I'm afraid they're just a bit too valuable to use on the Forest Rally stage. So I found this car out of Finland, where it's been a rally car since 1988. Done over 100 events, rallies and sprints. It was originally a Group N car. Now it's a full-fat factory-spec Group 8-valve Group A car.
So any famous names been behind the driving seat?
There are a couple of Toivonens on the list, but not the ones we know. So maybe it's like Smith in Finnish. I'm not sure.
Now, as far as New Zealand is concerned, and you're a Kiwi, you have fantastic rally territory down there. You've had World Rally Championship events. Do a lot of the Kiwis come over, apart from Hayden Padden, of course, come over and follow the WRC?
I think they come as spectators, especially when Hayden's actually running, but it's not huge in New Zealand. I mean, most of the rallying in New Zealand was mixed surface, tarmac and you know, very smooth gravel roads like Finland, and it's mostly now gravel stages, which you know from personal experience in the South Island, so they tend to be quite self-contained. I don't know of too many others who have come over and done events like the Roger Albert Clark over here.
Well, what made you such a rally fan?
I was always a racing driver. I was a circuit driver and did, you know, international touring car standard, like stuff like that in New Zealand and around the world and stuff. And then I had about 17 years off, and at the age of about 50, I thought, I think I'll take up rallying because that can't be that difficult. And I had an X-Works Lancia Stratos to make it even more difficult. And after my first stage, I went back to my motel, almost cried, and decided I would give it up because it was 20 times harder than circuit racing. And then I fell in love with the fact that you're in the car all day on a stage rally. I like the intellectual relationship with a co-driver, which is a bit like playing music with other members of a band or an orchestra. I like that a lot. And the fact that the cars are just so fantastic to drive.
And of course, you now are in love with Lancias.
I always have been. I bought my very first Stratos in the 80s, sight unseen from Italy. It was the X-Works development car, and I paid the sum of £12,000 for it.
How much?
Talk about cars we should have kept. And I'd never seen one, but I just wanted one.
We all want one of those. Well done, Rob. Nice to see you again.
And you too, Tony. Have a good weekend. Thanks very much.
What a beautiful description of working with a co-driver there.
Isn't it?
Absolutely love that. That man has a way with words.
He has. And Rob Whitehouse is a fascinating character because he puts finance together for big movies. That's what he does.
Okay.
Yeah. And, well, his love of the sport, his love of Lancias comes across there, obviously. But the one that really knocked me back was £12,000 he paid for a Stratos.
Yeah, but not just a road car, a development Stratos. So a car that has, like, certifiable history. I mean, some of the Stratuses now, they're making £750,000, £1 million.
That's what I was going to say. How much would we say? If you know, I thought, well, I wouldn't mind a Stratos. Boys, how much am I going to be paying for one?
Well, yeah. It's absolutely out of reach, stratospheric, just like the Stratos itself, but it's still, for me, you know, that wedge-shaped 70s car epitomises, you know, the very special sports rally car. But then as we see Rob Whitehouse finishing, then I think of Mickey Biasion, you know, and sort of 87 when he cleaned up, didn't he? Because Lancia had an Integrale ready to go when it went Group A after Group B. No one else was ready.
And this is the thing, you know, there were so many manufacturers who, we mentioned it earlier, were slightly on the back foot and then really treading water, trying to get up to speed with the others who were on the money when regulations changed.
Is this Callum or is this Kieran Graffen now on the stage? I'm sorry, I just missed the...
This is Kieran, and I believe his daughter Maya, our intrepid start line. People have informed us that it's Kieran and Maya Graffen, and I believe Maya came top 10 at dancing in a World Championship event about a week ago. So,
wow.
Very talented family. And Kieran, as we said earlier, KG Motorsport buys and sells some of the most exotic rally cars you will find. He's had a serious amount of classic cars, but modern cars through his hands over the last number of years.
Well, I actually drove for his team and Donegal as well. Got on really well with him. I hadn't seen him for a number of years, so it was good having a chat with him and good learning about Callum, who we're talking about, Callum Graffen, who's come through that Irish academy and is proving his worth because, you know, he's leading the junior British Rally Championship. And that's great because it's very well supported, and the British Rally Championship has been rejuvenated. It's fantastic that we have 2 Yaris in there, you know, Castrol are back, the television is back, and you're just seeing this incredible championship unfolding before our eyes. And it was always the big stepping stone to rally stardom years and years ago. And they used to come here, didn't they? And they used to come to the British Rally Championship and the Finns, the Swedes, etc., and carry on into the into other championships by winning in Britain.
Continuing to watch here then as a plethora of Audis make their way through. We have been very lucky this weekend to have so many different Audis on show right now. It's the S1 that we're having a look at. Just giving you a couple of moments to listen into the fantastic sound of these cars as they echo through the forest. We've got plenty more drivers making their way up to the start here. Again, we're seeing James Williams. Brilliant run through so far, and it was the fastest time at that point, at least, that's been set on the stage. From memory, it was a 2:43.2 from James. As we see the 6R4 over the flying pin jump, that was pretty spectacular. We talked at length with Tony and with Zav earlier about, you know, the love of these cars from so many people out there. You can totally understand why. Great start from James Williams off the line. It's the Rally 2 Hyundai i20N that we're watching right now. We talked about how competitive the Rally 2 category is within the WRC, within the British Rally Championship, of course, and within the European Rally Championship. You had a huge array of manufacturers taking part in Rally 2. James is back again, Tony. Hopefully, well, he's going to try and smash his fastest time from earlier.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about the young talents coming on up the ladder and he's doing the British Asphalt Championship, as well as he did selected rounds, some of the rounds of the BRC last year, and got some excellent podiums. He's really coming on. And the other thing is that he's got Ross Whittaker alongside him, the young co-driver, Dave Whittaker's son. And Ross has been doing some excellent work in the co-driver's seat in the American Rally Championship, in some of the Junior World Rally Championship events as well. He was with Chris Ingram for a while, who became the junior champion, and in the European Championship. So Chris Ingram now in the British Rally Championship, and we're looking at the Hyundai there. And here is James, perfectly executed yet again. The absolutely right application of throttle, just enough steerage on there, and getting all those four wheels as they're all driven, just the right amount of power in the car. And here's the Hyundai at number 9 going off the line. What a noise! And those colours, the works colours, absolutely tremendous to see as well. And the big wing at the back of the car.
I mean, this was, I would say, one of the most popular eras in World Rally cars. When you look at all of the aero around the car, you talked about the huge rear wing at the back.
Oof.
You know, the car was still, the 2017 car was the central active diff.
Yes, yeah. And in fact, there you got James. You just saw him really, really hanging it out from lock to lock, from bank to bank. He really was pushing very, very hard as we're back now with the Hyundai.
And it is Danny Sordo. And, you know, we have some great drivers who will be on display this weekend. We have Kalle Rovanperä here, we have Sebastian Ogier, Danny Sordo, Hayden Paddon. You know, from all of those drivers, they have incredible stories to tell of wins in the WRC outright, some sensational experiences, and we'll be sharing some of those experiences. Some of those drivers will be heading in to commentary with us here, so we'll be able to tell some of those stories for you.
Yeah. So it's great to have Danny Sordo here. I mean, he's a bit of an old soldier in terms of warring away, isn't he, in the World Rally Championship? Still those 3 World Rally Championship wins, but he's scoring those incredible podiums. Sardinia, yet again.
Tony, if you were going to pick a driver who's going to score you points out there on the championship, but you don't have him at every round, Danny Sordo is your man. Partial season, this is what he's enjoyed over the past few years, and my goodness, does he deliver when he is behind the wheel. But that is the sign of a man who is totally at one behind the wheel when he gets there. Yes, okay, granted, on gravel events he's got a good road position and he takes full advantage of that. He is a superb talent, Danny Sordo, and you know, he's been in the championship now nigh on 20 years. Incredible, you know, experience under his belt and winning WRC events outright. I remember being there for his first, and it's one of my favorite experiences, is when a driver, you know, really does achieve their absolute ability out there. Seeing those first wins, seeing those first championship wins, it's absolutely joyful to watch all of that work come into fruition.
And he's driven for quite a number of teams. In fact, he was in the Works Mini team, wasn't he, for a while? And you can think back to Carlos Sainz when Danny was a junior. Carlos said, "This guy's good, this guy's talented," and you know, and helped bring him on and up through the ranks. And he's had an incredibly competitive, long and competitive career. Yeah. And as you've said, as literally a part-timer, you can count on him to score. Absolutely. Portugal as well, he keeps scoring there.
Absolutely, he's done incredibly well, and I know that when he does decide to say, right, that's it, I'm not going to drive anymore, he will be an integral part of the team, because he is a team player in a big way. When he's not competing, he's there supporting whoever else is in that car, and he's a lot for the young drivers coming through. So Danny Sordo is your great all-rounder, fantastic behind the wheel, but a brilliant team player outside of it as well.
So you're watching the Audi Quattro, which is sitting on the line, waiting to go, and that is the Van Puttens Van der Puttens, excuse me, because there's two of them over here.
Are these the ones you offended earlier?
Well, I only mentioned the football, didn't I? That's all it was. But yeah, a lot of...
You don't even like football, Tony Chardy.
No, I don't. I'm a rugby man, but there you go. Oh, look, if England are going to win, if Scotland are going to win, if Ireland are going to win against the international teams, I want them to win. I absolutely want them to win. But it doesn't mean that football is my preference. Far from it. It would be rallying. And there we are with the Audi Quattro. But you also had a glimpse earlier on of the McRae Enduro Evo car, which was going around. So this is Stuart Van der Putten now looking at, and those were the works colours, because there was big sponsorship from HB at the time, and it's lovely to see those liveries all reproduced. And these cars, which have been painstakingly been rebuilt and actually put into this incredible order as they go round the stages. But Audi, of course, as we look at them and World Rally Championships, and the names that go with Audi, from Stig Blomqvist to Hannu Mikkola, Michel Mouton, Walter Röhrl, and these famous drivers. Now there's a view. That is the McRae Enduro Evo. That's Charles Sincock at the wheel. And the McRae's originally produced about 5 of these, but the interesting thing is that the Enduro Evo, it runs on biofuel, so it's very, very low emissions. And the panels on that very, very special car are all mixed carbon and hemp, and very, very, very low carbon footprint from the whole car. It's only about 80-odd%. It has a micro battery as well, so it's good to see that car going around. And Charles has been with us at least 3 to 4 seasons. I think that could be Ben Mellors about to go back out. Look, Bjorn Voldegård, Hans Thor Azelius, very, very famous co-driver. Those names there, the Swedish names, on the side of the RA40 as it goes off the line. What a lovely noise as well. Just goes a little bit sideways. And there's that new start, just further down from the commentary box, the tarmac taken further down, so there's less of an acute angle going into those first bends through into Clark and Hopkirk, where they go down to Turini. And Xavier, for those of you who heard him earlier this morning talking about this 1.65 mile stage designed by Hannu Mikkola, started in 2005, and the names of these corners are all after either famous rallies, famous corners on rallies, or famous drivers, apart from, of course, the Flugplatz, or the flying place, which is the flying fin, where we'll hopefully see Ben Mellors later. This is the African section. It looks like the safari down there because there's the quaggy mud. We would actually need Alan Weston in his truck down there, wouldn't we, with his 2 big lights on to make that really just like Africa. And the finish line is actually under the trees. The beam is down there under the trees, because this top section you're looking at now was cutting up rather badly last year, and cars were actually getting thrown off linebacks and into those big hay bales on the outside.
So that's why it has been then modified for this year's run, but sticking very much to its original beauty, as you mentioned, as Hannu Mikkola thought out. It's got a little bit of everything in this stage, Zav. You know, when you look at we have a map on the wall here in front of us, which I have to say Zav has designed for us, and it's a great bit of artwork, Zav. Well done. But it has got a little bit of everything. So you've got the straighter, faster section, some nice technicality to the stage.
I don't know why you said that, because when you paid me that compliment, for which I thank you, I reminded myself of the joke about my library burned down and all my books were burned, and some of them I hadn't even coloured in.
I can definitely see you're into the colouring from this.
That's quite good.
But it is a bit of a greatest hits of rallying on this stage, because we do have a little bit of everything.
Yeah, but Bex, I've got to ask a question to Zav here, because it comes through the start, and then there's that long right-hander there, and it says Acker.
Acre. That's what's it's been here for years, Tony.
Is it?
Yes, it's been in all the paperwork.
It's not
for
meant.
years.
It's not meant to have a D in front of it, is it?
No.
And then a Dakar.
No.
Okay. All right, good. So on we go. It is a great piece of artwork, as Beck said, and there's Ben Mellors through. Now it's a little Peugeot. And this, could it be Tom Williams driving? I'm not sure who's driving at the moment.
No, this is Julien Fouquet.
Julian is playing, okay, right.
Yeah, let's have a little look at a replay of it then. Oh, just back end wide and a spin for the Peugeot. But luckily it is a good section where he can do a little bit of a three-point turn. We had a situation earlier where the car was so wide that it was very difficult for it to turn around.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Bex, I'm going to leave you to make an introduction now, because we do have a genuine superstar joining us, 9-time world rally champion. I'm in awe. I'd like to say a big welcome to him, but the official intro will come from this lady, from WRC to WRC.
I'm unfortunately going to take one title away from him, because it's only 8.
Yeah, exactly. only 8.
I get mixed up with the Sebs.
No worry, no worry.
Everyone does, Tony, everyone does. Seb Ogier, welcome to commentary. How are you doing? Welcome to Goodwood.
I'm very happy to be here. Very happy to enjoy one of the best shows you can have, let's say, for car enthusiasts. Coming here is always a pleasure for me, even if this year I won't drive, as I still want to give maximum time to my neck to recover after the incident I had in a previous event. So yeah, I still enjoy. The sunshine is there today, so a pleasure to be there.
It is a pleasure to be here. Like you said, for the car fanatics out there, for anyone who loves motorsport, this is the place to be, because up here at the rally stage, fantastic, but throughout the whole Festival of Speed, you're seeing things that you may never see at all in your lifetime.
Exactly, it's very diverse. You have like a chance to explore every area of cars, I would say, from the road cars to rally car to Formula One to anything you want to see, you will find here, and that's why I think people and the fan love to come here. Of course, as a rally fan, you will come here up to here and watch the car going through the forest. Tricky little stage. I had the experience last year, especially when it's raining. It's actually a challenging one, but yeah, an opportunity for many co-drive and many, yeah, let's say, sensation for people who want to discover.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, Seb, I know obviously you're here with the Toyota team in Toyota colours, but has anything caught your eye in the paddock at all as you've been having a look around?
Well, it will be very difficult to pick up one thing, because, like I say, there's so many cars. I think I have a tendency to enjoy a lot watching all the cars coming here, because it's obviously things that you haven't seen. Or I mean, I'm 40 years old, but there is much older cars than that here, and that's yeah, this kind of history of motorsport catch me, and I appreciate to see the evolution of cars, to see how everything has involved, from the safety to the performance, and yeah, that's one of the beautiful parts of Goodwood.
Yeah, I think it really is a beautiful part of it all. Let me just quickly ask you, but I'm sure Tony has some questions as well. He's dying to ask. Let me just ask you quickly about the season in WRC, because it is a partial season that we see you doing, but a successful partial season. You know, you are delivering the results. We've just been talking about Danny Sordo and his ability over the years on many partial seasons, Seb, to just jump in a car and deliver. It's not an easy feat to be able to do that when you're not getting consecutive seat time.
Well, it's bringing an extra challenge, that's for sure, but I had the chance that since I stopped racing full-time, I still never really stopped. So I was still active. Maybe 2022 was a season where I did a less rally, because I decided to explore a little bit circuit racing that year. But since then I was still, let's say, constantly coming back, which means I never really feel that I'm too far away from it. For sure, there is constant evolution coming on the cars, rally after rally, which means every time you come in again, you need to adapt quickly to the evolution to be able to use them as much as you can. But yeah, so far it's working well this year, and 4 rallies we've been second, so for sure I'm pleased with that. And yeah, I was sad to miss Poland, obviously, as we were on a very good run, and the competition is super tight this year. Unfortunately, mainly due to a not fantastic point system, I have to be honest. I think everybody don't really understand what happened in there, so that was a reason for me to try to continue helping the team. Hopefully winning it again, that's always the target. But yeah, I will be back next week in Latvia, and even if again the challenge will be there, as I missed the first high-speed rally of the season in Poland, I'm looking forward to it, and certainly hope to be competitive again.
Just talking about the season this year, and it is quite close because Thierry Neuville is leading on the points. In fact, Hyundai are ahead in the World Constructors' Championship as well. Jari Matti said we need to get that World Constructors back, of course. But for you, and excuse me, but your phenomenal talent just coming back in and doing what you're doing is incredible. And I had forgotten, excuse me, that you are 40 now. I can't believe that. That is
no, he's looking
n'est pas possible. No, 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 n'est pas possible. However, I thought Sardinia was amazing. You had that puncture, but it was equal closest finish, wasn't it, for a long time? 2/10 of a second or something?
Well, you know how you feel now on the other end of 2/10 of a second.
Obviously, much better to be on the other hand. Yeah, back then in 2011 in Jordan.
Yes.
I was on the
that was Jari Matti, wasn't it?
Exactly, and back then, of course, it felt great to win the rally. It was a little bit bitter in Sardinia, especially having, let's say, control and dominate the rally, and losing an unfortunate puncture close to the end. It was hard to take, but that's motorsport, you know. I also learned to accept those kind of events better than I used to in the past. Of course, I think getting older, you getting a little bit more wise maybe, and maybe also you know, more relaxed facing those situations. But still, you know, competitors, and I have to say, yeah, I was a bit angry in the following days. And also, this kind of moment gave me even more motivation to come back, basically, and do more, because I would have won, maybe, you know, I would have celebrated in the moment, but then, you know, I would have think again, okay, maybe now time to slow down a little bit or so, enjoy different things, and actually getting this kind of setback make me even more hungry to come back and you know, get my revenge for it.
Oh, that's great to hear, isn't it? We're liking that.
The red mist has come down a little.
Would Monte Carlo Rally, would that be your favourite? Not just because it's your home rally. Is that your absolute favourite of all the world rallies?
Yeah, I think, you know, people tend to know this from me, because I've repeated many years that if I will need to compete only one and win only one in a season, that will be Monte Carlo. Probably because that's where I got the dream to become a rally driver when I was a kid, and I like the scenery, driving through the mountain and having all of these different conditions to face, make it like a very demanding challenge for us drivers. Also because it's in our days the only rally we will still have a bigger part in terms of strategy, playing with the tire choice, and I think that's really had an extra spice to the race. So yeah, definitely is my favorite one, and yeah, probably a good chance that you will still see me competing this one as long as I can be competitive there.
That's going to be good as well. So yeah. Now, when you went racing, and you've raced successfully as well, did you enjoy it? Probably not as much as rallying, but did you enjoy your racing?
No, I did. Honestly, I didn't do so many races in 2022, but Le Mans was obviously the highlight of this little experience. I enjoyed it a lot, and that's definitely a race I want to do again in the future. But I would say that right now, having this opportunity to still be competitive in rally and still having a situation where I can make it on a partial time, enjoying time with my son at home, but still getting my adrenaline toward racing was something I believe was the best to do right now. Because if I want to go on circuit racing, then I will need to, of course, spend more time trying to get better, and I cannot afford to do it on a partial program. I can afford to do that in rally, thanks of due to my experience and being performance. In rally, it will not be possible, in circuit, sorry, it will not be possible. So that was an argument to go back to rallying a little more at the moment. And also there is one thing, you know, I always like fairness in sport and motorsport in general. And one of the part I didn't like in this endurance racing is that it's the only category where there is no minimum rate for drivers, and that creates quite big difference in performances. And it was a bit frustrating. I didn't really like this parameter. I'm glad to see that even Max Verstappen mentioned the same things a couple of weeks ago and say that they won't see him in Le Mans up to the change this point. And I totally agree with that. And when I heard it's been in the discussion now, and if it's come to a rules with fair condition for everybody again, that will definitely push me toward coming back to endurance racing again.
Seb, talk to me about, let's go a little bit further back in your career, because there's a lot of people here today, there's a lot of young people here today who are thinking, I would like to be the next Sebastian Ogier, I would like to be a world champion in rallying. You know, your start was through a project called Rally June, where you paid 20 euros and you got to compete with a lot of people. You won, you got the backing of the FFSA. What would be your advice to the young people here who really want to try and get into rallying, Seb?
Well, if you're French, I would say definitely try your chance with Rally Jeunes, because you mentioned it. For me, it was basically the game changer, because I came out from a modest family where we didn't have really the financial capacity to go into motorsport, and this selection that the FFSA organized in France was a really amazing opportunity to discover young talents, and the history have proved that most of the top rally drivers from the last 30 years have been detected through this selection. So it's been a very, very successful program. But yeah, the truth is it's hard to really advise a youngster otherwise. It's obviously a world where it's not so easy to get opportunity. But it's like everything in life. If you first of all have to believe in yourself and fight for what you want. Nothing comes easy in life. And my story started pretty late with motorsport. I first went towards studying, being a mechanic, preparing rally cars, and that's when I basically put my first feet into motorsport. And yeah, I think you know, you have to explore a little bit around you and see what is the best way to access it, but nothing is impossible. That is for sure.
No, that's so true. I'm going to ask you a little personal question now. You may or may not answer this, but you know, some drivers I know have, you know, a good couple of cars at home, and we're seeing a lot of competitors here who are lucky enough to have a few rally cars in their garage at home. What's in the Seb Ogier garage at home? What have you got?
Yeah, well, I had the chance to collect the most important cars of my career, which means I have my first World Championship car, which is the Volkswagen Polo from 2013. I also have one Ford Fiesta from my last race with M Sport back in 2018. Also a world title winning car. And the Toyota from Monza 21, where I secured my last title. So that's the three best car I have, I would say, in my garage. But I also have the Citroën C4, which was my first win in WRC 2010.
Rally Portugal.
Portugal, exactly. The C2 for my junior title, I also bought recently. And the last one, but not the least, the very first one, a small Peugeot 206 Group A with the Rally Jeunes color on it. So yeah, I have, let's say, the most emotional one for me. I managed to collect that car, and I always feel, yeah, it's nice to have them, but at some point I will need to find a way to use them again and to bring them out, because it's beautiful in a garage, but to see them running, it's even better.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Seb, you're still competing right now and you're still at the top of your game in terms of rallying, but have you had any thoughts about what happens in the future for Sebastian Ogier? What you would want to turn your hand to? Would you be behind the scenes with the team? Maybe would you be the next Jari-Matti Latvala in that sense? Is there anything that interests you in a different side of rallying that you might look into?
I have to be careful what I say now, because Jari-Matti will be angry if I say I'm gonna take his seat in the future. No, I mean, at the moment, I have to say I still enjoy a lot being in the racing seat, and I believe that as long as I'm performant, I should definitely enjoy it. About the future, I have a tendency to don't make really long-term plan, which means I don't really project myself where I'm going to be in a couple of years. I think most probably, or at least the target will be to be there as a racing driver for a couple of more years, not necessarily in rally, but we just talked about endurance racing. I don't know, maybe DTM. You know that I'm living in Germany, my wife hosting on this series, so I've been around many times now, and that could be some kind of things I like to do in the future, just to push myself into new challenges. But yeah, I think it's also not impossible that at some point I end up trying to be involved more in a managing part of the sport, and I think you know, there is time for everything in life, and I think there must be also some interesting challenges being involved of bringing a team to the top and leading a whole team to the top. So why not?
Well, you brought yourself to the top. You managed yourself over the years, because it was kind of famous that you didn't really have a manager and that you looked after yourself in that sense.
I'm very sorry, I didn't understand you now.
That you didn't have a manager, as in an agent.
Yes,
you looked after yourself. You signed your own contracts. You read through them, signed on the dotted line. I'm sure argued with the likes of Jost and Malcolm over the years to change the contracts. But that was famous that you did that all yourself. So I'm sure you'd be a great manager.
Well, I think I can be proud and happy with the choices I made during my career, because I managed to be often at the right place at the right time, and that's never, let's say, easy. There is many examples, maybe not especially in rally, but if you take, I used to say, like in Formula One, a guy like Fernando Alonso is a massive talent, but could have definitely win much more title than he did, being at a better place at the right time. And you know, in rally, obviously, I think the drivers and the crew still have the chance to make a bigger part of the performance and bring even more to the end result. But still, you never win alone, and if you have not the right team around you, it will never going to work. So, on my side, yeah, it's been very successful. I enjoyed also managing my career alone and don't having a manager on my side. Obviously, I could have most certainly maybe get more sponsorship or things like this, but that was never really my main target. My main target was always the sport and being successful and being able to win races. And in that prospect, yeah, I had the chance to drive often winning cars, and yeah, I'm proud of that.
Last quick question from me.
Absolutely.
How did you manage to win that 9th world title? Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know. Hey, I'm not ruling it out,
You never know what can happen in life, and you know.
Well, listen, the way you're driving, it could just do a few more events. And on that, what has Elfyn got to do now? Has he just got to keep being consistent, or what, till the end of the year to try and get the first title for himself?
Team manager head on now.
Definitely, he's not far behind, you know, and still 6 races to go. So for sure, many things can still happen. The current point system make it challenging to make big differences to other weekend. But still, if at some point the driver is making a mistake on a Sunday, that could be very painful for his championship, which means, you know, still with 6 races to go, we can still see a big change in the championship. So yeah, I think Elfyn have been quite consistent this year. Now we are in a time of the year where there is rallies that he liked a lot, with the high-speed gravel rallies. So I think, you know, we might see an even more close championship going toward the season, especially Oit as well is still not far behind, and obviously also very strong on those kind of rallies. So yeah, and you know, I'm watching back a couple of more points behind and not doing all the races, but still, you know, if at some point I'm getting closer, you know, I will do my best to fight for it, even if it's not the target. I will never plan to come back into a full season racing, But I always say, if they wait for me and want to fight with the title on the last races, I'm open for it.
And on that fighting talk note, we will leave it there. Seb, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in commentary. For me, probably the first time, because you're always out on the stages when I'm commentating. So it's been lovely chatting with you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, wish you a nice weekend, and to all the fun here also enjoy the show.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you. Here at Goodwood. Sebastian Ogier, our 8-time World Rally Champion, sharing his wonderful insights into Goodwood and the world of rallying. That was an absolute pleasure to listen to him. Thank you very much for that, Seb.
Gosh, that was great. Quite a visit from the 8-time world champion, but an absolute superhero of so many of us, just a sublime talent, and cracking comment at the end there, wasn't it? If I've got a chance of winning it, I'll go for it.
I mean, that's breaking news. We're going to get all the news agencies on us now, Tony Jardine. Are we ready? Are we prepared for that?
Well, but, you know, thank goodness I didn't ask the question. Mind you, we could ask Jari-Matti Latvala that question. Are they going to get their part-timers to slow down and let Elfing go through? I don't think so.
No, and the thing is, Toyota have famously and very fairly over the years never called team orders. You know, that's not the way they like to do things. But when the championship is getting down to the wire, some big calls could be made, and we're hoping it goes right down to the wire in Japan at the end of the year. Anyway, back to the action here at Goodwood, and we're back with the Audis again. We have, as we mentioned before, just a plethora of incredible Audi action for your delectation on these stages.
Delectation, I love that. I love that. I'm in the bakery again.
Don't talk about lunch. Hasn't happened yet.
Oh goodness,
Probably
right.
But we hope everyone out there right now who is watching the Forest Rally stage is enjoying hearing, seeing these incredible cars soak up the sunshine today, come up to the service area, the paddock here right at the top. You'll be able to see these cars up close and personal. Go and chat to the drivers, discover everything you can about these cars, and just soak up the atmosphere. It's a great place to be today, and it just really does showcase not only the cars themselves, but how accessible rallying is as a sport.
So the S200 now, or the Ford supercar Group B car that was brought in a little bit too late to have any dramatic effect on the World Championship. And in '86, this is the Ford RS200. That's the Evo. This is Terry Maynard's version. And it was an inline engine, turbocharged. Interesting fact about this car is that Ford couldn't make the bodies themselves. They actually went to Reliant to make the bodies, the special plastic bodies. Most people, when they think of Reliance, they think of the three-wheeled Reliant Robin.
It's exactly what popped into my head. I will not lie to you.
And a certain TV program, right? Trotters Traders.
Only fools and horses, mate.
But they checked when they wanted to quality control. So people like Peter Wheeler, who's one of the main designers, they were brought up to the Midlands, to the Reliant factory, to show how they did their quality control. And on each of the plastic bodies that they did, they shot a gun at it to make sure that the bullets couldn't go through the bodywork. That's what they did. That was their test for strength for the bodywork that you're seeing on the RS200. And sitting on the line there is the Lancia Delta. That is an incredible piece of kit, and in the Martini colours, that is it. Martini and Lancia, whether it was World Endurance Racing, whether it was rallying, those two sponsors together, those two together, the famous name of Lancia and the famous name of Martini were absolutely synonymous. But you just look at how that was designed and how that colour scheme has lived on. As we look at the S1, the big Audi Quattro, and this is a monster. This is a beast, and it needs to be tamed, and it was tamed by Walter Röhrl, the German, who originally did not want to drive for Audi, who originally said they were too heavy, they understeered, they'll never be competitive. but they were, and he had to eat his words, and he ended up driving for them, and he ended up smashing the record at Pikes Peak in one of those 700 brake horsepower specials from the S1, which was produced just for the big journey, the race to the clouds.
Now, we are having a little bit of a pause just to let people get across the track. So we welcome back Zav McCartan, who is now sat in the seat that 8-time World Rally champion Sébastien Ogier sat in. Are you feeling like a world champion now, Zav? Are you getting any vibes from that chair?
I am, and I have made the decision that come Sunday night, this headset and microphone, this chair, and this part of the table, I'm going to cut this off, take it all home.
We should have got him to sign it for you.
We're in here as commentators, and it was actually really inspiring to listen to him just as a spectator would, because we've only the 3 microphones and headsets here. We normally have 1 extra. So I've actually listened to it as a spectator, and he is a fascinating man.
He is.
In terms of the way that he thinks, particularly the weight in WEC as compared to... So, you know, all those... You know me from of old doing the radio 10, 12 years ago, and what I learned about people like Sébastien Ogier and Sébastien Loeb, they're on another level above everybody else. And what I mean by that is the way they think, what they can extract from themselves when they need to go 10 tenths or 11 tenths. They're a different level, and they have an aura.
Yes, absolutely.
Does that make sense?
No, completely. I totally get you. I've watched him from the start of his career, the very start of his career, to see how he's evolved into the man he is today, into the champion he is today. And I have to say, he has been consistent in his approach right the way through. He is focused, razor focused on what he wants, and he will go and get it. But he is a gentleman with it.
Yeah, he is.
And that certainly has not changed over the years. You've seen success affect some drivers, but not the likes of Sébastien Ogier.
There's a fiercely competitive person there.
Well, you could hear that when he said, you know what, you know, when he was beaten by 0.2 of a second, the mist has come down, he's back for revenge.
But there's a lovely human in there too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
an absolute heart of gold. It's a nice combination to have.
And that's what Goodwood gives us when we get the like of them in to have a chat with us, is we see that side that, you know, I'd love you to have 2 hours in every hour to talk to them on WRC Live, but you don't get the chance to do that, whereas you do here.
Exactly, and they're in competitive mode. When we're on events and we talk to the drivers, you know, they are distracted because they're focused on an event, but it's here, when you've got them and they're not thinking about the next stage, that's when you can really get the gold and you can get the humanity out.
I could see your mind whirring because the penny dropped. You thought, I can ask him things I can't normally ask him. And I could see the list of questions.
And by God, you did.
Sorry, guys, did I go on a bit?
No, it was good. It was perfect.
It was really good.
I mean, I was then fascinated by the cars in his garage.
Yeah, no. So I had no idea. You know, you always hear about, and we see so many beautiful cars here today. And, you know, some drivers have brought multiple cars. How lucky they are to be able to have that. So I was intrigued as to what was in Sébastien Ogier's garage. And I love the emotional attachment that he has to the cars that he's chosen to buy over the years. That's something
It's funny,
special.
you're and my paths crossed around 2012, and he did that season. In 2020, he was driving for Volkswagen, but he was running a Skoda Fabia S2000, and he was really the only Skoda Fabia that was in that class. And just for those who are listening, Bex has recognised somebody that she hasn't seen for a while.
One of the many famous PR ladies from the World Rally Championship who used to work for Hyundai back in the day. Yeah. The lovely Ellie Story, who's just left commentary and has a million of her own stories to tell about rallying in the mid-2000s. She's a busy lady. She's always 100 million miles an hour, just like these cars are.
But that in essence today is the beauty of Goodwood, is that relaxed atmosphere. People pop in, you don't know who's going to call in. We have to say big thanks to Hans over Toyota for that as well. But it was lovely to hear you ask and Tony ask. Now, back on stage, and we have WPX3, another evocative Porsche 911, who has really Stephen Benjamin Smith. And I have a feeling that nobody told Stephen Benjamin Smith about the that tricky off-camber.
No, this is such a shame, because this car won the British Historic Rally Championship in 2008 with Steve Smith. And it's son Ben who's competing this weekend, and Ben is looking to be competing in the 2025 British Historic Championship, but that's
it's a bit of a thud there on the front end.
Knock, isn't it?
So that will be a stage stoppage. The marshals are out, and I haven't seen the car out on the stage this morning. Maybe he had a previous run and you might have seen it before, but I suspect if that was his sighting lap, then it hasn't gone that well.
No, we had that. Steve or Benjamin haven't been out. They weren't due to be here till after lunch.
I mean, this is, I don't, there's not too much damage, I don't think. I just think it's wedged. It's wedged, absolutely. Yeah. That's right. It's stuck, it's wedged between those two high banks. And they don't want to go backwards or forwards for fear of it doing too much damage, because you could hear on the front end there was a little bit of a clunk as it went in there. And again, it's not just a valuable car, it's a very competitive car built by Dan Sport. It was really stripped right down to the bone and rebuilt to absolutely the highest specification. And the British Historic Rally Championship is hugely competitive, as you all know, hugely competitive, where the Porsche 911, Steve Perez's son, Seb Perez, rallies one very, very successfully. I think he's running second in the championship. We're hoping to see Mark Higgins, 3 times British Rally champion, out here over the weekend in one of the McRae cars. Certainly will be. He's now in the Dave Appleby TR7 in the Historic Rally Championship and absolutely loving it and winning in that V8 car against the Porsche 911s. And that's where Ben Smith is taking part. And Ben's come through the junior ranks. He's been learning his trade. His dad, Steve, has been co-driving for him. Steve has been around for a long time. Very, very competitive driver, his father. And let's hope they can get this sorted and moved, and then we can get back into the action. So it's a bit of a walk back up the stage. A few smiles.
Oh, yeah, well, good to see the smiles, but it's just unfortunate, isn't it, that he hasn't, he's just going up to the next car.
I think they're going to need people to lift it as opposed to a crane or a truck, simply because I'm not sure how you're going to...
Hold on, he's heading into the boot of the Fiat.
Yeah. What's he going to lend him?
Jack. I think this is the fabulous thing about rallying as well. Everyone is very, you know, you can borrow this, you can borrow that. What's he looking for is the key thing here. Has he got anything in his hands here? Yeah, he has. Ratchet straps, my man. Ratchet straps.
There you go. And they will all have, well, they'll have the big towing eyes on the back and the front, which are normally...
No, it's a tow. It is just a tow, I think, isn't it?
Mounted on the chassis. And you talk about that because obviously our marshals are all out there helping, and we have an incredible amount of volunteer marshals and officials over the weekend, but particularly on the rally stage from so many motor clubs all up and down the country. And they know about safety, they know about rescue, but it's that camaraderie that you get. And then it's the spectators as well, because even last year, and don't laugh, but this actually did happen, because I was on one of the Welsh stages at night, coming on a downhill, particularly rough.
Is it raining?
Yeah, of course.
I'm Welsh, everyone. Please don't be offended. But I know we have a lot of rain.
But it was a big bash, and actually the kickback came through the steering, and I took one hand came off the steering wheel as I was about to go into this 90 left, and literally as I went, the car just went off and into the ditch on the outside. And it was so in the ditch that Alan Harriman couldn't get out, but I jumped out and I started shouting and digging with my hands at the back because the mud was so deep. Wow. Within a minute, there were 4 people there. Within a minute and a half, there were 10 people there. Right, be careful now.
Do you know, I'm looking at this brute force they're exerting. They've put that tow rope through the front wheel and they're pulling quite hard, and you've just got to worry a little bit for the front suspension.
Yeah, and the strut and everything sticking through there. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Not to mention your backs as well.
But I mean, I ended up, there were 20 people, and I coordinated them, and they bounced it, and we were going 5, 4, 3, 2, and another bounce, inch by inch. And, you know, we only lost 2 minutes. We got out of that ditch because the enthusiastic spectators, they all helped, and, you know, the couple of marshals that came running down the stage, and we got back into the rally. And again, you know, that is what it's all about. And I'm sure once we get this sorted, Ben will be back in and going for a few runs, but he'll be a bit circumspect when he gets to that particular area. And just to highlight that is that we have, after they go through that big hairpin round the bollard down at Delta, they come up through Gambles, and then up through Mexico and McRae is this really, really tight section here where it's compacted. It's a little bit like concrete, but it's got this sort of slippery slime over the top of it because it's right underneath the trees as well. So all the sap drops from the trees as well as the sunlight not getting to all those particular areas. And then you've got those big steep banks. And if you look how closely the trees are to the edge, in those banks are massive tree roots. Massive tree roots, and they don't take any prisoners, and they just damage rally cars. So that's a bit where you need to be quite precise, you need to be a little bit careful, and you need to have a good balance on your throttle. Round she comes, round she comes. Oh, this, right, well, that's good, that's good. So hopefully there isn't too much damage. We'll see on the front end of the Porsche in a minute, and the 911. No, it doesn't look too bad, does it?
No, I think it was exactly as you said. I think it's just got itself wedged in that narrow sector there, and that's why we couldn't get any movement. There was absolutely no way to do a 3-point turn there. We would have spent the rest of the day watching that thing trying to do a 3-point turn.
And listen, you know, Ben does know what he's doing. He's done the Roger Albert Clark. You know, he was first in his class there. He was second in the class in the Manx this year, and that's a big rally. So, you know, the historic rally championship, the British Historic Rally Championship, and also the HRCR Masters, which he does. Rally North Wales, that's the only one rally I've managed to drive in this year. Then Rally Nuts. So the Historic Rally Car Register Stage Masters Championship for the historic cars, and that's where the oil cooler is down on that front end, Zav.
Yeah, but I think they've gone about it the right way, and that they've got the car out. It didn't get wedged any worse. 3-point turn here, and it'll potter its way out of the stage.
Beautiful looking car, isn't it? Wow.
It is. While we wait then for all the action to resume, guys, let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from the latter section of the morning and early afternoon runs. So one of the many Audis that we're seeing here this weekend, we have been blessed, Tony.
We absolutely have. A lot of our Dutch colleagues have come over, and the German colleagues with all these Audis, the A1s, the A2s, and we have Paul Howarth from ProDrive, 36 years there. We've even had the McRae Evo buggy there, which runs on biofuel with a big BMW engine, or the iconic Rothmans colours. And there we are in that tricky section. Here's an A2. It's that 5-cylinder engine, it's that turbocharging noise that brings the fans, and then bosh, and that right front just hit one of the tree roots there as well. And here's James Williams, and he has done so well, Banks.
He has. He's had a really strong morning. Huge commitment, as you can see from some of the footage here, and he set one of the fastest times on the board out there, Zav. He's had a good morning, but we've also seen some little mistakes from our drivers out there also.
And Ben Mellors should actually know better, because he's been here so often. He's been so quick. The John-Luc Ferrier car. We've seen the Lancia 037. We've got the history of rallying here writ large across this stage at Goodwood. The genuine forest rally stage, 1.65 miles in length. And then the Almeris brothers and their Porsches. And then Steve Chamberlain in the Deer Charisma. What a great workhorse that's been in rallying.
Yeah, it certainly has. I have to say, though, that Delta Donut has caused a few issues out there this morning. We saw James Williams drift through it beautifully earlier, but some other cars have been a little bit laboured.
Yes, they have. You've got to get absolutely that right. And we've had Danny Sordo out in the Hyundai i20 Coupe WRC car. So that's an older car, but still it's entertaining.
No, absolutely entertaining. And I think with all of the aero on that, it's certainly exciting to watch it. And they were doing a great job of throwing that around on the rally stage.
Tom Williams here.
Yeah, a little bit of a spin earlier.
And then Steve Ward in the Per Eklund, the Camel car. And then we've had the Dames, the Iron Dames.
Yeah, Julia and Sarah. Sarah behind the wheel, Julia calling the notes. A really epic run. They did make a mistake on their first run through the stage, but very, very competitive. And you spoke to them, you know, they are into the vibe of Goodwood well and truly, and they're part of the Iron Dames program, which is fantastic to see now coming into the rally world. We've seen it in circuit racing. It's great to see it here.
Kieran Graffan and his son Callum, who's here, who's leading the junior section of the British Rally Championship at the moment. And this would have been a Tommy Mackinnon car, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and as I was saying to Zab earlier, it's kind of one of my first ever forays into rallying was seeing that car at Cheltenham Racecourse at the Network Q Rally of Great Britain, so it brings back a lot of fond memories. 21:41.9 was the time from Sordo then in the Hyundai Coupe WRC.
And then we have Benjamin Smith and his dad. I don't know if his dad was alongside him or not, Steve Smith. He's been navigating him quite a lot in historic events.
And that were the highlights from the morning. So a nice little recap there of what we've seen so far, and no doubt we will see a little bit more drama out there this afternoon, and hopefully some fast times. We will have our shootout coming up very shortly. As you can see, it's a little pause in proceedings right now while we wait to get back underway on the Forest Rally stage. So we're still just waiting to get underway here on the stage. We should be back up and running very shortly. As you can see, everyone is enjoying their day here today because we have beautiful weather. It has been a couple of difficult days in terms of rainfall. British summertime, eh? You can never quite rely on it, can you? And certainly not this year. But hopefully, throughout the whole weekend, we won't have too much of it. But today, by far, is the best day, so we don't mind waiting around for the restart under these kind of conditions. OK, let's head out into the paddock then, because Tony Jardine's been a busy man as well as commentating here. He's been talking to the great and the good, and he's with one of those great and the good now, Martin Spurrell. Let's hear from him.
So here we are with a Subaru from the USA this time. Martin Spurrell has rebuilt this car fastidiously over the last 3 weeks when he realized he'd got an entry. It was an original car from Mark Lovell, who is American champion and a great rally star. And Martin, here you are. After all your painstaking, long and hard work in the garage, you've been locked away for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks. 3 weeks in the garage trying to put this back together and put the new front on it and get all the livery done and everything. So yeah, it's been a bit of a chore, but yeah, it's good fun.
But when you got down to it, I think it was a bit more rotten than you thought.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I've told people I think it was the most neglected car I think I've ever owned. So yeah, it took a bit of pulling apart, and then you find out out more and more dramas the deeper you go into it. So it was a bit of a task, but yeah, we got here.
But it's great because Mark Lovell's name is on the window here. He's an American champion, and we'll be thinking of him tomorrow on Friday.
Yeah. Unfortunately, poor Mark, 2003 succumbed to a massive car accident, rally car accident in the States, in a car not too dissimilar to this. So very, very sad. And of course, he was British champion as well. Works Ford driver in the time, an absolutely fantastic guy. And and Roger, his co-driver, wonderful, wonderful people. And such a tragic loss. But it was one of those massive freak accidents. You can't legislate against it. So it is what it is, I'm afraid.
But you are a pro-drive engineer. You've been responsible for the build of many of these cars, and now you renovate a lot yourself. But this is an American championship car. Just in simplistic terms, what are the differences between this and like WRC?
Well, this was based on they were based basically for the States on production saloon cars, although Japanese STI cars, and then they were upgraded a little bit, slightly better performance engine and suspension tweaks and things like that. So, proper safety roll cages and all the safety equipment that the FIA would use, because the SCCA have always been sort of slightly separate to the FIA, and rules are slightly different, but they've come on board much more and joined in with the safety stuff of cars now. But the performance of it, it's quite a good little thing. It's not a WRC car, but it's fun.
But the Brits have done well in the United States of America, in the SCCA champion. David Higgins, how many times was he American champion for Subaru?
Yeah. When David was out there, it's Martin Rowe as well. He drove for Subaru out there as well. There's been a bunch of them. I think they recognise the talent and they import the talent. And what that does is it ups the game of the locals as well. Because if they're only competing against each other, then do they really up the game? Bring somebody in like Mark or David Higgins or Martin Rowe, and all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, that's really the pace. And then they all up the game, and then the teams come in, pro drive with a car like this, really special, and then the other guys look at it and go, actually no, we need to be doing stuff to follow these guys and actually get better, and it raises everybody's game. Brilliant.
Right, loads of work. The car looks absolutely fantastic. You're about to go for the first run in it. What's the plan?
Take it easy first of all. I've literally driven up my drive and here, that's it. So hopefully, keep fingers crossed.
Right, you take care.
I'll speak to you later.
Thanks, Martin.
Cheers, Tony.
Tony.
He's just an incredible guy. He's a pro-drive engineer over many, many years, and there's quite a few of them then just branched out and renovated all these historic vehicles and reproduced them with such accuracy. But it's not just that. He's rebuilt Formula One cars, Le Mans cars. He's just a genius. He's just a brilliant engineer. And it's great to have him here. And he just loves this sport. And Hans Stacey, we're watching now with the Audi Quattro Dakar Coupe. The only thing I was wondering about with Sébastien Ogier, do you think he would ever do Dakar further down the line? Would he think about it?
Do you know what? I think he'd think about absolutely anything right now. I mean, he's still, like you said, he's still loving his sport. He's loving competing. I think nothing challenges him more than when he's behind the wheel. And yeah, I mean, why not? So many drivers have headed down that route. Maybe it's something for him, maybe not. I mean, he hasn't done it so far.
Yeah.
But I liked his chat about, contributing to the sport and, potentially in that role where you are running a team, and that you will know from your own years, that is a challenge in itself.
It's huge. And not all of them make it. Certainly in Formula One terms, I can give you one example right now. Alain Prost, hugely successful on the track, but running teams, no, it never really worked. And it was the same with John Surtees. You can go back in the history. Yeah. Some of them, of course, have adapted very, very well. It's the same as a footballer becoming a manager. Wayne Rooney, there's an example. Has he been successful as a manager? No. Was he successful on the football field? Yes. Why am I talking about football?
I don't know. For a man who doesn't even like football, you've referenced it a lot today.
Sorry, that's just
I think you're a secret football lover. I have
watched some big games. Don't get me wrong. I like sport. I love the athleticism, but I'd rather be at a big rugby game at Twickenham, or when I used to go to the Old Arms Park. That was something else.
Yes, absolutely. The atmosphere there, very reminiscent of the atmosphere we feel on rallies, with the amount of people who are all supporting a common goal.
It is, and that's why I say some of those stages that I went through at night, for example, on San Remo, the atmosphere was electric. That's the only way I can describe it. You know, as the headlights came out across the valley and everyone got so much more excited, built to a fever pitch, and you could actually hear the noise of the spectators above the chatter of the wastegate and the noise from the turbocharged engine. You could hear the noise above it. And then the fireworks go off. You know, they let off fireworks. And, oh, my goodness. There we go.
Back with a Hyundai now, and you know, you can tell from the attitude of this car just how quickly it is being driven now there.
Well, Danny's learning to climb the banks as well as he's getting up to the exit there through Coopers and up through Stratos. It's that Coopers bit on the exit. You go through the flying fin, the really, really soft, soggy stuff on the right-hand side. Some of them are avoiding it, some of them have forgotten and go straight back into it. But it throws you out. It's gripless through Coopers, and some of them are just using the bank, which Danny Sordo did with aplomb just now. And this is Florian Tents in his car. He was one of the guys, we were talking about him this morning, when it was so wet last year, and there were rivers of water running down the stage and people weren't going out. There were about 3 cars that were going out, and Florian just kept going out there and wanting more and putting on a show. He really was fantastic.
He's already done a number of runs this morning, hasn't he? Zav, we've seen him about 4 times, I'm sure.
And I'd say you're going to see him double that Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I mean, and this is what Tony and I were saying, is the drivers come here to drive. This other will come and do a quick run, maybe 2 runs a day. But other drivers, you just see them loop back around at the start. They keep going back, and that's to the benefit of the spectators and everybody else who's here. I mean, this is what we mean when we say you get spoiled at Goodwood. You know?
Absolutely you do. You really do. Well, we are gearing up for the shootout.
We are.
Which will be happening shortly.
Now, if you haven't been to a shootout before, the fastest times from this morning and early this afternoon are collated by our timing people, TSL, who are underneath the commentary box downstairs. And then there is a competition. I think roughly there are about 23 or 24 cars that will be taking part to decide the fastest time of today. And they will be cumulative over Friday, Saturday and Sunday, with an overall winner then being announced and presented with something in a wee box by maybe the Duke of Richmond come 5:30 or 6 o'clock on Sunday evening.
Well, that is actually a very, very big deal indeed, Bex, because there's the Hannu Mikkola Award in addition to that, and that is presented by the Duke of Richmond himself, and that's judged by the marshals and the organisers based on the entertainment and the sportsmanship, which Sebastian Ogier was keen to talk about. And they put on a great show, and a lot of them, you know, like Florian Traits, as we just saw, you know, putting on lots of runs, enjoying himself and so on, and entertaining. So that's that category. Then there's the overall winners of the shootout. They get the special award on that. And then we have the Tornado Trophy, which is for the longest leap over the flying fins. So that's worth a bit of extra throttle, isn't it?
Well, I would love to have the Tornado Trophy on my shelf. That's a talking point at a dinner party, isn't it?
Your 73 plate Mini would not make 50 metres.
And I wouldn't want it to either, to be frank. Someone's out there with a measuring tape, though, right? Making sure we have the biggest jump.
They absolutely are, and there you go.
Someone serve them lunch, please, and a coffee. They've been out there all morning.
There you can see, and Florian, he did about just under 40 metres there. As he'd say in German, nicht so schlecht, not so bad. But he's avoiding...
Oh, hello, look at you, multilinguist.
It was ein kleines... Ich verstehe nicht.
I'm going to be honest. We have heard stuff today coming from Tony that I, as his co-commentator for 10 years, have never heard. You're getting a whole repertoire.
Have I brought it out in you?
Yes, you have.
TJ?
You brought out the best in me as well, and you've kept me even-tempered as well, so I don't have to put up with the chassis numbers. It's really, really good having you here, Bex. Thank God for you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, like I said, we are gearing up for our shootouts, which should be happening shortly. starting to get a little bit cloudy here over the rally stage. We've had beautiful sunshine all day, but the clouds are coming over. Fingers crossed for no rain, because just at the shootout would not be the ideal time.
Now, that was after Steve Chamberlain did a really, really long leap, and he didn't get the anchors on quick enough, and he started to slide in that horrible bit just leading up to Cooper's. And we're going to have a look at that again, and we'll see what we mean. Here it is. Now look, that's a good leap. That's a good 50-meter leap, and actually the suspension soaks it up really, really nicely. But he's getting the anchors on. Here's the soft stuff on the outside. Bosh. Into the bank, no harm done, but that's where Danny Sauter just rode round the edge as if he was on the crest of run.
I remember years ago I got a run with Andreas Mikkelsen down over, when he went over, when he came out at Mikkola, he got up through the gearbox as quick as he could, and he went flat over flying fin, but just dipped, kept his left foot on the brake, but didn't take his foot off the brake to round the corners.
Okay, we're going to take a minor pause here, but we'll be back with you for the shootout, which is coming up next.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
One of the biggest issues facing car engineers in the early 20th century was how to convert engine power into movement. In wheel-driven cars, this had to be done with crude, unsynchronized gearboxes. However, by using a rotating propeller, it removed the issue as traction was carved from the air itself, allowing the car to be simpler, lighter, and potentially much more efficient. The Helica, also known as the plane without wings, was created by French inventor Marcel Layat. He took inspiration from contemporary aircraft by using a plywood monocoque structure, with passengers sat behind each other. The vehicle had rear-wheel steering, and the giant propeller was powered by an 8-brake horsepower Scorpion engine. With a weight of just 250 kilograms, it was dangerously fast, and in 1927, a helica reached a speed of 106 miles per hour on France's Montlhéry circuit.
Welcome back, everyone. That was, and you'll see many more of those little videos, horseless to hybrid. Every year, Goodwood has a theme. This year, it's horseless to hybrid, revolutions in power. We'll be keeping you up to date with lots of different facts and figures from over the years of motorsport. Now, we await the shootout. That will be happening very shortly here. We've had a beautiful morning filled with sunny skies, but the weather is taking a little bit of a turn, but the clouds certainly have come over for the moment. We've seen quite a lot of drama out on the Forest Rally stage this morning. Myself, Tony and Zav have enjoyed talking you through all of the action that we've seen so far. There's plenty more to come today. So shootout-wise, we will have, of course, one on every single day in the afternoon. So the drivers get a really good sighting of the stage during the morning and early afternoons, and then we finish off with a shootout before more demo runs afterwards. It has been, as we said, a fantastic morning so far, and plenty more to follow. And as Zav has been saying throughout the day, please, if you are watching on the rally stage, do make your way up to the service park at the top, to the rally service park paddock, whatever you want to call it. That is where all the cars are based. You can come get up close and personal with the machinery at this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed. Chat to the drivers, chat to the co-drivers, find out a little bit more about the cars. If you're lucky, you might get a cup of tea as well. Who knows if they're feeling generous out there today. We've had some great chats. We had 8-time World Rally champion Sébastien Ogier join us in here in commentary. He was giving some wonderful insights into his career and a little bit of fighting talk as well at the end to finish it off with regard to his season this year. We're looking forward to seeing what he can do on the rest of the rallies left within WRC. And of course, the next one will be Latvia next weekend. But full focus on this weekend at the moment and the build-up for our shootouts here. You can see our crews getting ready. It's Danny Sordo in the distance, just wandering around, milling with the crowd. And that is the beauty of rallying, the beauty of an event like Goodwood. You can get up close and personal with these drivers, go and chat to them, get a selfie, get an autograph. I'm definitely going to get a selfie with Tony Jardine, who's next to me later on. That's happening.
It'll come out in black and white.
Hey, I'd love it even more if it did. So tell me what we're looking for in this shootout then, because this is now the kind of all or nothing of the day. You have to set a competitive time here if you want to win this shootout process during the weekend.
And they want to win. That's the point. You know, the honours are up for grab, and you do get surprises. You know, like we had last time around with the Metro 6R4 was challenging, using its four-wheel drive to good effect. Some of the older cars can be very, very competitive, you know, as we've seen last year. But certainly they're lining up outside, and we've also seen back there as well. Saw Kalle Rovanperä as well.
Okay, yeah.
He's been striding along.
A double world champion, roaming
double
around.
World champion. So adding weight to what you're saying about those people. And as you said, Danny Sordo spotted. We've been watching him on the stages. He's walking through. But yeah, the drivers and the co-drivers are getting psyched up. Some of them know it off by heart, and they don't want any notes. Others want the notes still to be read to them by their co-drivers, the pace notes, the road in code ahead of them. Ben Mellors, look at his car there. He knows this stage backwards. He really does. That didn't stop him slipping off this morning, and that's how treacherous it can be. It's dried out a little bit. We've tried to highlight the areas where it is super slippy. That's after the flying fin into Coopers, and it's after Delta at the hairpin and up through the Gambles and into Mexico and McRae, where it's very, very tight under the trees with those big steep banks. Now they'll be looking for the grip. Some of them might take slightly unusual angles, and they'll certainly be avoiding some of those slippy areas and taking a tighter line through Coopers, for example, and just trying to get the power on as smoothly as possible through that section. And that's what it's about. You've got to read the conditions, you've got to read the road, you've got to remember where the grip was and go for your fast time now. And here we go off the line, 93, the RA40 Toyota Bjorn Voldergaard car, and it's been rebuilt absolutely precisely as it was by Germany, TTE at the time. Ben Mellor's at the wheel. He had that little off this morning. Can he keep it all together? Can he set a really good competitive time? At the moment, he's keeping it neat. He's on the way down, path through Blomqvist and down to Acropolis. And the Salmon Roll, which is a unique name in itself, and we'll come to that another time.
Yeah, I'd love an explanation for that, please. I was given one earlier, but I would love you guys to explain that. But like you say, story for another time.
Yes, we will save that one. It's a tasty one, that's sure. Salmon is always tasty, isn't it? Salmon roll.
He's veering off, Zav. He's veering.
Oh, listen. He's made a career of veering.
Listen, I never go off piste. I try to stay on a little bit. You know how it is. And there we go with Hans Stacey. We've been watching him. And if you're down and out there under the trees and you can hear us across the tannoy, this is a Dakar Audi, and you can see that. But just look how high the roof is. Just look at the height, the ride height. That is really, really built to go across the deserts and through some of the jungle tracks which they've had to do on Dakar in the past, in South America and Africa. It's back in Saudi now, Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia coming back into it, but they've got a round of the World Rally Championship, haven't they?
Yes, yeah, that was announced recently, so we will be heading to brand new territory with the WRC. Now,
I'm sure you can see the difference in commitment now that it's competitive officially.
Absolutely.
The aggression, you know, straight into that long, fast left-hander that's been changed. Different start line this year from last, and it's remained dry all day. So the grip will be good where the sun has got through and dried the chalky underlaying surface out. It still would be damp where we've seen the usual places before, but the level of commitment now and speed is much higher than it's been.
It has. Yeah, it's all turned up a notch, hasn't it, as we head into our shootout now. We've got plenty of drivers in the stage for you.
I have to hold my hands up. I've got rather excited because in my little perch here at the corner of the door, I've spotted Mr. Quintero's Red Bull Toyota Gazoo off-road pickup. And I'm kind of crossing fingers we will see that, because it will be a spectacle.
Computer vision, Metro 6R4, John Saunders, always competitive here. He knows that car over many, many years of his ownership. And look at those, the aerodynamics, that front bib spoiler, computer vision on it, and then the spoiler over the rear roof. And just like the current day WRC cars, those aerodynamics work. They were all set up and designed by Patrick Head at Williams because of the higher speeds of the rally cars. And latterly, that's what we've had in World Rally 21, 22, and then even with the latest regulations where there's slightly less aerodynamics, but in the earlier days of the aerodynamics, if that big wing came off the Rally 1 car, it made a hell of a difference, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it would.
Of course, 1984, I think it was, the York National was the first event for the Metro, and it was actually wingless at that stage. It was only after that that they started to play about different settings, different wing settings, then one to the front as the Lancia Delta Integrale makes its way down onto the trees. down towards Hopkirk and Clark.
Yeah, Enzo van der Heyden behind the wheel here. And, you know, you see these iconic cars on this stage. It just makes your heart beat that little bit faster. Certainly now that we're into our shootout territory.
Yeah, you've got to, if you want to win the shootout, but yet you're in a very valuable car, how close to the edge are you going to take it? That's the big thing. But even so, some of them might be just looking for a top 10 time as the S1 then literally creeps over the flying Finn. Not a great car in flight, it has to be said. It's very nose heavy, and I can understand that. You don't want too much throttle on that car, because we were talking to Peter earlier on, and he was talking about, you know, with that 560 brake horsepower, you just touch the throttle and this thing is going to spin you off. Short wheelbase, nervous car, very, very big. And Golden Wonder makes me think of Ken Wood, who drove one of these in period, and he was an air traffic controller, Scottish air traffic controller. Brilliant rally driver. I loved his rally, I'm sure you did, you know. Hey.
I feel like he was in the room with us just then.
Thanks very much.
No, it's such a difference though when you switch to the Metro 6R4, far more shorter wheelbase, nimbler, more agile car, even though it's got that kind of brutality about it. Some people don't think it's a very beautiful car at all. I'm right up there with the beautiful brutality of this. It's such a contrast with the others.
See, we're talking about liveries and sounds. I still think the Mini World Rally car by ProDrive, I think that's one of the best sounding cars ever. And just the kick off it and the knock and the bark off it, as we see Steve Ward make his way down into the beginning of the stage in the Subaru Legacy RS.
But Zav, this is a noise that really rally fans around the world gyrate towards, because it's the Boxer engine. Yeah. And when Subaru started all this, Subaru basically made farm trucks. And then they had these kind of farming vans, because it was Fuji Heavy Industries. And then they started to develop road cars and so on. And eventually, when some very crude Subarus originally went into the Safari Rally, like a lot of the Japanese car manufacturers trying to sell across Africa, that's what they wanted to do. And eventually they became involved with ProDrive, who helped develop the Subaru, the original Legacy, the wedge-shaped Legacy, and they made that into a winning car, which went on through the generations of Subarus and WRC Subarus, and, you know, the winning drivers, whether it was McRae, Burns, the world manufacturers titles as well. That's what Subaru got out of this. Incredible sales, incredible worldwide fame, not just with that livery. And the same, sorry, I'm just saying for Liquid Engineering. I see Cashel go Liquid Engineering because I remember the advertising slogan at the time.
But that was the Subaru XT, and of course Possum Bourne was heavily involved in and around those cars going to Africa, and that was how the ProDrive tie-in with Possum Bourne and the first Subaru RS and then the 555 Impreza that made its way across, because ProDrive heavily supported Possum Bourne because of his relationship with Subaru from very early on.
You mentioned the name Possum Bourne. My favourite memory of ever interviewing him was when he came to Rally Sweden back in 2003, I think it was, and he had never competed on snow before, and he was just... He absolutely loved it, loved the whole experience.
Yep.
Talking of Kiwi drivers, we have a lot of Kiwi fans here today who have come from the European Rally Championship. They followed Hayden Patton, they're a big batch of them. They're doing a tour, they've come to Goodwood, and then they're heading off to other rallies as well. So a big shout out to all the Kiwi fans, rally fans who are here today at Goodwood.
Oh, that's great, because their man is leading the European Championship.
That's right.
We discussed earlier on. And as he said, it's about percentage, it's about points, it's about being there. And no one more experienced than him, world production champion. And that was the Per Eklund Subaru we saw going over the line. This is Gary Lakudu.
Nicely done around the Delta Donut.
Wasn't that beautifully done? Wasn't that beautifully done? I reckon Jari-Matti Latvala would love to look at that car. Has he got one of those cars?
He has a couple.
Okay. And he still rallies them, doesn't he, in historics?
And I believe somebody in somebody in Ireland sourced the shell for another one.
Okay. So this is Sjoerd van der Putten, one of our Dutch crew, and then Gary Lecoudou from the Channel Islands, who's won a lot of tarmac events and won a lot of events that have been run by the Southern Car Club.
He won the inaugural London Rally for Heroes, if you remember, that started at Mercedes-Benz World.
Yes, I do. Florian Treats in the Group A Ford Escort Cosworth.
That's Celica's fastest through so far of Gary Lecoudou with a 2:45 exactly. Before that, it was John Saunders in the Metro with a 2:50. So that has now been beaten. So your benchmark time for the shootout round now, right now, let's get my words out, 2:45 is the time to beat.
Okay, we'll watch out for that, 2:45. So it's interesting, isn't it? You know, last year the Metro 6R4 was right up there. It's still right up there. Now, what can Florian do about that? Because he's got pretty much a bit more of a power output if he can get all that four-wheel drive down there. And the Group A car hopefully working well for him. The Ford Works rally team. It was great to see those cars in situ. That's Paul Kynaston off the line, rear-wheel drive, Opel Ascona 400. A great car in the Group B era. And quite a big car, but still very, very fast, very, very sturdy, particularly good on the longer and more endurance rallies and the tougher rallies like Portugal, where you're literally driving over the boulders, or the Acropolis rally, where it's more than boulders.
Yeah, that is certainly the old Acropolis rally. It was so rough, such a treacherous event for the teams and drivers. It's got a little bit smoother over the years, but still packs a punch in terms of the challenge level out there for our WRC crews, that is for sure.
Well, you can hear that, and then you heard the turbocharger, the wastegate there from the 5-cylinder engine on the Audi Sport Quattro A2. This was the development from the original A1, became even more sophisticated. Roland Gumpertz was the engineer in charge of that program, and I'm not sure if that's Tom Williams driving or not. Yes, it is Tom, and Tom Williams has been one of our junior champions who's come through the ranks, whose dad, David Williams, you can see the LNX branding on the front of this car, because he backed the late, great Richard Burns all the way through to the World Championship. And this, of course, was one of the cars that Richard Burns drove through the One Make Championships on his way up to stardom.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? The One Make Championships, and how much of a success we've seen from drivers who have been part of them over the years. That all-important seat time, but also competing against guys who are in exactly the same machinery as you are to get a really good benchmark on it all.
Florian climbing the bank there. He's getting his sort of mountaineer's boots out there, getting the spikes in to the side of the bank. He had a little climb. He would have lost a little bit of time, but not a lot. Oh, well, it's not good enough, is it?
Yeah, it's not good enough, is it, in the shootout today? Still, I believe that fastest time, I've yet to be told any different, is for Gary Lecoudou, which is at 2:45, is still the time to beat. 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Now, this is a man to watch, because consistently fast here at Goodwood over many years. Roger Duckworth, a few years ago, he actually had this car flown back from Rally Barbados to be here in time in Goodwood, but has now decided to use an R5 in Barbados, and we see W23 SRT on the start line, and Martin Spurl acknowledging that it's one of the very few WRC cars from the P2000 era that is actually still driven in anger.
Yeah, well, he's a very, very accomplished rally driver. He's won Sunseeker Rally again, which was Southern Car Club event, won that quite a few times. The British Rally Sprint Series, which happened at Silverstone, he was a winner there. He's been a winner in Barbados and national championship events. Just a great guy and a great driver. Paul Kinniston's a great driver too as well in the Ascona. And we've seen Paul Howarth out earlier in the i400 version of that car. Roger Duckworth, and Duckworth, that name you may remember because his dad was a very, very famous engineer, an engine designer of the DFV, Cosworth engine. And he was heavily involved with that. And he's just one of the technical gods of Formula One in the design era. And when Colin Chapman designed the Lotus 49, his dad helped design the DFV Cosworth engine, which was bolted onto the back of the Lotus as a structural member of the chassis, and it won on its debut at the Dutch Grand Prix. So that was his dad. Motorsport is in Roger Duckworth's veins.
No, it certainly is.
Sorry, it was Mike Costin and Keith Duckworth. I clearly remember a picture of the two of them, and that's how Cosworth was formed. It was from Costin and the Worth from Duckworth. And of course, as you say, Tony, so many engines they've built, and wonderful engine designers and builders.
Well, the winningest engine of all time in Grand Prix racing
DFV.
is the DFV,
Yeah.
Ford DFV.
Good shot there from our cameramen of the revised start line for this year. That's where you see the cars immediately head off a very long, fast left before they make their way right. As we cut back to Roger at Delta.
Who is the man to beat, because he's the one who won it all last year.
Yep.
He's the champion. He's the champion.
So if you're, targeting anyone this year, it is Roger Duckworth who you should be setting your sights on, because he was the fastest across the 4 days of the shootout competition.
And there's the Super 2000 MG. The Super 2000, actually, with the normally aspirated engines in that formula and rallying, I thought was a great era. I really enjoyed that era with the IRC, the Intercontinental Rally Championship. That was quite a long jump. That was about 55 meters there for Duckworth. A good leap, and it wasn't a leap of faith. He knows what he's doing. He absolutely knows this special stage. All those little tree roots, all those banks, he knows exactly where he's placing the car, and he's got his feel this morning as to where the grip is. Even that last grassy section where the car starts bouncing about.
Look at the time on the board, 2:43.5. It is the fastest through so far.
Okay. There you go.
I'll tell you what I've learned, Bex, you do love a fastest time.
I certainly do. Times excite me, Zav. It's what I'm all about.
The MG off the start line. A car that has previously been seen in the hands of Mark Higgins and Rory Kennedy alongside Out Tanak, who drove it here in 2010. But these were little screamer engines, weren't they, Tony?
Yeah.
I mean, you drove the other version, the front-wheel drive. You did the RAC Rally in one of them, didn't you?
Well, I did 3 years in the Works MG team, and Gwyndaf Evans was my teammate, and we were in the Group N cars. I wasn't there for my driving skills, by the way. Just point that out. I was there for my promotional skills, and what I brought to the party was my co-drivers were all either journalists, TV people. We made TV programs or whatever it was, and then I got a free ride for 3 years, which was brilliant, and everybody was happy. So it worked very, very well, and lovely to work with Mr. Evans. But yeah, MGs, and that time the MG, they were going to Le Mans very unsuccessfully. They went into touring cars. It started all right, but then it went off the boil. And even with the rallying, they then produced a Group A car, and it didn't work properly because they didn't put enough engineering effort into it, sadly, at the time. But we're looking at the Proton Iris and Ollie Mellors, and a lot of work has gone into that car by Mellors Elliott Motorsport, and Proton have been putting some money into that, and I know that they've been trying to get that car to do more events. It has done some French championship events as well. That was the wide, long way around, and I don't know whether that was quicker or not by McLeod.
I don't think so. I don't think so. We're watching now on the start line, getting ready to go. A pairing who were spectacular on their runs this morning is the Iron Dames. It's Sarah Rameau and Julia Abelard. when we watched them on their first run, it was their first sighting run, and they did not hold back. It was full commitment from them. You can see that again here.
It was really good, really impressive for somebody here for the first time. So we do expect Sarah to put in a really good time. Of course, she lost about, we reckon, 10 seconds, 15 seconds
yeah,
maybe?
maybe 10 to 15. I think you're right. They had a bit of a contact with a hay bale, had to reverse earlier. So precious time was lost, but I think it's going to be a good run this time.
I'm amazed that right-hander at Cooper's still hasn't dried out. It's still catching people out, just that silicone sort of feel you get because it's so slippy.
I think what's possibly happened down there, Zav, is a drainage kind of issue. There's a confluence of the waters going through there, and just to the side where it's been gathering, and it's taking a long time to drain, which is why, you know, it is so sort of deep, the mud, and it's quite soggy. So that is a bit, but most people will have noted that by now. Either the co-drivers, the drivers themselves are taking a different line. Let's see what Ollie does.
It's such a pocket rocket, isn't
Yeah,
it? It
yeah.
really is so dynamic out on the stage. It's great to watch. We've got a new fastest time on the board. That is McLeod with a 2:42.1.
Blimey, even going the long way round.
I know.
Delta.
I said it wasn't fastest,
That's
but
your fastest time there.
there you go, 2:32.2. That's just been blown out of the water.
Oh, Bexy likes that one. Tony gets excited about the driving antics, and Bexy loves a good fastest time.
There you go. And the Iron Dames love your checkered flag bollard in the middle. They went round it beautifully just now. And I'm not sure who that... Well, it could have been Carlos Sainz, couldn't it, in an era with Repsol on the back there. But clearly going off for lunch. And we're seeing our marshals, who are doing a great job officiating and helping out on the rally stage during the course of this weekend. They all had their briefing this morning. I'm up here with Michael Weeks and all the staff. So they're well primed, they know exactly what to do. And you just saw a shot of our lunch, and there, this is the girls are both flying, aren't they now?
They really are. Sarah Remo then behind the wheel. Julia's on the notes.
That was neat and tidy.
It was neat and tidy and quick, I would say. Yeah, that was.
Let's see what the time is going to be. It's 2:32.1. The fastest time to beat is a 2:45.8.
That's competitive. Very competitive. Excellent work by the Iron Dames. Wow, good leap too.
Yeah, a good little leap over the flying fin jump. We like that.
Very good, and a nice landing. The car flies really, really well. It's nice and level. It's not nose heavy. It's well balanced. And when you take air like that, you've got to match the revs. You've got to match the throttle revs with the wheels turning around so that you land with enough traction and not too much. You don't put your foot flat to the floor, just enough so that the wheels don't overspin as you land and you gather a little bit of traction.
That's why you get some drivers just dab the brake, left foot brake, just pulls the car down before it takes off. So
let's take a look at these results, shall we, of our shootout. Ollie Mellors with a 2:32.2, the fastest time. Then Rory McLeod, 2:42.4. So very close between them. Roger Duckworth was a 2:43.5. Sarah Remo, who was our last car that we saw there, 2:45.8. Gary Lacodo, 2:49.1. Then Saunders, Ben Mellors, Van der Putten, Ward and Stacey. To round out the top 10 there, let's head on to the next page. Martin Ovington with a 2:59.6. Florian Tritz with a 3:01 of a second. Then we've got Van der Heijden, Caniston, Tom Williams and Van der Putten to round out that top 16. But it is the Proton that was fastest through at the hands of Ollie Mellors. So a great run. It looked fast. It was dynamic. A little pocket rocket.
very entertaining. So in the shootout then, Bex, who impressed you the most?
Ollie.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
TJ?
I have to say, I think the Iron Dames, because they made that mistake this morning and they were neat and quick and they're in the ballpark. So, you know, I think Sarah did a great job there.
Yeah, I would agree. They've been impressive for me.
Okay.
Coming here is it's very easy, as we've seen over the years, and you've seen yourself in rallying, you might even make the first bend, and that's your event over. So it's very difficult to come here. And you've heard Sebastian Ogier earlier saying it's really technical, it's really challenging. So yeah, I would give them a 10 out of 10.
Excellent stuff. Let's take a little look at the highlights then of the shootout that we've just witnessed. Well, we kicked off with the coupe, Hans Stacey behind the wheel here.
Yeah, that's a big beast to take down this little stage, and there's another big beast with the S1 with Peter van der Putten and Ben Mellers, as quick as ever with such an old car though, in such good condition. And then John Saunders, who was very quick last year, quick again and competitive in the 6R4.
Yeah, he did have a good time for quite a while until it was broken, but he did hold it for a while. He really was throwing the car through the stage.
And the Dakar Coupe Quattro's impressive, bearing in mind they're a lot heavier, but wider wheelbase, longer wheelbase as well. And of course, Florian Tweets showed well. Gary Le Cadeau, as we said, and as Tony said, the Castrol colours, one of those evocative liveries that everyone remembers.
But he was fastest until about 3/4 of the way through, and this is why, because that was inch perfect, was it not?
Absolutely. It was stunning, that little twist around the donut. Celica then held the fastest time, but it was to be eclipsed.
So Florian ran up the bank. He did lose a fair bit of time there, probably about 2 or 3 seconds more than I thought, but he was well down the list at the end of it, whereas Roger Duckworth, last year's winner, went off so well. But just look at the way this car squatted. Look at the way it went over the jump there. And the flying fin is fantastic. And those colours, well, what can you say? Rally fans unite round the world behind those colours. They certainly do. And is it right then, very, very quickly, Bex, that they'll paint those colours in Sweden at Collins Crest? They paint those colours from the Subaru and so on? Yeah.
We just saw the Iron Dames and a great run from Rory McLeod here.
I saw the biggest bottle of whiskey I've ever seen at Collins Crest as a spectator.
I'm sure you have.
The Norwegians brought it. It must have been a metre high.
Nothing could beat, though, the time from Ollie Mellers. Driving it like he was winning it or binning it. It was a great run, and it was fastest through. And that was the shootout, and everyone's now back at base. A little bit of refuel for themselves before they do some more demo runs, gentlemen.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that, and we might see the Works Toyotas out there. We're not sure.
Well, there is one at the in control. We're not sure who's behind it. Maybe we have an update.
But we know Kelly Rovanpera's here because we've seen him. And from Hyundai, we saw Danny Sordo out this morning. He was very, very entertaining. We've seen Jari-Matti Latvala. He is here. And Sebastian Ogier is he's not driving, but he's been here. Bex had a good chat with him. Very enlightening, actually, and gave us a fair bit of news. If any of the news hounds were sitting here, they go, "Oh my God, that's the lead story."
Yes,
and if you
definite fighting towards.
If you have the chance to get back or go back and listen to it, it really, really was a terrific interview. We heard and some very incisive questions from Bex, admitting that it was a chance for her to question him like she normally wouldn't be able to at WRC 11. It was really good. Great insight into his WEC and also his part-time rallying.
And at the door is Richard Hogg waving to us, who told us he was going to take it easy first thing this morning. Then we saw him sliding. Then we saw him nudging the bank. And the car then stopped, the Rover, the Tony Pond tribute car. And he's going to tell Zav, hopefully, it's all okay, and he's going to be entertaining us with those V8 vibes this afternoon.
Well, I hope so. Fingers crossed that it is all okay and he's going to be back out there. Hopefully tomorrow morning, by the sounds of it. Okay, we are going to take a very short break right now. We'll be back with you in just a few moments for more action out on the rally stage.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the Forest Rally stage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's been a fantastic day so far. We're ready to continue with our demo runs, and we have a special beast lined up for us right now in more ways than one. On the start line is the Toyota GR Yaris Rally 1 car. And behind the wheel, we believe, is Jari Matti Latvala.
It is. That's what we have here in our update with Ashley Eleanor Sturgeon. And I would tell you now, and I'm sure you would agree with me, Ashley is in for the passenger ride of her life. Because as you've relayed to me earlier, when you get the chance and opportunity to sit in a works rally car, it is an experience like no other. if you've never been in one, nothing can prepare you for the G-forces. You hear drivers and co-drivers talk about being pushed back into the seat, or when the car is going sideways, that you're pushed further into the sideways part of the seat. This is going to be something really special. We were talking earlier about, you know, drivers of Jari Matti's level having just an aura or a different level.
Yep.
You've said to me earlier on this morning that Jari Matti Latvala is an expert in 80s music, but he's also a rally history aficionado. But he's also, no matter what he's behind the wheel of, ultra competitive. I'm looking forward to this.
Yes, so am I. This will be a great run. And Ashley alongside is going to have the absolute, well, an absolute ball, because it's going to be an incredible sensation to be in the Rally 1 car with all the hybrid force that comes off the car from the start line. We're talking 500 brake horsepower with the acceleration, under braking. It's going to be amazing sensations right the way through. And one thing to note about the Rally 1 car, you know, we have huge speeds here, but what the cars are run on at the top level of WRC is a complete fossil-free fuel. We are 100% sustainable in fuel in WRC. We're the only world championship to do that as part of the FIA championships out there. That's something we should be singing and dancing and shouting about.
Quite right.
Because we're always talking, everyone is talking about sustainability, and we've got it right here in the fuel that we're using. But you are still getting all those fantastic sounds from the combustion engine, which everybody loves.
I'm going to put you on the spot.
Oh, God.
Are we going to get an FTD from Jari?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to enjoy this even more now. This will be good. Sometimes it's not a job, I forget to commentate, if that makes sense.
The sound off the line is just incredible, and all those G-forces around you as you're heading through the stage in a Rally 1 car. The sheer force of the car off the line is quite incredible. Hybrid regenerates, you get more boost, you know, under braking, the car will regenerate. The hybrid technology has really changed the game in WRC. The drivers are so used to it now, they barely even notice it's there, really. But for Jari Matti Latvala, what a competitor. The way he handles the car, the attitude of that Yaris through this stage. You know, a driver who has 18 WRC victories to his name. He was a sensation, you know, part of the great flying Finns. And he still loves to compete, and we'll see him compete at Rally Finland in the Rally 2 category. He was in a Rally 1 there last year. He absolutely loved it, but he'll be competing in that brand new Rally 2 GR Yaris this year. And that is fantastic to see. And I think as a team boss, the fact that he has such an incredible wealth of driving knowledge and experience, that helps the team. He has an empathy with the drivers. He understands what they're going through. And as everyone knows out there who follows rallying, he's a great talker. You know, he's a great shoulder.
It's funny you say it, but I think certainly when they arrived last year and came up and joined us on the rally stage, I think Toyota Gazoo Racing, I think they were kind of blown away by the whole enormity of Goodwood, its importance, and how spectators buy into it. Here we go. And that's round the bin at Delta, making its way up through Gambles now on the return leg of the stage, but makes its way up over the hill towards Flying Finn, the jump. The tricky bits was seen from some competitors earlier on this morning. If you were looking the other way from that camera point, there is a lovely view that looks out over the hill and Goodwood as we just got a replay, Bex.
Yeah, I mean, he handles this so well. He's so used to doing many of these in his career on super special stages around the world. But it's just the way the car is set up beautifully on the approach to it. Spins around, it drifts. I'm sure Kalle Rovanperä will be impressed by that little drift run through the donut for Jari Matti. This is the tricky section that you mentioned.
Yeah.
One of them, there's a couple within this stage now. But with Jari Matti's experience, you know, in every single terrain across so many different rallies all over the world, look at that, 239.7, and that is the fastest time we've... No, it isn't, actually. 232.1 was the...
I knew you didn't like it. You only get excited when it's a genuine
I just want to look down. No, the Proton was faster. An incredible run, though, and I'm sure, you know, any passenger ride in a Rally 1 car, just to feel the, you know, the full force of that technology behind you off the start line is something quite incredible.
But that just echoes something you said this morning about the hybrid and the ability to put the power and transmit that into the road. And I think that's partly, you know, that hybrid Rally 1 car more powerful than the Rally 2 Yaris.
Yes.
And I think the Yaris, or not the Yaris, sorry, the Proton Air it puts the power down much better.
Exactly. Who did we hear? Was it one of the Audi drivers earlier that said they had everything turned up to maximum and it was just too much? It was too much for the stage. They needed to kind of, you know, turn it all down because the power was too much and they weren't setting efficient times through the stage then.
So Steve Chamberlain on the start line. As we said earlier, if you weren't with us, Steve was scheduled to drive a Ford Fiesta R5, but a man made him a very good offer for it on Tuesday night, and hence Steve is here in his trusty Mitsubishi Charisma that he has brought here over the last couple of years. We first saw it here 5 years ago. He's previously been here in a Hyundai Accent WRC and loves coming here.
Well, who wouldn't? I mean, for me, unbelievably, this is my first time to visit the Festival of Speed. I can't quite believe it's taken me this long. I've travelled to the far reaches of the world to follow rallying, but yet something on my doorstep has taken me a long time to get through, and I can already understand the reasons why people come here year in, year in. It's a special atmosphere. It's a special place to be.
You've answered that question about an hour ahead of time, because I was going to ask you. No, genuinely, I was going to ask you at the end of the day, right, you haven't been here before. Do you know? It's really hard for people to get it unless you've been here.
Absolutely it is. I mean, every single person I spoke to as James Williams launches off the line here. Every single driver I've spoken to, every spectator who's been here, fan of the sport, they've all said to me, oh, you're going to have an amazing time. It's special, it's unique, it's this, it's that. But it's only when you come here and get the whole vibe of it that you really do understand it.
Yeah. So James Williams into the stage now at the early part, making us way down towards Burns, Chirini, followed by Quattro and Blomqvist. And as we say, the bends or jumps or twists and turns are all named aficionados associated with rallying. James is having a good run this year in the British Rally Championship. A very, very talented Welsh driver.
Yes, he certainly is, and I think, you know, we're really looking forward to seeing him compete at Rally Ceredigion, which will be home event for him a little bit later on this year. He's already had a victory in the UK Asphalt Championship in the Manx Rally.
It blew everybody away there.
Yeah,
you know,
so impressive. I mean, I thought what he delivered there was something special. We talked with TJ earlier about, you know, the importance of winning key events in your life. As a driver, you want to have the trophy for certain events, and I think Manx is right up there.
Listen, the stages in the Isle of Man are so unique. Even though they're tarmac, they are really, really unique. It's you know, it's not like rallying in Ireland, as you would know, and it's not like rallying in Mull, another supremely unique event.
Yeah.
When you get up into the likes of the Mines or Brandywell Cottage, I mean, they are absolutely awesome stages. See, Chamberlain now down into this tricky left-hander that has caused a few issues during the course of today for some competitors, but making his way now down through Coopers and Stratos, comes out under the trees and will compete his run. Now, on the start line, I can hear the Yaris again, and I am assuming that this is once again Jari Matti. And I can see the Hyundai that I'm assuming Danny Sorda was in. So we're going to be in for two very good runs in the next couple of minutes. So that was James Williams in Hyundai i20 over the finish line.
Just letting you get the full spectrum of sound from this incredible car as we see it plunge back into the forests.
Right, I'm going to say that he will beat the time that he set last run.
I think you'd be pretty spot on with that.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't. I'm not always that successful. But I love seeing these driven in anger. And it must, you know what, it must be an awesome spectacle for the fans and the spectators down in the forest to see them come through.
Yeah, it's
speed, the noise.
It's the sound. It's the sound before you see them, I think. And Tony mentioned it earlier, didn't he? It's, you know, when you're in a dark forest at night as well, and you have not a huge amount of visual, hearing the sound of the cars echoing around the forest before you get full sight of it it's a special feeling. It's kind of unmatched in sports. The anticipation of it all.
Yeah. Kind of got away with one there on the inside on that slight left-hander. We'll probably take a look back at it to see Martin Spurl in the USA spec Subaru Impreza. These were prepared and built by ProDrive for Subaru in America. Contested the SCCA, the championship in America.
Let's just take a little look at a replay here. You can just see a few sparks shooting out there at the side.
Of course, Martin Spurl, a man whose name is linked with Autosportif, who built and ran many, many Subaru WRC cars. And of course, Martin also looks after Roger Duckworth's immaculate example. As we look back onto the start line now, and this is Danny Sordo and Jarno Opmeer. So Jarno is in for a very, as we cut back to Jari Matti over the jump, and I think he did extremely well there. I hope we have the clap on him. Fabulous shot under the trees. A little bit of sunlight getting through just adds to it all.
2:33.6 this time around then. So faster than his first run.
By much. I didn't write it down. Oh, I shouldn't have asked you.
I didn't actually. I didn't write it down. But yeah, I think he was 35. Was he 30? I think he was a 2:35. So it's a couple of seconds faster.
We were saying about the competitive edge. This is where this kicks in.
But yeah, and that was his first run through, you know. So for the other drivers who did the shootout, they'd had multiple runs through.
Danny Sword will be sent to the start line. What time did Jari Matti do?
Well, this is what the beauty of putting the helmet on is, you know. Okay, let me just have a look at that time, see if I can beat it out there. He has had a number of runs already out there, Danny Sordo. We talked about him quite a lot earlier. Such a, you know, a talented driver who has, you know, been able to deliver results on partial seasons in the WRC. He's proved his worth in terms of his competitive nature, but his skill behind the wheel, and I think he still blows us away to this day with what he can deliver out there.
You were saying you admired his ability to just turn up, dial in.
Straight away.
Yeah.
You know, straight away from shakedown. At an early event he came to this season, he was straight on the money at shakedown, which is, you know, essentially a bit of a test to make sure everything is right before the rally. And you wouldn't expect him maybe to be quite so, but he was. The Hyundai i20 Coupe WRC we're seeing here. So the previous incarnation of the WRC car, much beloved by our drivers. You know, this car was obviously very different to what we see now in Rally 1. You know, there's not much that carried over from that car. The 1.6 turbocharged engine, yes, but that car that we're on screen with now had an active central diff.
Oh. My screen is about 2 seconds behind yours. So if you're wondering, am I very slow on the uptick? Well, I probably am, but I'm about 2 seconds behind you in terms of screen monitors. And now we're back to 5 cylinders. And there's the Audi Quattro S1 off the start line.
just makes the most incredible sound, which we hear in commentary where we are just above the start line before anyone else does. The S1 has been really impressive out there today.
Yeah, it's nice to have it out because it did make its mark on rally, and I know Tony was saying earlier on they were heavy and cumbersome, but there's actually some tremendous footage of the S1 on the 1,000 Lakes over jumps.
Little rock there in the right in the line. Not a massive rock and not a nasty rock, not a jaggedy edge rock, which can cut some tyres, but there are some loose stones, some rocks now starting to get pulled out into the line. Now this is your friend from earlier, the Kalmar.
Yeah, this is I'm impressed with this. This is he calls this the Swiss Army pocket knife of cars because it's
I love that description. That's such a good description.
This is the car number 7 of Pierre Antoine Wampon. And basically, they take the Porsches. We cut back now to Danny Sordo. And Danny now just out and under the trees, this time with Jan Opmeer as a passenger, but back to the Kalmar Porsche. And engines are built by Lortec, and they uses an upper shape from what they call a 797 Porsche. It's made of Kelvar instead of carbon fiber, and mostly built for duration and long haul events and off-road.
There's been quite a bit of activity around the car out in the service area today. People just having it, going and having a look, checking it out. Not really seen it, I think not a lot of people have seen anything quite like it before.
It's something different, and that's the Kalmar RSR. Back now to 5-cylinder Audi, and car colours there that you would have seen driven by the likes of Stig Blomqvist and Michel Mouton when they were factory drivers in the early version of the all-conquering Audi Quattro that completely changed rallying in 1982 when Hannu Mikkola decided to drive for the works team as it was being put together. It's a car run by Adam Marsden, AM Cars, down in Somerset. As behind me, the dulcet tones of a Metro 6R Porsche take off.
It is such an incredible sound. Samuel Tielli is behind the wheel of this one. And Tony was describing earlier the amount of work, the restoration and the process that has gone into restoring this beautiful car.
But he was also saying that, for Jean-Luc Terrier, the ability he had when they put the team together, because they could tweak the Porsche to suit what they wanted to do in terms of being competitive and tackling a championship. But that was no different back in the early 70s to what ProDrive did when it changed from DR Autosport to ProDrive, because ProDrive got themselves a couple of 911 SCs and they ran Porsches for a couple of years before the Subarus came in. So even in the late 90s, early 2000s, it's a fabulous car that you can manipulate to form what you want as a team. Lovely shot from our cameraman of the Kalmar just after it took over flying fin. And I've just been reliably informed that we have both cameramen and camera women. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, we do. Across the board here. Now, we were talking about liveries earlier, and for me, this one is the most evocative. Seeing the Ford in the Martini livery always brings back such incredible memories for me. My first days working in the WRC. My first ever big interview was with Carlos Sainz when he was with Ford at the time. And I was, very lucky back in the day to to interview. You can see Max McRae here, who is in the car. Max's uncle, Colin McRae, many, many times. Is Max in the car?
Well, not according to... I didn't think Max was going to be here till tomorrow.
That's what I'd heard also. We'll double-check that for you.
Well, I actually think it might be Ian Gwynn and Steve Rimmer. So if that's the case, that's the man that prepares the cars and the man that owns the cars. And I was chatting to Bex yesterday when we did a little bit of work here yesterday afternoon, and Steve Rimmer's car collection in the UK is impressive, but his car collection in the States.
Yeah, I went over to his base near Seattle, Snoqualmie, to visit Dirtfish and to visit the collection that Steve Rimmer has, and it is something special. He has a vast array of cars that he's purchased over the years. He's got the Quattro there. But also, it's not just the rally cars. He buys the road-going equivalent as well. That is a proper passion for the sport and for automotive in general, because for every rally car he buys the road-going equivalent.
That's what I was saying to you yesterday. You know, the fan and me personally, I mean, I feel I owe Steve Rimmer so much because his passion in keeping these cars alive means that we see them here. And so much of rallying history would have been lost if it wasn't for the likes of Stephen. He, as you know, I wouldn't say he's shy, but he's quiet and reserved. Yeah. But I had annoyed Ian Gwynn to such an extent last year. He brought Steve in, and Steve came in and he joined us. And he was a great conversationalist about, you know, when he was a student in the north of England, how he got into road rallying in the north, and loved it from a very early age. And you know, it was something he could exploit and love even more, you know, as he made his way in America.
I think you say something really important there. You know, we have to thank them. I mean, these people who have the ability to be able to look after these cars, buy these cars, restore these cars, so that, you know, all of the generations can continue to watch on days like this and see these cars in action. It's very important.
I honestly think some of the drivers and owners such as Steve don't realise how much spectators, when they come here, or a rally legend or whatever other event, how appreciative they are that they can come and see something like this. Dave Kedward here in the Safari Lancia Rally 037. This was a, he believes, oh
no, what's happened here? It's that banking again, isn't it? This is what's caught out quite a few drivers. You've just seen the focus look as if it's gone up onto the banking. Let's have a little replay. So we're over the jump nicely. No issues there. But yeah, it's just under braking. We've just slipped off. Nothing major, just a little bit of an overshoot.
Nicely recovered. Nicely recovered. I'm back now to a camera shot down at Delta. That's right, the most southerly part, if you like, of the rally stage for us, where we're based up in the paddock.
You need more sun cream down there then, yeah?
Oh, definitely. But if the camera was facing the other way, you would see there is a wonderful view of Goodwood House, the hill, the stands, the car parks, because it's like a bowl. It's a great shot, it really is. But you just see the open. It's when you stand down there and look back, you realise just how big Goodwood is.
Yeah.
It's a great shot. Here we go, Dave Kedward in the 037.
Not doing his full run round there.
No. I always loved those Lancias in the test colours. So back on the start line now, and Kieran Graffin. In the Fiesta. KG Motorsport car that originally was used by Steve Becker in Belgium on the Station Lesso Monteberg Rally 2021.
You're getting a bit like TJ now with your French.
Oh, I'll stop then.
Swiss or your German or whatever you just said. I was very impressed.
Most people would say gibberish. I think Kov and Ali might say just gibberish, but great sound off the start line, and down into the forest as we cut back now to Dave Kedward in the Martini. This was a safari car, but he has refettled it and done it in the Martini test colours. Very rarely did you see a works car compete in these colours, but this and the Integrale in these colours, I thought they were amazing. They look mean.
It does look pretty spectacular. Now, Tony Jardine has been out and about. He caught up with Mr. Kedward just before he did this run.
Right, here's the car we have been talking about, the legendary Lancia 037 in the Martini colours. And Dave Kedward is here. It's taken him years and years and years to rebuild this car. Dave, this is a work of a lifetime, this car.
Yeah, it's a 30-year project, but it's this first time it's been out properly. We've had a few issues getting it right, but hopefully it's there. Seems all right. We've done a couple of trips around and managed to spin once.
Yeah, we saw that. But this is a piece of rally history. It's absolutely glorious to look at. What is it like to drive and finally drive it after all these years?
Difficult to say. We're very fortunate to have two of these, so things are slightly different to the other car, but this has got, we've had some little mods done and it's got more going. It's quicker, actually. Yeah, it's exciting. One of the best cars we've got.
In period, this car was driven by all sorts of legendary drivers, amongst them Marco Allen, and he absolutely loved this car. He said if it had four-wheel drive, it would have beaten everything, but as it was, it beat quite a few, didn't it?
Yeah, it was the last two-wheel drive car to win the World Championships in '83. Yeah, they're just handled so well. What you lose in power, you get back, you know.
And it doesn't seem to be confined here in the cockpit. It looks very, very small, but you seem to have some space.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of room. Once you're in, it's a little bit tight on the top, but that's the only place. But yeah, no, it's a fantastic car.
Can you imagine what it would have been like on World Championship stages with the top drivers in one of these and all this power?
To be honest, I'm very fortunate to have sat in with Marco Allen in the other one of these 2 years ago, and he took me out. My God. Whoa. Fantastic experience, yeah. One I'll never forget, you know, and you can see the difference. I thought I could drive.
You thought you could drive to Marco Allen. Listen, go and enjoy yourself. We'll see you later. Well done. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
What a character. That's incredible. And Tony's been lusting after that car all day. So he's finally got to see it up close and personal. But he was asking so many questions there. Gives me a thought that maybe he's trying to go and buy it.
I wouldn't put it... Well, no, Tony doesn't buy anything. He's Scottish.
I tell you what, that's got an incredible, it's an incredible passion project from Dave Kedward, their 30-year project to restore that car.
Yeah, he told me that they located it in South Africa and it took them a while to get it, but it was a car that Lancia and the works teams then, the expense they had in going to South Africa, or to Africa to Safari, wasn't worth them bringing the cars back after they didn't have, and a lot of cars stayed out there. That was a car that was used, I think he told me 1982, and it stayed in Africa. And then it was used by, I think it was Andros Kritikos, a hotelier, owned like 8, 10, 12 hotels in and around Nairobi. And Dave got wind of it and went and has spent a long time rebuilding it. He has another one with the registration, I think it's DUT5T, like it reads dust. But he's been coming here for an awfully long time, and it was his Peugeot 205 T16 that's in the paddock. People can see, although it's in tarmac spec with the bigger brakes front and rear. Just double checking behind me now.
Let's see who we've got next, yeah.
Tom Williams at the Peugeot 205. And it looks as though we have Danny Sordo about to take somebody else out. Yep, we have Fernandez de Simone is about to get a run in the Hyundai. But we also have, I mentioned the Peugeot 205 T16. Philip Tolmier is taking his version out shortly onto the Goodwood Forest Rally stage. We have the Fiat 131 Mirafiori coming out again, the MGS 2000. We have the Porsche 911 coming out. We have the Iron Dames Fiesta Rally 2 car. I can see the Kieran Graffin is going to run out again, and I can see one of the Lepleys is bringing out the Joaquim Santos Ford Sierra RS Cosworth. So a nice array and variety of cars making their way down into the stage. And if you are in the forests, pop up and say hello. There is a tremendous amount to see here, all the cars under the awnings. And if you haven't been up, the owner's lovely. Delighted to talk to you and explain the history of the car.
You may even get a cup of tea.
You might get a cup of tea. Or as they say at home, tea.
Tea, indeed. Yeah, plenty more cars to head through this Forest Rally stage with us here this afternoon then. Coming up to 20 to 5 in the evening now. We've already had our shootout stage, which Ollie Mellors won in the Proton Iris. Let's get up close and personal with Danny Sordo, shall we? Just letting a little bit of air into the car. It is a beautiful day here. He's had a good couple of runs now of the stage, so he should know it by heart. You talked about the, you know, we talk about this a lot on the World Championship, the differences in gravel on rally by rally. We've got a bit of a chalky texture here, yes, Sav?
Yeah, I mean, you're in the South Downs, and the makeup is essentially chalk. But over the years, the people here at Goodwood have worked very hard to provide a harder wearing surface that
being drowned out by Danny Sordo there in his Hyundai.
In the very early years here, the stage would cut up, but over the years they've worked hard to make sure it lasts the course. I'm going to come back to Danny Sordo because for me that's just awesome watching you know, people that have that skill. Ran a little bit wide there. There's a bend further in here, in towards Mackinnon or maybe towards Acropolis, where he slid wide the last time but got away with it. But using all of the road and even some of the cambered banking.
I mean, it is a wild ride out there. That back end is very happy to be flicking out at every single corner. You know, he's almost done 300 competitive rallies in his career. That 191 of them at WRC level. He's on, I think, 276 in total in his career. That's a huge amount of experience behind the wheel across many, many different championships over the years, but predominantly 191 of them have come in WRC.
And it's like you were saying earlier, he's had a couple of runs, and he will know now where the little quirks and foibles are on the stage, and he will know where he can use the cambered banking to keep the car almost like they do in Sweden, you know, the snowbanks.
Yes.
So I've seen him there. They're all very cute. They get dialed in and they get competitive.
Clued in.
Yeah, and it just helps keep carry the speed. Now, the Group B Peugeot 205 T16 of Philippe Tolmier from France. Philippe brought this car here 3 years ago and loves coming to Goodwood. The family love it. And this car here was the, if you like, mid-80s equivalent of our sort of Rally 1 hybrid cars in terms of the power they produced. As we said earlier, some of them then, when Group B was banned, made their way into Rallycross and made, you know, the engine tuning. Some of the power outputs they were getting 750, 800, 850 horsepower. It was phenomenal.
That rear wing is insane as well, isn't it? Look at the size of it. But yeah, an incredible car that ventured it, like you say, you can see the Rallycross banner actually across the front. It's the first time I'm noticing that. That ventured into Rallycross, another sport which, you know, is the sister of what we're doing here, but on such a you know, a shorter time space, let's say.
Well, one of the other things was when the Evo 1 version, which is the version before this, when it appeared in Monte Carlo, That was when Ari Vatanen lost something like, was it 12 or 14 minutes?
Yeah. And
then clawed it back. That mid-engine four-wheel drive made everybody else sit up and take note, because the Peugeot 205 T16 then was like a spaceship to most people. It was like, whoa. And it again brought the rallying on another evolution. So Fiat Mirafiori 131 of Neil Yates with Jerry Alamo in beside. And of course, we've seen this car on a very regular basis over the years. This is an ex-John Bloxham. You can see the AN Bloxham on the side. And of course, John, a name synonymous with a lot of the motoring news road rallies of the time. Very popular and very reliable road rallies car. But Neil and the family have been coming here for many, many years. There's normally 3 or 4 of them share the driving. As
the Audi Quattro gets off the line again.
Yep. Adam Marsden away in VPC 11Y. Another car that revolutionized rallying when it sort of first appeared at the end of 1981, beginning of 1982. Of course, there were murmurings around October, November, I think, or maybe slightly before that, about Audi having a new car to enter world rallying, and nobody really. And then Ari Vatanen won the World Championship in 1981, and Hannu Mikkola announced that he had signed for Audi for the season.
There were exciting times back then. We talked about the names. We've talked about Ari Vatanen. We've talked about Hannu Mikkola. Michelle Mouton, you know, still the only female driver to win at the upper level in WRC. And to achieve that feat is something very special. And it has not yet been matched. And we all question and we all hope that we will see another female driver up at that level.
I think you have to. And I think we will. I think rallying now in 2024 is one much more it's more attainable, it's more open, it's not as restrictive in terms of you could only rally Group E cars or you could only rally works cars, so I think it's only a matter of time. I mean, it's happened in other sports, and you know, Danica Patrick, for example, in Indy racing, Danica Patrick can hold her own with the guys in IndyCar. Catherine Legg in Indy this year qualified. So, I mean, it's there, it's doable.
It is doable, and it's certainly attainable. We've seen some great female drivers over the years, Molly Taylor being one of them. Australian driver who's won the championship there at home. It just hasn't transitioned right to the top level for her, but she is still competing and still doing fantastic things in the sport, and is an inspiration to many out there. You know, there are girls, we've got Sarah Rameau here this weekend, who is showing us exactly what can be done. There are programs who have been created. The WRC promoter actually have a program this year running to select female talent as part of the Beyond Rally umbrella. So have a look at Beyond Rally and you'll discover that program. A shootout to try and get female drivers involved, engaged, all with eyes at competing at the Central European Rally at the end of the year, to then go into the Junior Championship next year.
Yeah, no, I'm impressed with Sarah today, but I mean, it's not just in driving, Bex. You know, we see it with M Sport and the promotion of workers. Every week it's somebody different, but now, without making a big song and dance about it, every second or third technician is female, every second or third tire technician female, every second software expert, and it's brilliant. It's really good.
When you see it, you can believe you can do it.
Exactly.
Representation is massively important. You mentioned M Sport there. I think then it's time to head out into our service area here and catch up with team boss there at M Sport, Richard Milliner.
Well, great to see you here at Goodwood 2024, and M Sport doing so well this year. You must be pleased with the season so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Now halfway through the year, and I think we knew we had a good chance this year if we took a sensible approach. And Adrian, as lead driver, you know, has found a lot of confidence at the end of last year. But to get 3 podiums already, probably a little bit more than we were expecting. So very happy with that, and a really strong performance in Poland last week. In a couple of days' time, we're off to Latvia, very similar. So it'd be great to see how he does there as well.
Was he quite surprised by his own results?
I don't think a driver would ever say that. I think he thought he did it all by himself, which, to be fair, he did. And I think Poland was really impressive that it was pure pace. That podium was down to being on the pace of the other guys all weekend. There was no positions inherited through misfortune. You know, he was keeping on Andreas's toes all the way through, and the puncture that Andreas got allowed him to get the third. But he drove fantastic all weekend, so really happy.
You're pleased with the performance of the Puma?
Absolutely. You know, actually, we've done nothing radical since last year. We've gone back to the base settings that we know worked, and Adrian's tweaked them, and it seems to be good. You know, the car won on its debut in Monte Carlo, and we know it's a good car on all surfaces, and I think good confidence in the drivers and the team working very hard as usual has meant some great results. So definitely no complaints.
Sadly, it doesn't seem like we're going to see the Puma up here on the rally stage. Rally car, rally stage. Why not? What's going on?
Yeah, so the Puma is down to run on the shootout on the hill climb. So I guess the beauty of rally is it's tarmac and gravel, so there's still great things for fans to see up here with the Toyotas and Hyundai and the Puma down on the tarmac stage, but maybe next year we'll have to consider coming for the gravel as well.
No, we need you to come back for the gravel as well, please, Rich. But looking behind you, you've got an RS200 there. There's a Ford Focus 01 just gone down towards the start line as well. This must be pretty evocative for you, the history of rallying, and especially for Ford.
Yeah, I mean, the Focus, the McRae Focus is quite special. That was the first rally that my dad took me to watch, was when Colin had his huge accident in the championship, and we both saw the first ever rally car I properly saw driven in anger was Colin, and I still remember that me and my dad just looked at each other laughing how incredible it was. So, you know, for me as a fan starting out and managing to get a job in M Sport in general, let alone being team principal now, is still really exciting. It's really a dream for me. So getting to come here and see all these different cars and this, you know, this great event showing rallying off in such a good light is fantastic to see, and one that we want to continue to keep supporting.
And the rest of the season for you now?
Yeah, busy now. We've got Latvia and Finland very close together, then Greece, and then we've got 2 events outside of Europe in Chile and Japan, and there's one more in there somewhere, but it's yeah, a lot going on. But the goal is to be nice to get some more podiums, but some seconds or even a win would be fantastic. So let's see. It's a long way to go, but it's gone very well this year.
And if Adrian does pop up here, do let us know, because we'd love to chat to Adrian Formeau.
I'll get that sorted for you, don't worry about that.
Rich, great to talk to you. Thanks for being with us.
No problem, nice to see you.
Great to hear from Rich Milliner there, team principal of the M Sport Ford World Rally Team. Central European Rally, he forgot there. He said there was another one in there that we're going to. Central European Rally. It is a busy end to the season now, though, for everyone who's competing in any championship. You know, you've got this big build-up now, Zav, haven't you? You know, the culmination, midpoint of the season, right to the end. This is the chase to many championship finishes right now.
Yeah, it's hectic for them, and they'll take the run into the latter half of the season. You know, as Sebastian Ogier said to you earlier, there is still a lot can happen in those events. I think he was very careful in how he chose his words about the point scoring. He just let that hang in the air, which I thought was very good, because that again will have an impact on how it pans out. But it's a busy time for teams. I sometimes think that people don't realize the planning in everything.
There's never an off season, is there? You know that.
No.
People think, oh, you know, summer break. People go on holiday. For the teams back at base, and you know, for Rich Milliner and all of M Sport back at Dunby Hall in Cumbria, there is no holiday. They are just keeping trucking right the way through these weeks, because you can't miss a single beat. You have to make sure that every single car is ready to go for the next event, and we've got a very quick succession of events. There's a huge amount of logistics involved in getting these cars around the world.
I you know, sometimes think that people don't realize for Chile and Japan, the planning for that probably started 10 months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. It is all, you know, a real build-up, and the logistics have to be done months in advance to get things absolutely right. And obviously things change. Personnel can change along the way. It all adds to the complexity of it all, but I don't think we'd change it. But one thing I wanted to say about what Rich mentioned there, you know, his dad took him to an event, Welsh Rally GB, and I think that maybe the big incident he's talking about is 2001 with Colin McRae. And he's, you know, now he's team principal of M Sport. He was there as a fan watching from the sidelines, and he's worked his way up through M Sport to get where he wanted to be. We talked about representation with women in sport. But it's the same, whatever sex you are. If you see someone doing it, and the fact that he was standing at the sidelines dreaming back then, and now he gets to live out his dream, is and should be inspiration to everyone out there.
It's attainable.
It can be. It is attainable. It can be done.
And I do apologise if I kind of look lost and distant, but I was getting confused because Tony can't decide if he's going to sit down, get up, sit down, get up. I kind of got, you know. But now that he's gone for a while, I'll be able to concentrate. But yeah, as Sebastian Ogier said earlier, certainly he can vouch for the French Motorsport Federation, the competition for getting young people in. It's if you want something bad enough, you know, let's go to boxing. Tyson Fury, he couldn't box at some point in his life, but he wants it badly. He was a world champion. You know.
I think what you have to have is you have to have talent, and you have to have a bit of luck in your life. Whatever career you're gonna take, a little bit of luck and timing always comes into it. You can't put everything down to just having that absolute want, even though we all have it. But I have an absolute want to drive these cars fast, Sav. But I tell you what, I'll be off into the ditch. I'm going to give myself to the Turini corner on this stage, which isn't very far into it. Probably about 400 metres, if that. And I'll be off the road.
Speaking of luck, and back in the room, Tony, nice of you to come back. Is the weather nice outside?
It's beautiful. What's it like in the comms box? Is it hot in here?
Brilliant.
It's not hot in here. It's hungry, though.
Well, do you know what? You were just saying you'd only get so far. You'd get further than me, I'll tell you, down the stage.
Well, how far in did you get, or rather not get, then?
I did have a little...
So Rameau's out again.
Was she hitting the bank there?
No, she's good. She's good.
Right, here's the RAF. There's Chris Dakin. And Chris Dakin has been an incredible servant of not just Southern Car Club, but particularly the Goodwood Festival of Speed, because he, as like chief technical man in the RAF, coordinated on the 100th anniversary of the RAF when the Tornado came over, with the same time that the RAF car went underneath. And last year they had a load of apprentices and young technicians from the RAF and young people from motorsport building a rally car here. They started on the Thursday, and on Sunday they put it on the stage, and then they sold it through Bonhams and raised a load of money for charity. And the previous year they towed the car, the Subaru, up the hill, all the RAF people together, and again made a lot of money for charity. So retired now from the RAF, but still actively driving. He said, okay, I keep trying to retire, and then I got an invitation for Goodwood Festival of Speed, and he said I jumped at it and dusted off the Subaru, and here he is. And there's the marker boards of the Flying Finn.
The jump, let's take a look. You can hear the car approach.
Whoosh, that's the girls again. Amazing.
Yeah, Sarah Rameau, who's done a fantastic job throughout the whole day today. Their first time here at Goodwood.
Really
They've enjoyed
impressive,
the experience.
I must say.
That's great. And for the Iron Dames now to have this foray, more than a foray, branching out into rallying, from circuit racing, from the equestrian program that they have, which are all very, very successful, and empowering these females to be able to go out and further themselves in their different sports is great. And last weekend, another of the team of Iron Dames won the 4 hours at Imola. They had a brilliant outing at Le Mans with the Lamborghini earlier in the year, and they were actually leading the class at one point, and then they got hit during the night and they dropped down, but they fought their way back up to third in the class. That's just a great program. It's really, really working, and I love it when those schemes, at first you hear about all these different schemes, you go yeah, and then they peter out. Not this one. Not this one, no. And it's growing from strength to strength, and I'm delighted to see that it has branched into rallying. It's the first this year for them, and they have together been competing, Sarah and Julia, in the French Championship on gravel and on tarmac, and really honing their craft there. So like you say, it's exciting to see the programs flourishing, extending even, and not petering out. Yeah. are really, really working in the same way that the RAF programs with the junior apprentices and then the armed forces teams that we've seen here with the Land Rovers, you know, the young boys and girls that are all working in the services there. It's Navy, Air Force, Army, all working together on these projects, building these Land Rovers, then rallying the Land Rovers and learning all about teamwork together. It's been fantastic, and we applaud all those programs.
Now, this is a special car. It's the Peugeot T16 R5 that we're seeing here. You can see Craig Breen, Scott Martin's names on him. This car won the Circuit of Ireland rally at the hands of Craig and Scott. It's Aoife Raftery who is behind the wheel this time around. It's her first time at Goodwood. It's her first time in a four-wheel drive car. Aoife is part of the Motorsport Ireland Academy and has been doing great things across the junior championships. We've talked at length about drivers really, you know, getting the seat time, and Motorsport Ireland Academy has just been fantastic in giving drivers that opportunity. And for Aoife, this is going to be special because Craig Breen was her hero.
Oh, wow.
Absolute hero. He really inspired her. She talks so well about him. Craig was a great friend of mine, a great friend to many of us in the rally community. So we really do feel his loss. And to see his car here, to bring back the memories of that amazing win at the Circuit of Ireland. I was there for that. I saw that. I spoke to him at the end of it, his elation. And then he went on to win the 2009 Irish Tarmac Championship a good few years later. And he was one of those drivers that had high points in his career, like being on the podium at Rally Finland, to when things weren't going quite right, he'd always be able to pick himself back up and turn it around. And that's one of the things Aoife really respected, and I think many drivers really respected about him. His passion for rallying, but able to, when things were on the down, he could bring himself back out of the doldrums. It's a special talent.
Very, very special talent, but it's a very, very special place, Ireland, North and in the Republic, for rallying. They love their rallying, and they've closed the roads in the south for years and years and years and done it properly and shown us all the way of how to do it.
Well, I don't know how many times I've interviewed you when you've been over in Ireland, taking in some of the beautiful roads, and they've got golden events over there, some really classic events, and, you know, proper 2-day, 3-day epic. Some of the best stages in the world are in Ireland, a hop, skip and a jump over the pond.
Donegal is special, and it is breathtaking, and I know you've done a lot of work over there and you've seen a lot of those stages, but when you're driving up Knockella and you're sitting on the start line and you're looking up at the hill above you and the road's going up like the Col de Turini, you know, winding its way up, and then along the cliffside or whatever, we're sitting waiting to start in our first event in that WRC Skoda Octavia, which I talked about, and Steve Rockingham's got one. He's been out on the stage.
Missing here.
Could be. But if you're driving a big barge like that, it's probably half the bank that's missing and not the actual McRae buggy itself. But yeah, daunting, absolutely daunting. And at one point, you could only see bonnet and sky. I mean, I couldn't see any of the road, and so it goes on. But yeah, very, very exciting. But that leads me to say that I was part of a working group with Motorsport UK that was campaigning. We went actually to all the big political party meetings and the fringe meetings, and we presented closed roads and why we should devolve to local councils to be able to have the power to close local roads, as they do in Ireland, as they have done in Scotland for the Jim Clark. And eventually, a lot of the MPs got behind it, both sides of the House, all sides of the House, and slowly, as you know, driven by Motorsport UK, that has become law. And that is why Bay Rally, Ceredigion,
Rally Ceredigion, can happen.
And Northwest stages, for example, round one of the British Rally Championship, and so it goes on. But if you're a local council and you're in the winter, you are looking for ways of making money. You're looking to keep the economy going, keep the hotels, even if it's half board or whatever, and people coming into that area. And then back to our theme, which I totally agree with you on, of bringing rally to the people. People see rallying and rally cars for the first time because they do a stage down the seafront, like we used to do in Bournemouth on the Sunseeker, and thousands and thousands and thousands of people come out and they see the spectacle and it brings money to the local economy as well as the sporting side. It's the way to go.
It's double bubble because, yeah, it's bringing money into the economy, but you can, you know, you've got your passing trade of people who may be having, you know, an ice cream down on the front. All of a sudden, there's like, what's this? What's this rally car here? What's this all about? It is important to have these shorter stages, these super specials, which can bring rallying to the people. We're all about, we love our forest rallying, which we have here, and out into the forest wherever, but it is important to be able to showcase what rally cars can do in shorter stages like that, where the people are.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is why I say, you know, rallying is the sport of the people as well, not just because the cars are recognised. I mean, look, you know, in its time, the Peugeot 205 was an absolute hot hatch, beat the world, and everyone looked at it and went, oh my goodness me, what an absolutely beautiful little pocket rocket. And, you know, onto the 306s and the others, and the one-make challenges, the manufacturers getting behind it and promoting their product. And this is, you know, what it's all about. You can have Vauxhall Novas, young club cars, and we, through a lot of our motor clubs, encouraging the youngsters to come on and car share, you know, build a car together, keep the cost down, go and do auto solo, all these things which the governing body is concerned about in the grassroots, as much as trying to get them up the ranks. And look, Carlos Sainz, Luis Moya, Repsol,
I know.
555 there, it all is together. Oh, and that just takes me back. Because then I think back to the battle between Carlos Sainz and Colin McRae, you know, in 95 with the team orders and Colin refusing to obey until various team members stood in the middle of the stage and he nearly ran them over.
Yeah, no, I remember it. I was at university at the time, but I remember it. You know, you talk about these stories. I was lucky enough to interview Luis Moya for a podcast earlier this year, WRC Backstories podcast, and the stories he told about those team orders and how, you know, they were so good friends, a great unit in time, but there was a fallout afterwards. But that was very quickly resolved because Colin wouldn't have it that they weren't going to be friends still. Lewis told some amazing stories, actually. One of the ones was how him and Carlos actually came to be together in a car. Because Carlos was successful in Spain, he was the man to watch, but he had a co-driver alongside him who was pretty close to retirement age, and he was looking for a new co-driver. Lewis was out one night just in a restaurant with his friends. This is before mobile phone technology. And his sister called the restaurant to say, Carlos Sainz has been on the phone and he's going to call you at the restaurant. He needs to speak to you. And all his friends are like, oh my God, he's going to ask you to be his co-driver next season. What are you going to say? And Lewis said, you know, the nerves, the butterflies in his stomach waiting to receive this call. And Carlos called him. They had a quick chat. He said, yeah, you know, I'd like you to sit alongside me next season. And the deal was struck. The deal was done. And Carlos said to him, you know, I'm very serious, though. I want to be a world champion. You know, I am focused on this. And Lewis said he had never heard a man speak with such purpose and determination as Carlos Sainz when he said those words. And, you know, true to form, he went on and did just that. And Lewis recently went back to that restaurant, that same restaurant where he got that call, sat at the table and just had a coffee and reminisced about the time that Carlos Sainz called him there and asked him to co-drive for him.
That was a real game changer for him, wasn't it? And for Carlos, because he went on to win 2 world titles and 4 Dakars.
And Carlos Sainz, what an incredible driver, because he's still going.
I know. Up the oldies, eh? Us mature guys, as we like to call ourselves, we still got it. Yeah, that'll do. Bex, I'll have that. And none of the stuff from him about year 85 and all that. Go on, that's got you going, surely.
They've all got me going. Yeah, because they all have purpose, they all have meaning.
Yeah, but air-cooled engine like that,
yeah.
Flat, horizontally opposed. You know, all the old pistons going that way instead of that way.
But that's the thing, whenever you're out mingling with your fan club, Bex and I have discussed the merits and intricacies of moving from Group B to Group A into what we have currently. We've done this, yeah.
We've covered that. Bring us something new.
Okay, okay.
Jardine, let's work here.
Okay, I'm just going back out again for inspiration.
You can ask Ali, he'll tell you. You know, we covered a lot while you were away. We now realise you hold us back.
Well, seeing as you have been out and about, you have been busy, let's share with everyone the fruits of your work. You caught up with Marco Martin earlier, Estonian driver. Let's hear from him.
Marco Martin, World Rally Star. It's fantastic to see you. Why have you come to Goodwood Festival of Speed?
Very easy. It's a fantastic event, fantastic weather, so it's really nice to be here.
I see that you're climbing all over the car that Juha Kankkunen is going to use on Sunday. You fancy a drive?
That car is a really nice car, yeah, the Subaru. It's probably the best looking rally car ever.
Really? Why do you say that?
It looks really, really good, especially in these colors. So it's a really nice one.
Those colours are pretty famous, aren't they, all around the world?
Yeah, that is a rally car color.
So what are you up to these days, Marco?
Not so much driving.
Are you preparing cars? You working in rallying at all?
Not anymore. I used to until probably like two years ago, but no, not anymore now.
Are you following the World Rally Championship?
A little bit, yes, but it's unfortunately it's very tiny at the moment, the World Championship. It's not so nice to follow.
What do you think of this fella, Kalle Rovanperä?
Yeah, he's done an amazing career already, considering his age.
Yeah, he is quite remarkable. And apart from the Subaru, which are the other cars that you really, really like from the world of rallying?
It's probably the one I drove most, like 2003, 2004 Focus World Rally car. It's, I think it was a nice piece of design and very mega car to drive.
And of course, there's one over there, the 01 over there as well. And you think about Colin McRae, he was some star, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's more his kind of Focus, yes. But as a car, I don't rate it that much.
Well, listen, Marco, fantastic to see you and your son here as well. Enjoy the Festival of Speed and the rally stage.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking.
Fantastic interview there with Marco Martin. I loved watching him back in the WRC with Michael Beef Park alongside. They had some incredible times together, a total of 5 victories at WRC level, and just a brilliant partnership between the two of them. And you got quite a lot of words out of Marco Martin there. He was on chatty form and enjoying the day, enjoying the experience here at Goodwood.
Yeah, I tapped in on that enthusiasm because, as you know better than me, he's a man of few words and always has been. So I thought, I better keep, asking him the questions. But he was just all over that Juha Kankkunen Subaru. He was smiling, he was grinning, he was absolutely loving it. So yeah, he's in his element, and that was the best time to get a few words from him.
Do you know, I remember fondly Rally Finland 2003 when he won that event. The amount of Estonians that travelled throughout the weekend when they were realising how good he was doing, more and more turned up every single day in Jyväskylä. The Estonian flags just filled the service park. There was an atmosphere like I'd never experienced before. I think it was I think the Prime Minister even came.
I'm sure, and you've been very lucky through ERC, WRC to go around a lot of those Baltic states where I haven't been, because I know that in some of them, I think it's Estonia, a lot of the younger drivers, when they couldn't actually drive on the road, they could drive on the license with Latvia next door, sorry, was that at 16, something like that. I know even Ocean Price took advantage of that.
Tom Cave as well.
Tom Cave, some of our great young Welsh drivers went over and took advantage. I think Kalle Rovanperä went there and cut his teeth. So they love their rallying. The only thing I desperately wanted to ask you about, and I'm going to ask you now, because all of those things, and I include Poland, is the incredible enthusiasm, but it got a bit too much in Poland at times, didn't it?
It did, yeah, but historically we've seen that as well. They are a passionate nation for rallying. They really are, and every time we've been there, it's a huge amount of crowds, and as you will know with your experience in rallying, it only takes 1 or 2 people to cause a problem on a stage. We have tens of thousands of people in Poland, but it would only be a handful that would be standing in the wrong place, and safety is paramount in the WRC. If Michel Mouton or any of the FIA safety delegates see a potential problem, that's it, it's shut down. because we know the risks in rallying as well. You know, as the entertainment value we absolutely appreciate, but motorsport is inherently dangerous, and safety is top draw. So unfortunately, yeah, we did have a few delayed stages, a couple of cancelled stages, but you know, the marshals are doing such a good job, but you can't, over a 29-kilometre stage, take care of absolutely everybody, unfortunately. But you know, rallying in the Baltic states as well, hugely popular. We'll go to Latvia next week, and we're expecting to see again tens of thousands of people.
I'm sure you will, and they're fast stages as well, aren't they?
They are super fast stages. We've been there for a couple of years now with the European Rally Championship and really witnessed you know, great things on these stages, and I'm sure it's going to be fantastic to see the Rally 1 car there, and again the Rally 2. We're back with the Peugeot now.
Is this Aoife Raftery now?
This is it. This is Aoife Raftery.
Should be, yes.
Yep. It's
Raftery.
the ex-Craig Breen, Scott Martin, Circuit of Ireland winning car, as we said earlier. Recently covered the Delphi Rally Estonia, and of course part of the Motorsport Ireland Academy that Bex and I were chatting about earlier. And
oh, she's hanging it out there, isn't she? She's giving it a bit.
And the crucial thing for her is it's rally upon rally right now, that crucial seat time that she's getting, the confidence to build. But it is the first time with a four-wheel drive car here on the rally stage, so she's never driven a four-wheel drive car.
I have to say, as short as it is daunting. It's a daunting prospect, because look, you just look at the place. It takes no prisoners. You know, it's tight, it's twisty, it's technical. There are surface changes every, you know, quarter of a kilometre or whatever. There are hazards down there. It's not like your regular high-speed stage or whatever. There is nowhere to go. There's no runoff area like a circuit or whatever. The only place they can really let go is when they get down to Delta, you know, going around the bollard there. James Williams, another Welsh star up and coming from the British Asphalt Series and winner of the Manx Rally this year, podium sitter in BRC, and we're hoping, well, we know he will go well on the Bay Rally in Wales at the end of August.
Yeah, he certainly will be trying. That event is now part of the European Rally Championship, so he's going to have a whole new brace of rivals to deal with there. And of course, Hayden Padden will be returning there, and he won the event the year before last. So it's going to be a difficult one to predict, that podium, but that's going to be a fantastic event, Rally Ceredigion.
I want to bring Zav in here for a second, because Bex and I were talking about the British Rally Championship, the resurgence of the championship. The television has been the catalyst to that, let's be very honest. The Yaris coming back in and so on. And Keith Cronin trying to get his 5th British Rally Championship crown, but he's faltered after the Jim Clark. He's faltered a little bit in Ireland, as we know. How do you see the battle panning out in the British series?
I think it's going to go very close. I think the arrival of the two Melvin Evans Motorsport Yaris has created a bigger interest in the championship. I think the arrival of Chris Ingram in the British Championship, and he has straight away shown the level of talent that he has. And I think, you know, Chris drives very smoothly. And I think maybe in years gone past, sort of Keith has had he's maybe been a rung or two on the ladder above those he's you know, rallying against. I think it's a lot more level now, and I think it's a better form, better class of competition. I mean, James Williams here round the barrel at Delta. I mean, he won the Manx Rally. He was 4th on the Rally Nuts. He was 4th in the Legend Fires Northwest stages. But he has broadened his rallying in terms of going to Rally Finland and Portugal. And we've always said, when you get the likes of British drivers, Irish drivers, Marty McCormick went to Europe in the Citroen Champ. You know, when our drivers go and compete in Europe, it raises their level. You see it with Callum Devine. Callum went and did a few rounds of the ERC. Josh Moffat went and did a few. So when drivers go and compete there, making their own pace notes, then I think they come back with a higher level of competitiveness, and the British Championship is reaping the benefit of that.
And George Lepley, I think, is behind the wheel of the Evo 6. I'm not absolutely certain, so I hope I haven't made a mistake there, because George it's clear in terms of the Lepleys, they have some budget, but not a lot of budget. And George is one of the talented young drivers that's been coming through. But he's decided he has to try and ply his trade through the historic rallying. And then in the Mitsubishi Galant, they've been allowed as a modern classic to run in some of the British historic rallies, but not actually score the points. So he can win, but not score championship points, because that car is still a little bit too young. But you know, he blew them all away. He absolutely did. So, I mean, there's another talent you're looking at there, and the issue there is, I think it goes back to the fact that some of the governing bodies, like the French and the Irish, understand it's not just about teaching them fitness. It's not just about getting in their mind games, everything. They've got to have genuine ways of finding funding or getting funding or programs that put them in. The French do it, and the Irish do it successfully, whether it's individuals like Mr. Coyne behind it or not. And I think that is the important thing that's missing in terms of the link from, you know, Motorsport UK. It is funding. If you can't do the funding, put them into serious marketing programs, make connections for them, bring in a top marketeer who can help these people with funding. Because I know from my world, in running a sports PR agency, working around the world yacht racing, MotoGP, F1, rally, whatever it happens to be, funding is critical. And we've also found funding at all sorts of levels. And there's techniques to it, and there's connections, and there's ways of going about it that are very, very special. And in motorsport, it's all about funding. We all know that. And then it's the right connections, and that's where you need to also help these people. There's no doubting these young people's commitment and their fitness and their training regime, and getting all these things together and having the right mentors for all that, teaching them driving techniques. Or as some of the young people that have come through with us on regularity rallying, you know, we've got our own scholarship together with Motorsport UK for young navigators, because that's what they call them in regularity rallying and night rallying. It's navigation, because it's maps, it's timing, it's average speeds. They're forever, you know, doing that. So when they go co-driving, it's a little bit easier because it's more about pace, that's still about timing. But we need those people, and equally we need people to work on the technical side of the sport, you know, the management side of the sport, the marketing side of the sport. There are job opportunities.
I second everything you've just said. Now, we are going to resume with the fruits of your labour, Mr. Jardine. We're going to be hearing next from James Avis.
Well, we were talking to Rich Milliner about Fords, and here's the Group B supercar from 85, 86. And this was the car that was used by Kalle Grundle to finish in third place in Sweden. James Avis here. This is his car, and we've seen him going around the special stage. James, it's great to see the RS200s. That's absolutely brilliant. A real Group B supercar. Is it going well?
Ah, it's going terrific. She's been going around this circuit rally stage for donkey's years now, and she just loves it here. You know, you've got the power, you've got the thing, you've got everything all in one package, and it is as... I can't swear, can I?
No, you can't.
Oh, I can't swear. You know, it just is brilliant.
And this is something of an era that we'll never see again, the Group B supercars.
Oh, we still have a problem with it because it's still banned. And we've just heard from the FIA that we can't go to France now because it's still banned.
Oh, dear, I didn't realise that. So you better enjoy Goodwood then.
Oh, the rest of Europe, you know, this car has been to Czechoslovakia, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Belgium, Sweden. You see the kilometres? That is all rally mileage, all throughout Europe, and that's nearly 30,000.
Wow, 30,000 rally miles. Listen, thank you for talking to us. Thank you for entertaining us. We love your car.
Thanks very much. Cheers, mate.
I love the way how you reaffirmed there. No, you cannot swear. It's a family show. Great interviews, Tony.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, again, you know, such characters out and about here, and it's great to see, you know, for me personally, and you know, you said it earlier, Zav, when Ogier was in, it's different talking to them when they're not in full competitive mode. People are enjoying themselves out there today. They're relaxed, they're having a great time. You're really seeing their characters come through, other than when they've got the blinkers on and they are focused on one goal and one goal alone. It's very different chatting to these guys here today, and it's lovely to see that come through on the coverage.
But I'm pleased you've seen it as well, because yesterday we were telling you, yeah, but Goodwood's different, and it's not like, and you've seen that today now, the difference in the easygoing nature of so many of them. So you know, I'm pleased that you've seen it, because we've known about it for years, and it's another thing that adds to the spectacle and the spirit that is Goodwood.
I'm pleased that you've seen it, I've seen it, we've both seen it, and then we've all seen it together, and I'm pleased we've all seen it, heard it, touched it. Thank you for that. That's fine.
Okay, we have not got too many more cars to go here, guys, so let's make it some good comments before we see competition come to a close for the day.
I'm going to slash your tires.
He said
I've
that
got a
quietly.
fight on my hands here in commentary. If anyone wants to come and help me out here, I might have my hands full in a couple of moments.
In front of the International Rally Drivers Club, anyone that's listening and wants to go and have a look, is the Hero ERA Arrive Drive Alfa Romeo 1750 GT, which has done something like that. 30-40 rallies, had some great results. But if you see any flat tyres, you know it's the work of Xavier McCartan. I'm just telling the police now, just in advance, in case there's any, you know, monkey business going on. But
other Alfa Romeos are available.
Yes. And now we are back with Mr. Williams, James Williams, and we were talking earlier, Bex, about Ross Whittock,
yes,
the co-driver who sat alongside Chris Ingram for quite a long time. He was with Tom Williams in the United States of America, and now he's sitting alongside James, and I think that partnership's working well, isn't it?
It is really working well, and you know, Ross has such a wealth of experience in the co-driving seat, and not just in the co-driving seat. We've seen him pop up in events looking after logistics for teams as well. You know, he's adding lots of strings to his bow, and of course a co-driver is going to be fantastic at logistics, because they know the hows and wherefores and when you should be here at a certain time. You know, he's got that licked. But what I like about Ross as a co-driver, he's so calm, and it's one of the factors you really have to have as part of the strings to your bow. You have to remain calm in difficult situations, and he's really proved that over the years.
He has, and he's a chip off the old block, because his dad, Dave Whittock, was a fabulous co-driver, spent a lot of time with Per Eklund, won a lot of rallies together, Swedish rallies, etc. And I worked with Dave when we were the PR agency for Nissan Europe with all their motorsport. That was Le Mans and everything. So we worked on the rally program, working with drivers like Mark Higgins, you know, and doing selected European rallies, but that included things like what it was called Thousand Lakes at the time, or Rally Finland as we know it now. And Dave, always calm, even when there were big issues. Okay, you know, let's think about it logically. And that's the one thing that always strikes me as well about co-drivers. Even Rick Smith, our manager of everything that goes on here, he's an ex-top co-driver. He loves nothing more than organising everything and getting everything all in order. And you know what it's like, because when you get in the car alongside the co-driver, they've got everything just so, and the pencils are here and this is there, because it's their office and they have to be organised. Yeah. You know where everything is. They are an amazing breed, and they don't get the recognition they deserve, do they?
I completely agree with you here. They don't. I mean, you know, for a lot of them, and you know, the co-drivers are my go-to. They're the brains of the operation in my mind. Someone's got to have the other part of the operation, and that's the driver. But the co-drivers are definitely the brains of the operation. And you know, I've spent so much time with a lot of co-drivers over the years, getting information from them, and I've seen exactly what you've described there. We're very lucky at the moment that we've got Julien Ingrassia, 8-time World Rally Champion, working with us quite readily in WRC TV and in ERC as well. And to work with him as a commentator, you know, to watch him as he prepares all his notes, and he's very methodical. It is a special breed, but I know that they're quite private. They don't really like the limelight. There's only a few I can think of that will actually like being in front of the camera. Lewis Moyer is a great talker, so he always loved to be in front of the camera. You could sit down and talk to Lewis for hours.
I can listen to him in car on the historic stuff where he's going machine gun style. Oh my goodness me, unbelievable. But I was just going to quickly say, because we got a glimpse, and I was just going to say, well, a co-driver got it wrong, but it may have just been a guest, and I'm not sure whether it was actually James Williams. I think it was. He went the wrong side of the bollard, just ignored it altogether, just down at Delta just before. So if you see a very, very special time, you know why.
That'll be why, because they've bypassed the bollard. But for more reasons, different facets. I mean, I can't get in a car, Tony. I don't know about you. I can't get in a car and look at a text message without feeling sick. So how they can fire off the notes for such a long time and remain focused, the delivery of the notes, absolutely precision perfect when you're on a huge stage, maybe 30, 40 kilometers. You're in a stage maybe over half an hour, and they're constantly talking and having to hit every single sector on the money. It's not an easy job.
I shouldn't really name him, but a certain co-driver of Elfyn Evans.
Ah, Scott Martin. I'll name him for you.
Tell me
exactly
what
you're going to talk about.
He left his notes on a table at a control somewhere, and he didn't have his what I would call special stage notes, pace notes.
Pace notes, yeah. So basically, the car ahead of him, which was Thierry Neuville at the time, Martin Vidager, had to get out of the car and go and see the timing marshals because there was an issue with the timing card. The marshals weren't filling it in as they should. Martin was questioning it. Elfyn was the car behind. Scott saw all this going on. He also had an issue. He got out, tried to assist, tried to help. But when he got out, he managed to take Elvin's helmet with him and his pace notebook. And he put his pace notebook down on the table, sorted out the issue, picked up his timing card, took the helmet and left the pace notebook, and didn't realise until quite late on, just at when they were getting close to the arrival control, that he didn't have his notes. But luckily, the professional that he is, he backs up all his notes. He takes pictures of every single page and backs them all up to the cloud, so they are available on his phone for him. So he was able to do the stage by reading his phone. In fact, the entire loop of stages that afternoon. I can guarantee you he will never leave them anywhere again. But what was quite amusing was when we interviewed him as he was sorting out his tyre pressures ahead of one of the next stages, we told him where he'd left them, and he said, well, I'm glad someone knows. He said, because I have no idea where they are. But, you know, we saw these incredible shots of him just walking away without the notes, and, you know, no one else had noticed either. It can happen, though. Mistakes can happen. You know, Marco Martin, who you just interviewed, his co-driver, Michael Park, back in the Safari Rally, picked up, I think, the wrong set of notes for a stage, and they ended up using the heli, the spotter heli, to guide them through. It's happened. It has happened before, and it'll happen again. Co-driver last year, left his pace notebooks in the hotel.
Formula One doesn't have these stories, does it? It doesn't have this human stuff. It doesn't go around and have all these adventures.
That's exactly what it is. It's human stuff. People make mistakes, but it's how you then adapt to that mistake, how you get through the mistake, that's the important thing. And for Scott Martin, he did a brilliant job, as did Michael Park back in the day as well. We've had many instances of it over the years, and like I said, it will not be the last, I guarantee.
How was Elfyn after that with Scott? Was he all right?
Oh, no, completely fine. I mean, everything that could have gone wrong in that rally had already gone wrong. And on that stage as well, you know, they picked up a puncture, so things weren't going his way anyway. And then they didn't have the pace notes. And when he got to the end of the next stage, he just laughed. Elfyn just laughed, because what more could they have done? You know, what else could go wrong? And that was the best attitude to have out of all of it, because if he'd gone angry, he could have gone off the road. He could have made a mistake. But he didn't. They worked together to solve that issue. And, you know, imagine for Scott, reading notes on your phone, trying to...
I can't.
Find your way through. There were points where Elfyn was helping him out and telling him where they were in the stage. But it was an epic job by both of them to get through that. And it was... it was a great story for us, I'll not lie.
They salvaged points, though, didn't they?
Yeah,
was this Portugal?
Was it Portugal? I'm trying to remember which one it was now.
Whichever one it was,
many.
I'm sure they salvaged points.
They did salvage points from the end of the weekend, so it wasn't all lost. But, yeah, an instance that'll never happen again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you said, they got to the end of it and they put it behind them and carried on. Yeah. And that's the right way to go about it. So Callum Graffin and Amy Graffin off out in under the trees now to begin 1.65 miles of the chalk-based stage designed by Hannu Mikkola. And it's not a flat-out high-speed stage, but it is tricky with many off-camber bends, as we've seen during the course of today. Callum, who's currently mixing a UK and Irish set of events for this year.
Well, he's doing really well, isn't he? Because he's leading the junior section of the British Rally Championship.
Yeah, no, he's doing really well. And I mean, he has come on, he's got the right teacher and his dad, Kieran, which is KG Motorsport, as we cut back now to the start line. The Joaquim Santos, Ford Sierra RS Cosworth.
This is James Lepley at the wheel. Yes, a part of that Lepley dynasty. And the famous garage, the famous business, rally car sales, rally car preparation, and all the Lepleys, James, George, Jason. They are a fantastic, committed family to rallying. It certainly flows through the whole of their workshop, their house, their lives, all spent around.
And of course, carrying the Diabolique sponsorship, of course, which was synonymous with Miguel Oliveira, who formed a terrific partnership with Joaquim Santos when they contested the Portuguese championships over many years in the Sierra, in the RS200, and the Mark II Escort. And a very, very recognisable name in rally, which, going back to what Tony was saying about promotion and awareness, a lot of rally fans know exactly what Diabolique stood for.
Well, the Sierra, that formed the basis of careers of people like Carlos Sainz in their national championships. And Ford were between their different cars at that time. But the Sierra Cosworth was a great car, and it was only two-wheel drive. Here's the times.
Yeah, this is a reminder of the shootout times from earlier today. It was Ollie Mellors that set the fastest time with a 2:32.2. Not far behind, though, there's Rory McLeod with a 2:42.4. Roger Duckworth, last year's winner, was third fastest through. Then Sarah Rameau was fourth fastest. A great time in the Fiesta Rally 2. Gary Lecordo was fifth. Then we've got John Saunders, Ben Mellors, Sjoerd van der Putten, Steve Ward and Hans Stacey to complete the top 10. Martin Ovington with a 2:59.6, with Florian Chetz just behind with a 3 minutes 0.1. Then Enzo van der Heijden, Paul Kneisten, Tom Williams and Peter van der Putten to complete our top 16 through the shootout on Thursday afternoon.
Well, that was very enjoyable, the whole of the shootout. Very exciting.
It was.
Potent, really, of things to come.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really keen. As you can see, we've got some normal everyday cars making their way through now. So our last competitive car has already made its start.
I think the stage itself has held up really well. We've had a fabulous day in terms of the weather. And Xavier said it earlier, but honestly, Bex, I've seen more people up here than for a long, long time.
That's great.
All the restaurants behind there were full. They were 6 deep up here at the start line. It was absolutely brilliant as we watched the Sierra. I think that's the last car on the stage, Bex, as you said.
Yeah, it's our last car then, making its way now to the final section of stage across the red boards there, the flying finish. And that concludes our competitive action on the Forest Rally stage today.
So, thank you all very much for listening, watching, advising. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Bex. It's been a good day. Thank you, Ali, Cov, all the cameramen, marshals, from the likes of Works Up District Motor Club, Buccaneer Motor Club, Dukeries, Sheffield, Hampshire, North Humberside, of course, Southern Car Club, and a few more we'll get through over the course of the weekend. All our officials and medics, timing people. And I let the two people who are having a very late lunch or a very early supper wrap up the remainder of today's commentary.
I think Tony's out of that one. Yeah, it's been, I think you thanked everybody there, Zav. Well done. You've covered the courses, and so have we today. It's been an epic opening day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, up at the Forest Rally stage. We will be back for more action tomorrow, and that competitive action kicking off in the morning at 10 to 9, bright and early tomorrow, boys. We'll be back for our demo runs and, of course, the shootout. Plenty more interviews and plenty more to keep you entertained this weekend. But for all of us here in commentary, it's good night.